It's time.
Rest clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Surfing's biggest day is set.
Add him to your list. He's in the Final Five.
The Final Five, men and women, have a chance to cement their own legacy.
Never expected to be here in this situation, so we'll give it a red-hot crack.
They alone control their fate.
Now I'm ready for the finals. See you soon, Trestles.
Throws plenty of speed. She hangs on to that one.
Just gets spit out.
10 unique journeys have led to this moment.
Radical call here, a complete incomplete.
The biggest upset of the contest so far.
The inspiration has been found.
Morgan Siblick's head-to-head record with John Florence is going to be 2-zip.
Sally Fitzgibbon's tucking in. Wow.
The preparation has been done.
I hope I can make things shake a little bit.
It's time to leave it all in the water.
It's one of the best single manoeuvres we've seen in women's competition.
It's time for one to rise.
Get to duke it out and have a shot at a world title, so fired up.
Will you choke? Will you make it work? Will you win?
It's time for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. On a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision. I gotta do what I gotta do. Bring it down, eat every king. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I'll never change. That's in my blood. I'll never change. That's in my blood. I'll never change.
Good morning from Lower Trestles. A gold medalist and a surfer chasing a fifth title. Carissa Moore in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Fitzgibbons behind her. Coffin waking up early, and also a rookie named Morgan Siblick finding some good parking for that Super 73. The reigning world champ Italo Ferrer signing up with a coach named Mike Parsons through some local knowledge. And world number 2 Tatiana Weston Webb trying to get the first women's world title for Brazil. Carissa Moore out on dark, riding equipment shaped by a local shaper named Matt Biolis. Feeling the rhythm of this solid southwest swell here on a beautiful Tuesday morning, and it's starting to feel like we could be closer to game day to crown our men and women's champions on the same day. If it's called on by Jesse, we will have history made and our world champions decided this afternoon here in Southern California. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar, and Rosie Hodge. Mitch, there's a lot of anxiety or anxious nerves when you're competing in an event like this. A lot of surfers saying it's been hard to get to sleep. What about you? What time did you wake up this morning?
I woke up at 3 a.m. It was crazy. I'm so anxious to go. I'm ready. The waves are firing today, and I have a good feeling about it.
Rosie, things felt just a little bit more special heading down the track this morning. Waves, in your opinion, how have they changed from what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, Joe, it's looking super clean. I've got a confession. I've been lying the last couple of days. I've said I'm excited, but today I'm absolutely fizzing, to steal a phrase from Ronnie Blakey. And I think our contenders are feeling that same energy.
Well, now let's make it official and see if we are crowning our champions today. Big good morning to Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thank you, Joe. Well, we've been on yellow. Are we going to go green? Jesse.
We are. We're going to be on. So we're going to start at 8 o'clock. I know a few people down here are checking out the surf, but it looks really, really good. It's going to be a glorious day down here.
There's a lot of surf out there. It looks pretty consistent. Today, we're going to be utilizing jet ski assist. Can you run us through that?
Yeah, it's pretty solid out there right now, and we've been really fortunate that we've got jet skis this year. So what we're going to actually be doing is we're not going to drop the surfer right into the lineup just to make sure we don't create any wake, but we are going to take them out kind of past that break point.
That's awesome. More surfing with that assist. Everyone, cancel your appointments. Buckle in. It's finals day here at Lower Trestles. Joe?
That's right. You got permission from Kaipo, the champion of fantasy surfer. Jesse Miley-Dyer switching it to green. A lot of news in that quick call-up. It's one, we're crowning champions today, but also jet ski assist. That changes all the scenarios for those surfers trying to go from match 1 into the title match. As we'll bring up the one-day map for Surfline, we're just focused on today. We knew this southwest swell was going to continue to pump even today with an extra swell after the last swell we had peaked last night, Mitch.
Yeah, and the good thing about today, Rosie, is that the winds are pretty light. We do have a little bit of a southwest wind this morning, but it's going to decrease throughout the day. And the good thing about it today, too, is that the swell is actually peaking later.
And a lot of positives, even that tide. I mean, it's going to be low at about 9:45, but then rising throughout the day. That's also going to push the swell in and really bring a nice little bit of energy onto the cobblestones.
Surfers are going to be on their toes. Look at the wave heights there on screen, 6 to 10 feet, basically steady through the day, but 2 different swells giving us a ton of energy here at Lower Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals officially called on. And we know we got the final 5 for the men and women. The women start first. Stephanie Gilmore and Joanne Defay. Steph, the 4th seed, Joanne, the 5th seed, all wanting to take on Sally Fitzgibbons in the next match.
Yeah, this is a tough match to decide now with these kind of conditions. I think things definitely shifting in the favor of Stephanie Gilmore now.
Now looking at assists, you're not worried about too much fatigue. You don't have to paddle back out on the right. I feel like Gilmore's starting to see the finish line at this point as we switch to the men's bracket. Connor's been putting in a lot of time to prepare for Morgan Siblick.
Definitely. You know, I'd have to say I've seen a lot of Morgan Siblick. I've been out here on a couple of the days, and he's spent a lot of time hanging out with local Griffin Colapinto, so he's had some reps at lowers now under his belt.
That is an underdog story, so just so you can know what's happening, we're going to start with the women. First thing in the morning, Steph versus Joanne Defay. And then we're going to go right into the men's seat. So Connor Coffin, Morgan Siblick will be that second match of the morning. It'll flip-flop back to the women's match number 2. That'll be Sally Fitzgibbons. All the title matches means the world title is on the line. That'll be later on this morning. So getting through the lower seeds to finally set up the title match for Carissa Moore and also Gabriel Medina, who sit world number 1 after an incredible season that we've had in 2021. We're going to take a quick break. The contest is on. Green alert. Get ready. Lower Trestles is on fire.
Welcome back. We are in the lineup. This is the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and it's go time, baby. I'm Strider Wasilewski bringing you into the lineup, onto the playing field, and we are gonna have the best day ever. Solid 8 to 10 foot faces rolling in, light offshore winds, tides rolling down, and they're gonna push back up all day, and it is going to be firing. A lot of water out here moving around. So a lot of rail in the water. That means your boards are gonna be flying. These guys are gonna have to manage speed. They're gonna have to feel the different fins. They might even have to switch up their equipment for the day because it's powerful out here. Big, chunky walls coming at you with more lip line as the day goes on. I cannot wait. Getting it under my feet, you can feel it coming through the water into you. You can feel the energy on the beach out here in the water. It's absolutely putting green, perfect. And you know what? Mr. Peter Mell is in there on the cobblestones waiting for us. What do you got, Peter?
Well, I'm in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and as you can see, the world-famous surfboard is getting waxed up, the Cash Cow, after having some damage done to it earlier in the week. It has been fixed up by Derek Disney, and I see wax going on this one. This board has won 4 championship tour events and looking to win another world title. Steph Gilmore is amped and ready. I love this stuff. I've got chills, I got chicken skin, and I'm sure she's got the same. So to hear more about this Cash Cow, let's head over to the side set with Chris Cote.
Thanks so much for the insight, P. It is great to see that board repaired back into the lineup for Steph Gilmore. Of course, Cote, we know she's had some major career wins. J-Bay, Bells, Karamas, and Mexico, all right-hand points, and now she's going to paddle out into the WSL Finals on it.
Well, this is yet another unique element to surfing. This is not a brand new board. This is, in fact, a fairly old board in the grand scheme of things. Most people keep surfboards around for a year or so, and then they start to deteriorate. For Stephanie Gilmore, this is her board that she keeps on ice, hidden under the bed. You know, unlike any other sport where the newest equipment is the, you know, the go-to, for surfers sometimes you get that magic board and you try to keep that thing as pristine as possible. You know, this board is called the Cash Cow for a reason. It, at this point, is priceless to Stephanie Gilmore. I would say online that board would probably go for $1 million. It's that worth it for a perfect board like this.
Well, it's great to see her have that confidence in that equipment. Like you mentioned, it's an old board. She first won in J-Bay back in 2018. That's 4 years ago. Most surfers, a board maybe lasts for a season, and for her to be able to keep that thing on ice has been really important.
Yeah, and last time we saw that board activated on all its powers was down at the 2021 Corona Open Mexico, where her surfing just stood head and shoulders above the rest. To me, this is where we saw a reinvigorated Stephanie Gilmore. She had a decent year on the championship tour, of course, but this right here was really that moment that everything switched. She was outside of the final 5, not even in the conversation for a title, but then she surfed her way to absolute glory on the magic board. And trust me, when this board was being carried up and down the beach, people were offering, can I carry your board? Do you need any help? She's like, you can carry all of these other boards. I will be carrying this board.
Well, it's great to see Steph with a huge win out at Mexico, and that confidence now. It was the last event before the WSL Finals, so will she be able to take it through with a win out here in an 8th world title? We'll be right back with more action for the Rip Curl WSL Finals right after this.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Oakley, official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Sambazon, official acai of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The championship event is on. The Rip Curl WSL final starts with Joanne DeFay, seed number 5, taking on a 7-time world champ named Stephanie Gilmore to kick off the first match of what will be an incredible day for pro surfing here in San Clemente, California. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar, and former CT standout Rosie Hodge. We've been waiting every single morning to kick things off. Mitch, I want to get your take quickly on the right and the left of what you're seeing this morning. Are both going to be very valuable today?
I think so, but as of right now, I think the right's probably going to be the better wave out of the two. The left tends to stand up a lot on the outside, but then it slows down in the middle part and then stands up right at the end as well. But I just think the right's going to be the most valuable wave out there.
Rosie, thinking Steph versus Joanne, with the left being valuable as well. I mean, what do you think Joanne's going to be looking to do to separate herself from Gilmore's performance?
Yeah, that's such a great question, Joe, because you are going to have to create a point of difference, especially for Joanne going up against someone like a 7-time world champ, knowing the head-to-head history that she's never won a head-to-head heat against Stephanie Gilmore. I think she's going to definitely look at the left as a potential advantage for her.
Interesting, though, to note, we also do have the jet ski assist, which was announced this morning. How much does that really change the formula today for surfers starting off in match number 1?
Right, it's a great point because it completely changes the landscape of the whole event. I think the way you approach a heat, especially for somebody like Italo, who's in one of the final matches, I mean, that guy has a point of difference now where he can just really go and compete the way he's used to. Not maybe conserve your energy, maybe a little bit more conserved on your surfing. Now he can do anything he wants to freely.
We're thinking about energy on a day like today, Rosie. You've spent a lot of time in this lineup when you have a swell that peaked last night and another swell that will be adding to the energy out there. What's the water feel like when you get up to your feet?
Yeah, it's interesting listening to Strider talk about it. Just that energy as it draws off the cobblestones, especially with that tide still draining out. I think as we see it kind of move in, that water is going to just start to push. Paddling into the wave is extremely difficult on a rising swell, but I think once you're on that face, it just draws out in front of you, and there's so much opportunity to draw on that canvas.
We're certainly seeing a lot more size than we did the last time the championship tour was here, 2017. A Brazilian sweep, Toledo, Silvana Lima winning here at Lower Trestles. Rich Porta still on hand as our scoring and rules expert, longtime head judge as well. First of all, morning, Rich.
Morning, Joe.
And what really has changed in the criteria, you know, going back to 2017 to what we have today?
The criteria is basically the same, but the scale of how the judges score it has adjusted dramatically. You know, every few years the scale gets dropped down a little bit, and all sport has to have progression, otherwise it gets dull and boring. So what the judges do with adjusting the scale is it forces the surfers into a better performance, and we definitely have seen that in the last few years. It's lifted the performance. You know, we go back to 2017 last time we're here, and the surf that we had was nowhere near like today, obviously. But you look at this, you know, it's a really good tail high full rotation, and he did the floater before it and gets a 9.8. Now, it's a great air, but you look at the airs the guys and girls have been doing this year, and that's not getting a 9.8. So, you know, we adjust the scale, pushes the surfing, and there we get what we see, you know, with the likes of Gabrielle and doing those massive airs earlier in the year.
Very interesting looking back at those 9.8s we used to see. Now they keep that excellent range for really special moments. Rich, let's really focus on today's criteria and what the judges are really going to be impressed with.
Yeah, and as Strider alluded to just before, it's a really strong, powerful swell running out there at the moment. So the judges are going to be looking for the surfers that are holding their rails through the full rotation of their turn. So, you know, you're going to see these big figure 8 S turns and the like, and the surfers that skitter through the turns, you'll see those scores drop a little bit, but the surfers that can hold their rail through the full turn, they're going to be the good scores. There's obviously going to be some airs out there as well, especially on that end section. Expect to see some massive punts going on, and the judges will be looking for the height, the trajectory, the landing, all those bits that come into it. So big, powerful surfing on powerful waves equals a good score.
We're loving it, and especially when you have a solid swell, it's going to be building throughout the day. I remember having a conversation with you, Rich, when the scale was changing. It was after 2 rounds at Snapper Rocks in 2018. There were only 4 excellent scores. 2017, there were 55. It was a huge dramatic difference, and I think the surfers had to take a little time to get used to it. Now when you hear an 8, it's really a wave that you will remember all year.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, because that has progressed surfing. There's no doubt about it, you know, and they've also adjusted the good range. Good used to be 6 to 8. Now good is 5.5 to 6.4, and very good is 6.5 to 7.9. So you've got 2 little sections in that good range to separate it even more. And I really like where they've taken it now. It did take the surfers a little while to adjust. It always does whenever the scale gets adjusted, but they're down with it now, and they can really go flat out and know what sort of scores they're going to get for that kind of surfing.
Thank you so much, Rich, for your time. Once again, we'll be bugging you.
No worries.
Politely throughout the day today. It's really fun to catch up with Rich, you know, throughout the rounds, through what we're going to be seeing throughout the day, because we're going to be setting the scale, and Rich is going to be able to give us even more insight to elaborate on that score.
100%, and it's great to have somebody so experienced too, especially at this wave in particular. I mean, you talk about the judges that are actually on the panel right now. Most of them have been there for years, but Rich has actually been the head judge at this event for many years.
Really interesting how it's going to be, you know, compared, because Lowers creates that kind of controversy with one single maneuver, kind of like we saw in the warm-up from Medina, that crazy flip rotation, to someone who's just going to link beautiful carving work. You're thinking of a Connor Coffin in that approach today.
I love the simplicity that Rich put it into, matching the power of Lowers today, really holding that rail line, because there is a bit of texture on the face today from that southerly swell, so it's so important to hold the turn through that wave. And yeah, I think it's going to be highlighted today who's kind of mistiming their turns and who's really letting their rail go before they've really done that maneuver well.
A lot of time to expose yourself, but a lot of time to show how worthy you are of a world title, which will be going down today. It's green lit for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Steph Gilmore takes on Joanne DeFay. Coming up quick here. WSL would like to open this event by formally recognizing that Trestles is the modern name of the ancient Ahashiman village site known as the Panhe. The Ahashiman people have lived in this place we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Rip Curl WSL Finals has been called on. We're crowning our champions today, this afternoon, a format that's never been used before. 2021 has been groundbreaking and unprecedented in so many ways. Joe Trappell, Mitchell Salazar for the call, talking about the start of the season, the women finishing at Pipe for the first time in surfing history, to the famous Aussie Quaddie, 4 events, courtesy of a WSL charter flight, 14 days of quarantine, the Surf Ranch, Mexico, and now we get here to Lower Trestles. There's so much excitement in the air that we're crowning champions today.
Right, huge day for professional surfing, Joe, and I'm excited. Waves are firing, and it's great to see the field we have in the men's and women's divisions here.
A lot of excitement, Mitch. First match of the day starts now.
Why would I want to aim to be in the top 10 when I just want to win?
Joanne DeFay, it's got to be the most underrated surfer on tour.
You can see just the rail mastery.
Just some really smart, clean surfing.
Stephanie Gilmore's last win was the last event of the season at Barra de la Cruz. Anytime you see a right point break, you can't not think of Stephanie Gilmore. And she will be in a familiar winning lineup where she won this event back in 2014. She had a 10 and a 9.5 in that final way back when, 19.5 total, one of the best of her career. Two-time world champ. Starts things off for us with a big smile, a laugh, and a cheer with the ceremonial siren. Tyler, a champ as well here at Lower Trestles. It really felt like a world champions event, from Steph Gilmore's win to Tyler Wright's win and also Carissa Moore's win, right in the middle of those 3 world champions.
100%, and as you were saying, in 2014 when Steph won here, 19.5, I mean, you're flirting with perfection right there. And one thing that I will say about Steph at this particular location, she averages a 3rd place result, which is outstanding. I mean, you're almost making the final when you're doing that, but I just feel like today with these kind of conditions, Joanne's going to have a hard heat, a hard match out there.
Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne DeFay, as you can see, we're actually tied at that number 4 spot. They broke the tie for seeding, going to average heat score of the year.
Ooh.
And almost having the opening wave of the morning. And changing plans at the last second there.
That was interesting. I thought she was going to commit to it for sure. I don't know if her board slipped or what happened, but it did seem like she was fully committed to going on that wave, and unfortunately for her, now she's going to have to pay the price with the set on the head.
The starts to heats at every event are always interesting, but especially Lower Trestles. We've had some interesting rolls where they're trying to dominate the start. Usually 2 regular foots are going to be really focused on these long rights here at Lower Trestles today. But when you have a lot of energy, we'll see if people put a lot into that opening wave or if they're going to let it start and flow naturally today. But there is a lot on the line, Mitchell.
Yeah, and regardless of who you are, if you're the 7-time world champion, if you're gunning for your first world championship, nobody's surfed in this format before. And it's the postseason now. We had the regular season, now it's the postseason, and it's all in one single day. And it does affect your mind. And as we were talking about, we've been waking up super early. Like, I woke up at 3 a.m. this morning with anxiety, with nerves, not knowing what's going to happen. I could only imagine what these surfers are going through.
I can't even imagine what Strider is going through as Shiseido brings us in the lineup with the Waz. So, Waz, I know you like to get pretty psyched and stoked. Are you containing yourself out there today?
Are you kidding me? I watched that first set come through. We just saw the nugget. Joanne was looking at it. It was almost like she was undecided of was this the wave she wanted. She looked down the line and then just basically just like looked like she just tossed her board thinking, I don't want it. And then the next 3 or 4 waves on the head, and you know, there's just like key positioning out here. You have to be in the right spot for these waves. There's waves breaking way outside, and there's waves breaking on the inside, and you kind of want to be in between the two. So you're going to be cat and mousing back and forth trying to find the right position. But let me tell you, there are some gems out here with these big walls and these corners coming at you on the right-handers. Inside left has got this ledge right now. You can just do big airs, so I can't wait.
Strider, lowers is very user-friendly. Oftentimes surfers feel better about themselves when they surf a wave like this. On this kind of swell, though, it seemed like you're explaining some clear challenges with being in the right position.
100%. There's a lot of challenges even on the wave. So you're dealing with a lot more speed. We heard Richie talk about it for judging. The desk was talking about it. You guys were breaking it down. And the truth is you have to manage your speed and where you're going to put that and make sure you're in the right spot at the right time. This is a wave where you have to really find that lip line if possible, because that's where they're going to give you the big points. Those critical maneuvers in the critical part of the wave. So you're going to be managing that bottom turn, and you're going to see it pop up, and you got to be able to adjust and whip it straight up into the lip.
We love the breakdown, Waz. Also looking at the left. I know you're always looking at the left out there at lowers. For DeFe's street cred, Uluwatu win, Cloud Break win. You know, the list goes on and on. Growing up Reunion Island. Is that left going to help her beat a 7-time world champ this morning?
It can. If she needs a big number and she needs to go vertical, there are sections over there for her to put that backhand attack to work. And on that inside section, riding through it this morning, there were some waves that were like, had big steps in it, you know, where there's a lot of water moving over shallow ground there. You can really see it step up. And so those are the sections where if you belt that, you get your board into the lip, you're going to get a big score. So it's there for Joanne if she wants it.
Good man, Waz. Thanks for the report. We'll be catching up with you throughout the day today. Joanne DeFe into her best position of her career to win a world title, qualified in 2014, won the Rookie of the Year award, and just continued to improve at every venue around the world. Potentially getting a start to the day and another roll, and that's doesn't have any takers, Mitch.
I think that's a block, though. I think we might see priority shift to Steph Gilmore because Joanne was literally right in position and Steph was interested in it. Yeah, that was interesting. And she's done it twice already, too. She did it on the first wave, committed to the paddle, eventually didn't get into it or she didn't want it. And this one was in position and Steph made a clear attempt to try to get to it, too. I'm interested to see what kind of decision they make here. Obviously, it's the first match of the day, too.
Steph now just wants to get some room to get things started. The opening ride of the Rip Curl WSL Finals goes to the 7-time world champ. She'll slide out on her second turn. But now priority is with Joanne DeFe, so she'll be happy about how aggressive she's been at the start. Quickly pulling the trigger on this wave. DeFe having to feel her way back into the pocket. A lot of white water on the face from the previous set. She'll just sneak in a quick snap and step off. So things with a slow start here in match number 1.
A lot of pressure, a lot of nerves. Neither of them paddled out for a free surf this morning either, so they're basically just feeling things out. But I truly feel that with these kind of conditions, both of them have an excellent chance of making it, Joe. I mean, waves are great, and I think these were a pair of waves where they were just really trying to get their feet under themselves, and going to be a couple throwaway scores. Obviously, Steph has great wave selection here. That's why she's been a champion before. But for Joanne DeFe, the bigger the wave, the better it is for you. As you were mentioning, coming from Reunion Island, a lot of power in those kind of waves out there, Joe, and Trestles is matching it right now.
Certainly is. So I love, Mitch, that you picked out the positioning and the strategy for Joanne DeFe to be right there in Stephanie's space. Steph found some room to get started. 1.6. DeFe pulled the trigger quickly. 2.5. Something to build on there. Gilmore now will have priority with 28 minutes to go. And the big story for Steph is she has an opportunity to hold the record for herself. Tied with Lane Beachley with 7 titles. If she can go all the way today, she would stand alone.
Which is absurd, too, because she's been on tour for 14 years. Won 7 out of those 14 years. And then the other years, many times she was injured. So it wasn't like a complete season for her either. And I think here, especially when Pete was in the locker room with them, she looked like she was on. Like her eyes just seemed a different color. She looks like a great white shark out there right now. But when it comes to positioning, she's been on it every free surf. deeper than anybody else, coming around the peak from the right. And I think for here, one thing that you really want to do, especially on the first section on the right-hander, you need to come around it and really smack that lip on the first section.
Steph Gilmore did deal with the crowd factor at Lower Trestles, and that's why Pete had to catch up with the famous Cash Cow surfboard that she nicknamed with her shaper Darren Hanley. Won J-Bay, it's won at Bells Beach, it's won at Karamas, it also won recently in Mexico. I mean, surfboards for these athletes just don't last that long. And when we saw her come in frustrated, we realized she had some ding repair to do. There was a little change in the air that warm-up day going, is that Cash Cow going to be ready to compete on?
Well, it goes to show you how much she trusted, though. Like, she just feels a different kind of sensation when she's on that board, and it's a personal level of comfort, too. You want to be able to go out there and know that you're going to perform regardless of what you're riding, but when you have equipment like that, might as well use it, especially if your mentality is that one of a champion. She's won 4 times on it. Doesn't really seem like she's going to choose another board out here either. And one thing that I really like about Steph, too, she's committed to her decisions. Doesn't really alternate timing.
World number 3, Sally Fitzgibbons, all focus. She's got the earbuds in, and she is going to be preparing for either DeFay or Gilmore here at Lower Trestles. She's had some big numbers here as a competitor in the past, a 3-time runner-up in the world. That's always been destined to reign. Now 25 on the clock. The surfer who set us off this morning with the ceremonial siren, a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, is with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Tyler, excited about today?
Oh, that is an understatement. I'm so excited right now. Yeah, you know, to watch the first heat get underway, you can just feel the energy on the beach.
You know what? We're going to be making history today.
Yeah.
We can have world champs going back-to-back. Italo Ferreira and Carissa Moore. That hasn't been done since 2016, 2017 with yourself and John Florence. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a massive thing, a huge thing for Carissa. Carissa's never done that. And Italo as well. It's, you know, it's a really big ask. And so today's just going to be a historic day all around. I think crowning both men and women's titles in the same condition on the same day is just brilliant. I'm so excited for it.
Thank you for your time. Enjoy your day, Tyler.
Will do.
Always great to hear from Tyler Wright. Thank you so much, Kaipo. And during that interview with the 2-time world champ, DeFay did utilize the lowers left. Gilmore was not interested with that wave, even with priority.
Right, and I like this. I think this is a very smart move for the French surfer, not only because her backhand usually tends to be her best strength, but also because there isn't really a decent score on the board yet. And Joe, there are no restarts today. So 35 minutes seems like a lot of time, but it goes by very quickly.
Another look at the left here. What's the major difference between the right and the left here at Lower Trestles?
The first section tends to stand up a lot better. And as we see there, just a beautiful opening turn from Joanne. This midsection is very difficult to surf. Navigates it well there, though. And then unfortunately, that one closed out a little bit earlier than she wanted to, but a decent start. It's going to be a solid score, especially on the left.
Number 4 seed California's Connor Coffin, looking at a lineup that maybe gave him his first real feeling of a win back in 2006, and he won a national title. Gilmore's turn, patiently waiting for the right. Wraps that first cutback, gets some speed down the line, and another disconnected maneuver off the top. 2 falls for Gilmore on her first 2 waves.
Yeah, she looks a bit nervous to me, Joe. Seems like the south wind kind of making things a bit more difficult on the right, too. It tends to stand things up a little bit quicker than you'd expect. And for Steph, she hadn't really surfed these kind of conditions during your morning free surf so far. And here in competition, I mean, the first turn's beautiful. A little bit of a 2-time carve right there. And then the second one just goes a little bit too big. See how the wave stood up quicker than she thought? It's that south wind right now that we have early this morning. It's not even that strong. But we do have an increasing swell throughout the day, so I do think that a lot of these waves are going to have a lot more energy in that midsection.
So an interesting wipeout there for Steph Gilmore. You could tell that she wanted to put everything she had into that maneuver. There was nothing safe about that approach. But that's going to keep her chasing DeFay, who now has priority, and from the left turns in a 5.67.
And look at where she's located, on the left again. Knows that that's going to be her strength. Going to leave Stephanie alone for a little bit. maybe add some pressure with another score on the left, but now go on a set wave. You have priority. The lineup's completely to yourself right now. I'd be paddling a little bit further outside.
It's an exciting start to the day. These two have met a few different times in their careers. As we go to the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, Gilmore undefeated, 3-0. The different locations around the world, from quarterfinals in Honolulu Bay to Huntington Beach and also at Bells. So Defay trying to turn things around. Heading left again. Two casual snaps on the open face. It did really give her a solid lip. So she'll just fill in the gaps with some backside snaps here. A little more power down the end of this wave, and she will clean that one up with a backhand float to finish. Defay improving on a 2.5.
Yeah, and I enjoyed how she stuck with it too. Didn't kick out midway. And the finish was crucial to the score. It's not going to be the same as the 5.67, I feel. It was a smaller wave, less energy on it, but for how it was, surfed it great. And with plenty of time to go, an important wave right there. Because in the last 20 minutes, what you're going to want to do is better those two scores and add pressure to your opponent. As we see, that first section, Joe, didn't stand up as well as her first wave on the 5.67. Did well here, though. This midsection just flattens out completely. Put that rail in the water. And then I love how she read this end section right here. Gains a little bit of speed, then wraps it right there, and then this finishing turn was just beautiful for how the section was. So she got the 5.67. I feel like this is going to be underneath that, but still a solid start for the French surfer.
Just nice pace and tempo. You can tell all those years growing up on Reunion Island, she was always going to be dangerous when she had an opportunity on her backhand to perform.
Yeah, and growing up in that area too, you grew up with some excellent surfers, a lot of World Pro Junior champions from that area too, and Johanne Defay has an opportunity here to clinch the first World Championship for France.
So think what that would mean for her country, for Reunion Island, but for all of Europe.
Yeah.
Would really be a significant moment in surfing history. At first, she's got to find a way to beat Steph Gilmore for the first time in her career.
Which I find very interesting. I can't believe that they've only matched up 3 times, and it's 3-0 in favor of Steph. And based off of the results this year, it just seems like Johanne, to me, was a standout. Did well in the Australian leg, had a solid result in Honolulu Bay, which ended at Pipeline. And then afterwards at the Surf Ranch, best surfer all event long. And now here at Lower Trestles, a wave that is very similar to that when it comes to consistency of scores. I feel like she has a great shot to make it all the way to the final.
What a great start to the morning, and it starts nice and early, looking for a good way to have some breakfast down here. Sambazon hooking up all the athletes, all the commentators. I just saw Pete Mel down there grabbing an acai bowl. It's a nice little station there. Their office is actually right in San Clemente. And you'll see Scott Nemeth and the crew passing these out to everybody at Lower Trestles. Great way to get fired up for a surf because you never feel too heavy.
Yeah.
You feel light, inspired, and ready to compete.
Got enough energy for it too, Joe.
That's right. Johanne Defay leads at the moment 5.67, 4.17. Was so curious to see how this left would come into play. We go back to 2017. I mean, Defay did keep a left scoring ride in her heats back then, where Gilmore, it's just all about the right. I mean, she's not even concerned about a lowers left. She might not even have looked at one in her lifetime. She loves the right so much. She's gotten a perfect 10 on it in the past, and she still has 18 minutes to figure it out today.
Right, and you know, one big thing for Stephanie Gilmore is that if that set wave does come, you know that a 6 or better is going to happen on that one wave. And as of right now, you don't have anything even close to that. The 5.67 of Johanne Defay. So even though she needs the 1 score, you'd be thinking, okay, I need a 7.14 at the moment, but my goal is to get 1 excellent score and then drop it after that.
Defay leading here in match number 1 against one of the all-time greats. Gilmore wants to stay in contention to compete for an 8th world title today here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Action continues right after this.
were driving to those WSL finals, and I'm excited.
Just perfection on Carissa Moore's part.
He wants backdoor, pulls in, the spit comes out, and so does John.
Big frontside air reverse for Gabriel Medina.
One of the best single maneuvers we've seen in women's competition.
The perfect number, ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point ride. And this one is going to come to a close. And Morgan Siblic's head-to-head record with John Florence is going to be 2-zip.
Plenty of spray as she hangs on to that one.
And she does it. Joanne DeFay picking up her first win of the season. Stephanie Gilmore getting her 32nd win of her career. And the rookie from WA has just won his first championship tour event. It's time to think about the Hydro Flask Let's Go moment. You could all vote for it on WSL Instagram later on today. Joanne DeFay split peak with Stephanie Gilmore sticking to her backhand. Nice drawn out bottom turns. It's just DeFay. Steph just kicked out of the right. There's the snap and incomplete on the backhand of Joanne DeFay. 15 minutes on the clock. DeFay, a two-time winner of the Hydro Flask Let's Go Award. So you can vote for your favorite moments at WSL's Instagram later on this afternoon. Remember, one-day event. If you go back to the split peak, Mitch, Steph going right.
Yeah, and this one a smaller wave too, not a set wave. And unfortunately for Steph, she's going to have to go back out and try to catch something better than that. And Joanne, once again, I think her mentality, Joe, is what's gotten her so far in her career so far, because if you look at it competitively, that was a great and smart move. Recognized that Steph was going right, didn't have much potential, still looked better on the left again, and trying to take the judges' attention away from Stephanie Gilmore, too, with that split peak. I like it.
14 on the clock. Strider Wasilewski, what's the surface of the ocean like on these waves, and is it affecting the performance at all?
Yeah, 100%. Great note that there's a lot of current pulling out through the lineup this morning. So all that water comes down from uppers and in the middles there, and then it comes through the lineup. The left was all chopped up when I got out here this morning, and now the right chopped up. So the rip is moving down through the lineup, so that wind isn't really affecting it like we thought, but it's more of that rip tide and all that water moving through the lineup. So the right-hand waves have a chop on the face, and we've seen that affect Stephanie on all of her rides. It affected Joanne on her first wave, so she adjusted, went to her backhand. She's got a couple scores on the board, but right now Steph's searching, hoping that that riptide lays down. I think we got Pete Mel on the beach.
Yeah, thanks, Strider, and I'm hoping the same thing, right? Get that wind to chill out, and even that current. One of the big stories of this event would have to be Sharp Ice Surfboards. They have 5 athletes in this, 10 athletes in this event, which is really, really cool. Actually, 3 of the women are riding Sharp Ice. This is Joanne DeFay's backup board. She's riding the OK model. She's on the HT2. This is the OK, her backup. They're just slightly different rockers. You know, there's a bunch of different models you can get from each shaper. Also on the Sharp Ice, Sally Fitzgibbons and Tatiana Weston Webb. So 3 of the 5 athletes riding Sharp Ice surfboards. I mean, that's just incredible. So the odds for him to win his first world title are pretty good.
Thank you so much, Pete. Great insight. And we just want to say a big congrats to the whole Sharp Eye program. They have made a huge statement this year. Like Pete said, 5 of the 10 surfers at this event on Sharp Eye equipment.
Yeah, Morgan Civilik and Felipe out of the men, too. And yeah, big congratulations to them. They've been really the best surfboard manufacturer in competition in the last few years, Joe. And they could crown a few world champions today, too.
They certainly can. Well, we're just getting started. This is match 1, but we're down to 12 minutes. So winner of this heat, right now it's DeFay. If she keeps this lead, she'll take on Sally Fitzgibbons, who's number 3 seed. Winner of that takes on Tatiana Weston Webb. Then we go to the title match with Carissa Moore. One thing that was so interesting about this season that you don't often ever see. The 7 regular season events, 7 different winners on the top 17. That's just a testament to how competitive and how incredibly talented the women are right now in pro surfing.
Yeah, and a lot of competitive matches out there this season, too. I felt like the Surf Ranch was one of them. I felt like in Mex, everybody surfed great because the wave allowed it to. And that's what I'm expecting at this event, too. And, Joe, I want to mention one thing. The best thing about this format to me is that the #1 seed is well protected in those title matches and the championship matches. They've earned their spot to be there, and it's the other 4 surfers that need to earn the spot to face them. And if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
It's so true. As we have some of the best fans here in Southern California, the surf industry is here in Orange County. Everyone was hiking down the trails nice and early. There's people camping out as well to make sure they had a good spot to watch surfers like Sally Fitzgibbons, who's accomplished a lot this year, taking out a big search event win at Rottnest Island, winning in El Salvador, representing Australia in the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Staying on the road for months and months on end, and kind of handling it all herself, which is very hard to do when you're trying to put together a world title campaign.
Yeah, you think about everything besides the world championship, she's achieved it. And the one thing that's just eluded her is that one cup. And there's a good chance she could get it today with these kind of conditions, and it seems like we got a great set ahead of us, Joe.
10:25 to go. Hugging the left is Joanne DeFay. Gilmore not interested in heading this direction, and it's been really paying off for Joanne. That score's not going to change her lead, but it's given her more opportunity. Can get back into position relatively quick. And just with that bump and those ribs on the right, Gilmore really hasn't found a right to work with.
This is a good one, though. This is a great looking wave.
7-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, deep off the bottom. Nice, beautiful frontside wrap. Racetrack section late to the closeout. And another wave that just allows one maneuver, but her best turn so far.
Yeah, and I gotta say it though, she just looks off. Like her positioning isn't right. She just seems like she's misreading every section. That wave a lot cleaner, especially on the first section, compared to every other one she's had so far. And look at this, Joe, from the takeoff, it looked great. Beautiful bottom turn into that carve, and I mean, that's trademark Stephanie Gilmore right there, and just late to that section. Like, once she came out of this carve, as we see it in slow-mo, we can really appreciate the way she's able to read this second section. See how she had that one first pump afterwards, and then wasn't able to get there in time to finish that closeout re-entry, and that would have been a decent score compared to what we have in the lineup right now.
What an interesting start for one of the best ever. Chasing these rights. Remember, we talked about the 9.5s, the 10s that she's had on it in the past, but today's a completely different day. Strider was talking about that rip that's running through the lineup, and that is very clear. This isn't maybe the most user-friendly day at Lower Trestles. And two of the best this season, going head-to-head. DeFay trying to create one of the biggest wins of her career to get a matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons.
And how crazy would it be if she actually beat Steph in the 4th heat ever that they've had head-to-head? And it's in the most important day of her career, too. It would be something amazing. And as you alluded to, I mean, this is big for European surfing right now. Like, just to be able to have one representative in the women's division right now is huge. And I think Joanne, if she keeps up this consistency, especially on the left-handers, which is her strength, she's got a good chance to meet up with Carissa Moore.
7:55 to go. Santa Barbara's Connor Coffin putting together the best year of his career. Was not in the final 5 heading into Mexico, and a right-hand point break suited him quite well to not just take 5th, but to take the number 4 seed in the WSL final 5.
Boy's got a beautiful rocker too. That JS underneath his feet. He's been a champion out here in the past in the amateur division, NSSA Open Boys, I believe, in 06.
That's true. That final, he was the underdog.
Yeah.
There was a lot of well-known kids in that heat. Guys like Luke Davis, guys like Zeke Lau was in that final back in 2006. He took a lowers left and got the victory. It was the first big feeling of a major win.
He's really always been the underdog, though. Even in this upcoming heat, I feel like a lot of people are thinking Morgan. But Connor, with these kind of conditions, I'm excited to see the kind of carves he's going to display right now.
6:55 to go. And what a morning as we kick off the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The first ever event where we're crowning our men's and women's champion on the same day. 5th seed starts against the 4th seed. These two completely tied, broken by the highest average heat score of the year. both with one win. Joanne Defay at Surf Ranch showed her consistency at that wave, even with a year off, where she finished runner-up. The season was canceled, came back still hot and ready to go, beat her roommate at the time, Carissa Moore. We'll see if she'll get that opportunity to share the water with Carissa again.
Yeah, they're actually best friends on tour as well, which is really odd when you're competing together so often. You match up quite a bit with the higher seeds when you're on the women's tour.
But one thing that I notice about Joanne is just her conditioning. It's the best there is, and there's a reason why she's done so well at the Surf Ranch, and there's a reason why she's doing so well right here at Lower Trestles. And just to put things into perspective right now with the scoring, Joe, look at the best score that Stephanie Gilmore has so far, the 3.5 just on one turn.
As we dive into the heat recap, opening match of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Defay versus a seven-time world champ named Stephanie Gilmore. We were wondering how the left would come into play, and that's where Defay's found her top two scores, but now on her right. Fifth seed, now capitalizing on a couple nice power hooks. Great speed, drives off the bottom, front side hook complete. Challenging finishing section, but she crushes it. The right that Gilmore was hoping to be a part of. And Defay's rhythm with the lead and priority was perfect as we hit the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes to go, that was intelligent competitive surfing right there. Never rushed anything, was on great pace with the wave. And an interesting note right there too is that with that fall of Stephanie Gilmore, and since Joanne kicked out so early on the left, she recovered priority to get this wave in time. And look at that beautiful bottom turn on the first section. Got a little stuck on the top turn. I love how she traced that second turn though. Goes up into the lip right here for another one, and as you said, that last section was not easy to manage, and she did very well to just get into this wave and keep Steph off of it.
Such a nice read and a series of turns. Was there a certain part of the wave that you loved the most, or was it overall performance?
This midsection for sure. These two aggressive turns right here going up into the lip, and then obviously the finish is crucial as well for the score, but I just felt like that midsection, especially when it gets flat, is very difficult to manage, especially with speed. And as we said right there, got stuck on the first top turn, but look at this beautiful second turn. Just right up into the lip, on rail with a lot of power.
Joanne Defay turns in a 6.5, harnessing all that power first on the left, now to the right, putting together an incredible game plan against one of the best to ever do it. More waves on the way, and looks like Defay has found some space under priority. Just checking out that racetrack of a wall. She'll kick out, 3.5 to go. Gilmore now needs an 8.67. Here goes the 7-time world champ. She's been held to one maneuver on all of her waves so far. First turn, a nice front side wrap. Tough section to work with, and again, single maneuvers for Gilmore, still chasing a monster of a score.
And she wasn't stoked with that either. Not the wave that she was looking for, Joe, and great pressure from Joanne to try to catch that right on the inside too. Better that 5.67 if she can, and that's the biggest difference between the right and the left here. You can catch a right halfway through the lineup, and it could go into your top two scores. The left won't really do that because the first section on the left is the most crucial one to actually get a great score.
What a scenario here, Mitch. This is a radical situation for Gilmore. Everyone putting a lot of pressure on her to maybe break that record with Lane Beachley, and she's struggling with her first match, Strider. We weren't expecting this.
And you know what? When Joanne got off the ski and was on her way back out after her last higher score, she had this look of victory in her eyes. You could see her tasting it. It was like this tangible moment. I looked right into her, and she was just looked over, big smile, but her eyes were so intent on the win, and it was a beautiful sight. Steph obviously paddling back out, shoulders a little dropped, didn't have that like glorious look in her eye, didn't have the demeanor you want to see with the head up paddling with intent. So she is paddling back out, but if you look over my shoulder, it's very, very lackadaisical.
Thank you, Strider. That is tough news. When you ever see Gilmore in a situation like this, that could have been a historical moment. You're a bit let down with all that momentum, and you know she's feeling that same way. You wonder where the pressure lies in a heat of this size and magnitude, where everyone's saying this could be a record-breaking event for Gilmore, and then Defay's kind of free to prove things on her own. Frontside carve for Gilmore. 90 seconds on the clock. She'll throw away the second maneuver once again, and we're down to a minute 20.
You asked me about pressure and perhaps, you know, what kind of mentality you have going into a heat. You just have so many expectations about the waves, the consistency, how great the lineup is this morning. But as I always allude to here at Lower Trestles, Joe, positioning is everything. And Joanne Defay didn't see success at the beginning of the heat or at the beginning of the match on the right. She chose to go left. Got her consistency up, got a decent score on the board with the 5.67. Once she had that, she moved over to the right yet again and had better positioning in the lineup. And for that reason, she is in the lead at the moment.
40 seconds for Joanne Defay to put this one away, who has been brilliant with decision making with priority this season. Upsetting Tyler Wright at Narrabeen. She was able to get Tyler to lose priority decision and was able to get a win. She is so smart in positions like this. 6.5 and a 5.67 with all that Defay's accomplished, and she's accomplished a lot of major CT victories. When you look at a win over Stephanie Gilmore, an event of this size, this is going to go up there with one of her greatest ever. Was wisely surfing the lowers left, identified how hard it was to surf the right, then found a glassy right to get her best score of a 6.5.
The biggest win of her career so far, Joe, and out of the 5 women that are in the draw right now, the only one that doesn't have a perfect 10 out of their CT career, which would be exciting to see if she can get her first one here at Lowers.
What a massive win for Joanne Defay, as she will be taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, we kick things off with a huge upset. And now we'll prepare for Connor Coffin versus Morgan Siblick right after this.
Wow, California is stoked.
You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Connor Coffin versus Morgan Siblick as the Californian looks to get things started. Some big arcing turns on the right here at Lower Trestles. Driving into a searing top turn wrap. Crushes a finishing move, and Connor hangs on to a big finish and a big start early against the rookie Morgan Siblick. What a set to open this one up. Siblick does that featured carve where he can push even harder off the lip. 2 big turns. and then fell off his tippy toes as he was looking for maybe a closeout hack. That end section was rushing towards him, and the crowd is rushing to get a good seat right here on the beach because world champions will be crowned today. What a start, Mitchell.
Oh, what a start to the match, Joe. Connor with a great wave there at the beginning, and Morgan was on his way to one too. And very similar stars here with Connor Coffin and Morgan Sibilik in the water. Great regular season did the rookie have. Sibilik, the best Australian on tour, which is saying a lot because that has no doubt been the superpower over the years in professional surfing. And for Connor Coffin, an opportunity of a lifetime to compete here at the first Rip Curl WSL Finals. But more importantly, he could be the first Californian world champion in over 30 years, Joe.
That is so crazy, especially being in California, being at a wave that really featured Tom Curran's first ever win. Tom Curran, the California, that's actually from the same region up in Santa Barbara. Connor looked up to Tom his whole life. I mean, you were not allowed to have a bad surfing style if you grew up in that part of the world. And Tom here on hand watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Both these surfers part of the Rip Curl team. Sibilik was that unknown story. Like you're saying, to be the best Australian as a rookie, you've got some gigantic shoes to fill.
100%. And he did it with no pressure, no expectations, and he's coming out here to win this morning.
Connor getting the first wave, Mitch.
Yeah, and I love the aggressiveness, especially when it comes to somebody who's been lethal over the regular season in Morgan Sibilik. Beautiful rail surfing. I love the way he dug that rail in on that third turn, and that was a difficult section to manage right there at the end. A lot of power putting into that closing maneuver, and then look at the read he had on this wave. Out of all 5 men I've seen in the lineup during the free surf, Joe, he's been the most focused one on just catching his waves, not talking to anybody in the lineup, and just doing his own thing.
And the big difference for Sibilik here.
Yeah, Morgan slid out a bit on the first turn. That second turn was amazing. And then unfortunately for him, just dug his rail. Finn slid out a bit too much on that third one and couldn't make it up. And
everyone starts their prep work in different ways. After the cancellation at Tahiti, all surfers got a little bit more time to surf lowers. Like Connor Coffin, who is more than ready to get the star. The best number we've seen of this morning here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals is 7.83. to apply the pressure early to Morgan Sibilik.
Yeah, and it's what we were talking to Richie on previous days, Joe. There's progression when it comes to rail surfing too. It doesn't have to be just straight on in the air or something that's as innovative as you would say compared to rail surfing. There's a lot of innovation and progression in what Connor just did in that 7.83. Every single one of his cars was different, and that closing re-entry was spectacular.
We do see some of the greatest airs here at Lower Trestles on any given day. Doesn't matter what the waves look like, but sometimes power surfing just always wins. One more look at the 783.
It never goes out of style, Joe. Love the setup, read the wave well, was on pace with it. That's a beautiful drawn out carve right there. And look at this. On rail, lays into it, and then that closeout re-entry was just as good as it gets. But look at the way he digs that rail in. I mean, I can appreciate this as somebody who's bigger, larger, relies on his rail quite a bit. That was a tough section to manage, especially with all the white water. And look at the way he bottom turns, aggressive into that closeout, and somehow stays on top of his board.
That finish gets more radical the more that you watch it. I mean, that is just not easy to do. Connor Coffin made the switch to JS Industries a couple years ago and went through that formula shift with his coach, Glenn Micro Hall. Found a lot of success on it. He can get equipment down in North County, San Diego pretty often when he is home. But he's been loving his quiver throughout this entire season. And it really paid off to show his depth of his equipment. In good waves, you know, he's pretty much ready to go, but he found some magic boards to use in smaller surf, and we saw that really come into play at Narrabeen this year.
Made the final, and both of these gentlemen actually made their final based off of their backhand. One in Rottnest Island, which was Morgan Sibilik, losing that final to Gabe, and then Connor Coffin also lost that final in Narrabeen, but was surfing great on the lefts. And as you can see here, that surfing that he brought from Santa Barbara down to Lower Trestles really translates the way he wants to on this right-hander.
Morgan Siblick 3.67, but Strider, how about the 7.83 for Connor Coffin on his opening wave?
Incredible. Just sitting here watching these guys surf these waves. Here we go. Actually, we got action right now, setting off the bottom. Morg's this big snap on the face, trying to make up that score that Connor just ripped through on. So we got to get a big score out of Morgan as he kicks out of that one. But that big score from Connor, I mean, he absolutely linked and performed to the peak of that wave and what it would offer. Watching him all the way to the inside, we came over the back of the wave. We heard the roar of the beach coming out through the lineup. Those guys both could hear it for sure. At the end of his wave, he could feel it. And the roar from the beach was amazing. And then we looked out and there was just this giant set and Morgan on one, and Morgan just got absolutely cleaned up. What's the vibe on the beach in there, Pete? I mean, I want to know. You're with the Connor Coffin camp.
That's right, and Connor being one of the standouts, full on, and was much of the free surfs. And being in California, you've got a sea of green. As you can go over my shoulder here and see the Connor Coffin camp, that is the crew there. And Jeff Lukasik has designed individual jerseys for each of these surfers. Beautiful sea green there, and look at how intent the parents are, grandparents, all in favor of Connor Coffin as he drops in now.
Pete Mel, that is a classic crew watching Connor look to back up the 7.83 into some clear water. Front side wrapping carve complete. Some speed to burn here and a vicious layback hammer that he can't hang on to. His dad Rich taking a breath. Mom Krista there, his grandparents.
Even myself.
Made the trip down, and Mitchell Salazar just gave him a hand back up to his chair. That was an absolute power gouge. He would have maxed the scale if he pulled that thing off.
No doubt. And it would have been a great backup for that 7.83. One thing to note, Joe, based off of what I've seen out of both surfers, it seems like Connor is just in contact with nature right now. Beautiful setup right there. Reads the white water well. I love the aggressiveness of this carve right here. Just everything on rail. It just seems like his mentality is, win or lose, I'm going to go out there and do my best. And if he completes this finishing turn, oh boy, my goodness, that was as strong as it gets, Joe, on a difficult section. Unfortunately for Connor, just couldn't pull it off.
Connor has a lot of very explosive moves he can go to. I mean, we talk about how he grew up watching Curran. He also grew up watching Dane Reynolds. And he has a very similar frontside power gouge to tail release that he can do often. It was that version of that he just went for, incomplete. But he's got so much time to give it another shot.
Right, we saw that Dane Reynolds turn you're talking about at Haleiwa a few years back.
And it's almost the same section right here at the end that the one that Dane had in that particular event. But the good thing about lowers is that it's such a long wave, especially on the right. You can diversify with several different maneuvers on the beginning part of the wave and then pull that off for that end section.
What a start for Connor, 7.83, but Siblick has never, ever shown a signs of being flappable. He's always been able to stick to a game plan no matter who that he's competing next to, especially if his name's John Florence. That's how this rookie really taught everybody how to pronounce his last name. I mean, when you're winning heats like that, you cannot be the underdog. He had a laugh with us, though, saying, I like being the underdog. I was like, Morgan, you can't avoid it any longer.
Well, he's going to be the underdog if he keeps making matches in this event, too, and that might be a good thing for him. As you said, he just never desists, and he's always just looking for the win. And unfortunately for him, he just didn't have the same great start that Connor Coffin had in this match. But what I saw from Morgan Siblick on his last wave, it seemed like he was just trying to do a little bit too much. He needs to relax. Note that there's two different waves he can choose from, whether it's the right or the left. And if it comes down to it, rely on your backhand too. There's enough lefts out there, especially Connor's probably going to be looking at the right. So Morgan would have a lot of success if he keeps looking at that.
It's such a nice option if you want to just separate yourself, find a different direction to go to. Siblick featured a crazy backhand tail blow and a good rhythm at Narrabeen on his second win over John this season. Got past his good friend Liam O'Brien in the semifinal at Wajima, Paratnest Island, to get into his first final. Where you can see the fans here that are so incredible. A lot of them were here yesterday morning when the fog rolled in, and they said, don't worry, we'll be back. You can't really talk about this enough, though, with Morgan being a rookie in the Final Five. 2007, Stephanie Gilmore won her first world title as a rookie, but it's never been done on the men's side in surfing history.
Not even Kelly Slater has that accomplishment, and it would be something huge. Could you imagine what it would do for surfing in Australia, too, if that happened? I mean, incredible, especially somebody who barely qualified in 2019 for the championship tour and is having one of the greatest years, I want to say, that a rookie has ever had in their history.
Winner of the first match over Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne Defay, is with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joanne. This is the biggest day of your career. You just won your first match out there. How are you feeling?
I feel great. Yeah, super happy to be here today and to have another shot to surf lower just with another girl.
Match number 2, you're matched up against Sally Fitzgibbons. Your thought on that matchup?
Yeah, Sally, I mean, you know, we just the last 5, so I think Sally is an amazing surfer, just as Steph and Tati and Carissa. So yeah, maybe Sally is gonna look for a bit more left, just like me. So we'll see. Good matchup.
Possible world title today. How do you keep your mind together? Because there's got to be a lot of mental pressure.
I feel I really like 4th in the world is already my best result in my whole career, you know, so I just keep it like simple, like 1 hit at a time, just enjoying to surf lower by yourself.
Great surfing. I'll see you in match number 2. Joanne Defay.
Great catch up with Defay and a great finish from Siblick as he's catching up to Connor Coffin. And Defay mentioned a good point there with Steph Gilmore losing. Steph will finish 5th in the world this season. Defay's already moved to 4th. 20.5 remaining. Siblick needed to fire on the right, needing a 7.34 for a lead change.
Wow. I love this wave. Got a little bit hung up on that first setup carve. That was a beautiful just wrap right there. But look at this. As aggressive as you can get on that section right there, Joe. And then the finish. This kid just looks like he's on. Always, all the time. Looking like a world champion, if I'm honest. Somebody who wants it, who's hungry, who is never just knuckling under and saying, yeah, you beat me. If he has a chance, he's still going to look to beat you.
So impressed with Siblick. You think about rookies and how they've done in the last few years. Seth Moniz won the Rookie of the Year award 2019, finished 12th just outside the top 10. Carmichael, Rookie of the Year before that, finished just inside the top 10 at 9th. I mean, you have to go all the way back to 2012 if you're thinking Final 5 form, and that was John Florence, who finished 4th in the world in his first complete season against the top 34.
Right, which is a good comparison if you're Morgan Siblick, to be able to say that you're as good, if not better, than the 2-time world champion. But I feel Connor, he's looking at this one. This thing's lining up well, Joe.
So Connor's probably got a fairly good idea that Siblick might have gotten his best wave so far. This thing is just a running wall to start for Connor. Big snap to drift, holding him to 1 maneuver. And with traits of this swell, we're seeing a lot of these rights kind of offer up a meaty section and then a pretty aggressive closeout very quick. Let's have another look.
Yeah, and couldn't get into it as quickly as he would like either. Great read on this first turn. Just a tough section to deal with right here at the end. And, you know, we always talk about the comparison on the right to the left. Today, there's a lot of rights that are shorter than you'd expect them to be. And a lot of these surfers are going to have to adapt to that. Maybe not look for the 4 or 5 turn combination. It might come down to 2 or 3.
Sally Fitzgibbons will have Joanne Defay after this heat, still in 18 minutes. Siblick gets a 6.17 as he's still chasing the Californians' lead here in match number 1 for the men. We'll be right back.
clean oceans are everything. They are where we came from. They're the source of all life.
Nothing gets me more upset when I see everyday items that we use and we take for granted, like straws and even masks, ends up in the oceans. Shiseido has paired up with World Surf League and their nonprofit to create Shiseido Blue Project.
We have to do everything we can to participate.
Shiseido partnered with WSL Pure for a beach cleanup in Los Angeles, and they got to spread the word as well about signing the We Are One Ocean petition, which is calling on world leaders to protect and conserve the ocean and to safeguard wildlife and protect people's ability to enjoy the ocean and improve climate resilience. You can actually open up your camera app on your phone, walk up to your screen, and that QR code will take you to weareoneocean.org. It'll take less than 30 seconds to have your voice heard and really put pressure on global leaders to make a difference for the next generations to come and make the ocean such an amazing place to be. We love it as surfers, and it affects more than just us in this amazing world that we live in.
Yeah, 70% of the oxygen we breathe actually comes from our oceans, Joe, and we got to conserve them as well as we can. And surfing is more than just a sport.
Watched him in the
It's a
Challenger
lifestyle for
Series
us.
or the old 10,000s or whatever.
It started that way for both of these
came on and went
amazing
crazy in
human beings,
Australia.
incredible world-class surfers going head-to-head. Sidlick versus Coffin. Connor checks out a left.
Beautiful looking left for Connor.
Backside car.
Left of the morning, steering
Great
car
start
right
there
over.
for Connor.
Gets back up to
Snaps it. Will get hung up and goes down. Good for one move. He's looking to improve on a 3.17 15 minutes ago.
And look at Siblick's score. 6.17 on his last wave, which is a great wave for him right now, given the time that's remaining in this match. And I'm surprised that Connor actually went left on that one. It seemed like the right was just as good, but only looking to back up the 7.83 right now. Anything better than a 3.17 will do that. And alluding to his previous results here, they haven't been very positive in the past as far as CT competition. Has only made round 3, which is, this season would have been the round of 32. But he has posted some good scores. Has had a couple of heats in the 15-point range.
This is the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and Connor Coffin, we talked about his amateur win back in 06. He actually got his feet wet on the CT here with those early wild cards. He actually had more than one. He had 2 starts here to kind of battle against guys like Joel Parkinson. Was calling them his heroes and now calls them some of his best friends. 14 on the clock. What happened there?
Yeah, interesting choice for Morgan not to go on that one. I feel like the medium-sized rights are actually the better ones as we're looking at this lineup right here. See how those second waves tend to flatten out a bit more? Plus he was out of position. The first wave is actually still going. Offered up a lot of scoring potential. But since he does have priority and Connor's not out the back, I can see that decision being made.
Couple of different swells running today, which can make wave selection even tougher. We kind of saw that with Gilmore catching a lot of energy on the right. She kept falling after her first turn.
Especially with only 2 people out there too.
And that's why it was so impressive when then the next match starters and Connor turns in a 7.83. I mean, that's his 4th highest number that he's had this season. And to be able to show that he has no nerves, no pressure. At events like this, sometimes you have athletes that don't want you to ask the hard questions. They're trying to avoid certain things. I think one thing that Coffin and Siblick have in common, they're just being themselves.
Yeah.
They find normality in not trying to pretend or hide from things. They kind of look at it and take it on with their own unique personalities.
They're very open to things, and it's great to see that both of them are actually matching up in the first heat, and we're seeing that aggressiveness from both of them in these surfing as well.
12:45. Let's get more insight on positioning with the WAS. So what's happening out there, Strider?
Yeah, well, you know what? It is almost impossible to know where each wave's coming. There is some southwest in the swell, so it's kind of pushing in from outside, and then it's kind of wrapping around the reef, and it's moving back and forth. There's a couple different swells in the water, making it really hard. Plus, you've got your competitor. You're trying to keep tabs on him, and you're really moving around in the lineup a lot, and then all of a sudden those big sets come in, and you're way out of position for those sets. As you saw Connor taking donuts, duck diving the bomb lefts. We saw Morgan trying to find the face on the right, but out of position. So you got to make it count. You got to stick to your game plan and know where you're at in the lineup.
Strider, is it more about moving around and changing your positioning, or do you need a solid lineup marker on a day like today? I think he lost me. He dropped his earpiece in the ocean again. It floats. He's going to pick it up, ring it out. We'll talk to him in just a moment. But yeah, Connor Morgan Siblick, 7-8-3 for Connor's start, 6-1-7 for Siblick. So a very close match underway with 11:30 to go. Now let's talk to a 7-time world champ. Stephanie Gilmore is with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Steph, your surfing has been outstanding the entire week over here, but there's a rhythm to the ocean, and it seemed like that heat, Lowers wasn't doing you any favors.
Yeah, it was really tough to pick like a great wave out there. There's kind of like a rip running through the left, and it's kind of creating like these ribs on the right, and my whole plan, yeah, I wanted to stick to the rights and try and pick off a clean one, but I don't know. It's funny out here. It's like sometimes it's the third wave of the set's usually best, but I felt like today was actually the first ones, and I was kind of stuck inside for those. So, yeah, it was not my finest moment, that's for sure. But, you know, Joanne, she's a really tough competitor, and happy to see her go through, and can't wait to watch the rest of the day.
Can't wait to see you in 2022. Enjoy your off season, Steph Gilmore, and thank you for the beautiful surfing.
Big shakas and a smile there for Stephanie Gilmore, who's still digesting that opportunity disappearing in front of her eyes, and just the rhythm of the ocean not on her side. DeFay gets her first win off Stephanie in her career to take on Sally Fitzgibbons, who was eerily behind Steph during that interview. You can see just the front of her face out of the Red Bull athlete zone. With Steph gone, one of her longtime rivals, Sally's probably using that as motivation, where she could be one step closer to achieving greatness today.
Well, and she's looking for a weakness too. And I think the bad news for her is that Joanne DeFay didn't present any this morning, especially being the first match of the morning, to be able to do that, beat the 7-time world champion, somebody who's won out here before, and averages a third-place result. Come on, I mean, that's already a huge win in itself. But Sally Fitzgibbons is very similar to Joanne DeFay. Joanne mentioned it in her interview with Kaipo. She's probably going to be searching for the lefts too. Her backhand is just as good as mine. And with these kind of conditions, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
If we look at the WSL Final 5, Medina with the advantage for a good reason, dominating a season, a ton of points in between himself and the reigning world champ, Italo Ferreira. Connor getting the roll in with some speed, a quick roundhouse that he'll throw away there. Siblick with priority. A 4.84 gives the Australian the lead. The rookie digs in, frontside wrap complete, and he is over that closeout section, a short right. We see a lot of those rights shutting down, and the next set sometimes will drain all the way through. Wave selection, pretty difficult today.
Yeah, and that was a crucial point of this match too, because with just under 9 minutes to go, Connor took the wave. Unfortunately for him, it just seemed like he rushed the first carve a little bit too much, and Morgan had an opportunity to get that 4.84 that he needed. The wave never offered it up, but Connor's going to recover priority right now. And with 9 minutes to go, you know that he's going to be as selective as possible out there, having that 7.83 in his scoreline so far.
Morgan Siblick working with Jay Bottle Thompson, a former CT athlete, and experiencing his first run really as a coach on the championship tour level.
He has a lot of experience out here though, competed in many QSs and many CT events here. It's a good person to have in your corner, Joe.
It was interesting when Tahiti was canceled. It's kind of up to the coach to make plans. Jay made a special trip to Mammoth with Morgan to kind of get away from the scene for a moment, and then come in to really not overdo it before it was game day. Fitzgibbons does this quite often, does some juggling, kind of wakes up all of her senses. She loves a challenge. She loves a new script to the year. Connor Coffin fading the takeoff. Clean top turn connection on the right here at Lowers. Driving hard on the second section. Will he put it away? And he does with 3 big turns.
Great energy on the beach for Connor, and as I told you before earlier in this match, Joe, these surfers are going to have to adapt to the waves that are actually available to them. You can't expect to have that 6-foot lowers right all the way on the outside every single minute of your match. Connor did that right there. 3 turns compared to a wave where you would normally have 5 or 6 maybe on that kind of size of a wave, but just beautiful surfing in the actual sections that were presented to him.
Checking out Connor Coffin on this last one. I thought that fade was so important for that first turn.
Right. Great point, Joe, because the fade put him in position to come up around that first section, and the finish was crucial. But the first 2 carves were as good as it gets. Look at the way he uses this bottom turn to put himself right in the pocket. Always maintained form down the line on that first carve. Laid into it a lot more on the second one because he had the opportunity to do so, to fit that 2-for-1 in on that last section. Great surfing from Connor Coffin.
Now with 5:55 on the clock, let's see how Connor's feeling on the paddle back. Strider, can you see him now?
Yeah, we got him. He's paddling back out. He's looking pretty solid. Obviously feeling that last wave. And, you know, the fatigue comes mentally and physically. So there was a lot going on out the back. Exchanges. We heard Mitch talking about that feeling of, you know, was that a mistake, you know, for Morgan? And it was. I mean, look at where Connor caught that wave. He was in position and really got a really nice 3-turn combo in. He looks confident and just kind of managing his breath at the moment. When he came by on the ski before, he had a big sigh and a big deep breath. So there's a lot going on out here in the water that you can't really bring in unless you're right next to these guys and you can really see it in their face.
Thanks, Strider. Strider basically in the playing field, in the water, seeing these two on their reactions to every single moment. How about the reaction from the judges? A 7.17 to go with the 7.83, a 15-point total out in front. Siblick's best, still the 6.17, but now needing an 8.83 to keep this run alive at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, the third 15-point plus match that Connor Coffin has had in his professional career out here at Lower Trestles, and what a better way to put a stamp on things that with these kind of scores against the number 4 in the world, Morgan Siblick. Excuse me, Connor Coffin is the number 4 surfer. I'm sorry.
That's right. Siblick dropped to the number 5 spot once it was all said and done in Mexico. And whether you're 4th or 5th, it didn't matter. You're always going to be in that first heat of the Rip Curl WSL finals.
Joe, I actually told you in Mex that I wanted to be the number 4 seed. And look at where it's getting Connor Coffin right now.
You get to feel the lineup. You find just your pace of play. You're identifying the good waves and the bad waves. So that people saw the advantage there. There's the obvious fatigue factor. If
right.
You're surfing through more heats. Everyone at this level making the final 5. There's no easy matchups. So a lot to digest. A lot of people's favorites have been changing just day to day, watching the warm-up sessions. Both these surfers have been on fire here at Lowers.
Yeah.
Diving into the recap, I mean, this happened on the opening wave.
What a start for the American Connor Coffin. A 7.83, the highest wave of the event so far, and just a spectacular finish on that wave for the young Californian.
As we saw the rhythm then head towards Morgan Siblick. He's got a clean wrap. He can change gears with it as well. As he places it through the meteor sections, he was able to really drive through that third turn. 6.17 from the panel to get right back in the match.
Yeah, and the acceleration he was able to get out of that third turn helped them out for the closeout. But then Connor Coffin once again getting another great score, 7.17 on this one. And I love the adaptation that the young Californian has had in these 35 minutes that he's had so far.
And you look at Morgan Siblick holding priority with 2:40 to go, needing a monster of a score to have to be the best of the day. And looks like Connor Coffin just paddled right past him even deeper with the lead and under priority.
Mental games right there, Joe. Trying to put more pressure on, trying to make him commit a mistake. A 9's not impossible, though. And I think it's very possible on both the right and the left today. It's going to have to be the best wave we've seen all morning, though.
Connor Coffin had an incredibly slow start at the season opener, the Pipe Masters, and then proved himself through 4 events in Australia, making another final. I mean, it had been a long time since he finaled back in Portugal to be world title spoiler for John Florence.
5 years.
A long time when you're surfing through so many great years on the championship tour.
And you're surfing with his level of consistency too.
It's crazy now to look at a minute 40. Remember, we just had a huge upset. Gilmore already out of the event. DeFay moved on. And these two underdogs, you would say. Obviously, Connor with a lot more experience on this stage, but Morgan, a rookie on tour, and the best hope for the men in Australia to bring home a world title. He's down to a minute 20 chasing an 8.83.
Yeah, and I mentioned how great it would be for Australia to have Morgan Cibilic move on to those title matches. But how good is it for American surfing to see a fresh face in the water competing for a world championship in Connor Coffin?
It's amazing to see what he's done in a short period of time, and he's dealt with people saying not believing in him. He said that always just fills his fire to try harder, and the type of rail surfing he does just gets so many people excited. A lot of world champs, from Fanning to Joel Parkinson, writing messages to just stick to your game plan. And that power bred surfing from Connor has put on a show this morning. 35 seconds for Cibilic.
I don't see any energy out there in the water right now, Joe. He has priority, but it just doesn't seem like that wave's going to come through, and needing an 8.83 would have to be on a set wave too. Just not going to happen right here. We're going to see the Californian move on against the three-headed monster, starting with Felipe.
Unbelievable run for Morgan Cibilic. He is going to finish 5th in the world in his rookie year on tour. The two Rip Curl athletes will shake hands, and Connor Coffin and the entire family will celebrate him moving up the bracket here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, running head-to-head with Felipe Toledo later on this morning. A 7.87 and a 7.17 to eliminate Cibilic. And now he's going into a heat with Felipe Toledo. Top 3, all Brazilians for the first time in history, and Toledo is going to be ready to compete. We'll take a quick break. Sally Fitzgibbons coming up next against Joanne DeFay. We'll bring in Cote, Rosie Hodge, and two-time world champ Tyler Wright right after this. Three-time runner-up in the world. One of the hardest working surfers in the game. Sally Fitzgibbons, your Rip Curl Rottnest Search champion.
Feels so good to be back in that winner's circle.
Fair reverse for Fitzgibbons.
She'll be dangerous in that final 5.
Just some really smart, clean surfing from Joanne.
You just can't deny the placement of these turns and the flow in which Joanne surfs.
Joanne DeFay picking up her first win of the season.
Welcome back, surf fans, to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So far, so good. A wild start to the day. 2 matches underway thus far. Now we get into the thick of it. Congratulations to Connor Coffin, moving through that total of a 15, his second highest heat total of the season. Pick the exact moment to peak, and more to come. Chris Cote with Rosie Hodge, Tyler Wright, so excited. Energy levels are through the roof. False start yesterday, but the crowd was all here. Crowd size doubled this morning.
Yeah, it's excited is an understatement. This is the greatest day in surfing history for me. I'm enjoying sitting, watching, feeling the energy. It's incredible.
You know, Rosie, those first couple of heats, I mean, when the horn started the day, I think everybody was caught by surprise, even our 2 surfers in the lineup, as their start was uncharacteristic to both Stephanie Gilmore and Joanne Defay, but things have calmed down a little bit. I'm looking behind me, starting to see glassy conditions as the morning sickness has subsided. I mean, we are in for a wild ride for the rest of this day.
Oh man, buckle up. I mean, even this morning we saw the pressure situation get to those 2 surfers, Joanne, Stephanie Gilmore especially. I mean, just so unbelievable to see Steph make so many errors in a heat.
Yeah, look, it's a nervous situation as well. Like, and starting in such a critical heat, like for 5 and 4, it's their world title heats. World titles are going down in every moment, and so starting the first heat of the day is nerve-wracking. You know, positioning with, you know, with no one out there, it changes. Like, so it's kind of one of those things where it's a bit of a stitch up to be that first heat of the day.
And we get right back into it. We knew it was going to be fast and furious and action-packed, and it is absolutely that and more. 31 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons versus Joanne Defay, number 3 versus number 4. A huge matchup for both of these surfers as they are fighting for a potential championship today. So Sally Fitz, you know how prepared Sally Fitzgibbons always is. You know, the question for Sally with those second place finishes, I mean, I hate to keep harping on that subject, but it is so true. You know, the perennial runner-up, this is her best chance yet at getting a title. As our surfers make their way back into the lineup, that gives us a moment to catch up with Shannon Hughes and Connor Coffin.
Thanks so much. Connor, what a huge way for you to start. You must have felt so much relief and so much excitement dropping that high 7 to start off on.
Yeah, and it was like not a great wave. It was a little frothy, but I just really wanted to get the ball rolling, and it's actually really tricky out there. There's not too many good ones. So yeah, I just tried to get going, and that wave ended up being my best wave. So yeah, I'm stoked to back it up with another 7. It's wild being here. This is so fun.
And to show up with the crowds on the beach and so much swell in the lineup, you must be feeling really thrilled to just be able to put your rail surfing on show.
Oh yeah, it's nice to have some swell, and it's crazy having this much support. Like, I've never felt this in my life, and it's pretty surreal. So thank you, everyone.
Well, congratulations on a big win. We'll see you in the next match.
Thank you.
Connor Coffin, some quick words right there. He's going to get back to work very quickly. It seemed like after those first couple of heats, I just looked up and Joanne's paddling right back out. This day is going to fly by.
Oh, it's going to be crazy.
It's insane. I mean, we're talking about Joanne's conditioning too. All that training paying off. And Tyler, I know that you were saying in one of the interviews just how well conditioned you have to be as we see the replay of Joanne. And I love to see the transition from the left. She's able to adjust to going on her forehand here. Huge slice through the first turn. Lovely finish, just dropping that back arm. That feels so good, Tyler.
Look back, Sally answering back here right after Joanne.
Yeah, this is like, you know, Joanne's wave is, I feel like JoJo is, actually, you've got the 2 of the most fittest surfers in the water right now. These 2 women are prepared to go all the way. Sal's wave there just had a little bit of froth on it. Like, I really like JoJo's then. I think those 2 critical turns, you know, she put that power into it. Sal had to nurse hers, I feel like, just because of the foam on the wave then, but still both, it'll be interesting to see what these 2 waves come in at, and then I think the bar's set for the rest of the heat.
Well, these are 35-minute heats. Of course, top 2 scores will advance you through into the next match. And if you can surf to the end of the day, if you can meet up against one of those end bosses, our championship matches will be best out of 3. Your current world number 3, or 3rd seed coming into the Rip Curl WSL final, Sally Fitzgibbons. Her preparation, obviously, you know, up there with the best of the best. Rosie, when you saw Sally's trajectory into the final 5, what did you think her chances were going to be as we started this event?
Honestly, I feel like this is Sally's best opportunity. We talk about her finishing as a bridesmaid in her career 3 times. Sally's got to be looking at this format, just licking her chops, because number one, it's going to be a huge day of surfing. She's the fittest surfer on tour. She has the mental fortitude. She's been through, you know, all the bumps along the road to get to this position. And I think she's going to have that attitude and that grit to go all the way.
You see Joanne Defay came through at number 5, and you know, for Stephanie Gilmore to just kind of squeak into that final 5, that was an amazing story in itself. And for Joanne, you can beat Stephanie Gilmore in pumping right-handers. You've already achieved glory, and that has to give you a huge momentum push. But if you look into the not-so-distant past, this is a rematch. Joanne Defay versus Sally Fitzgibbons, Rottnest. I know both of you were there. Give me the takeaway from that final as we head now into match 2 here at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, like I think when you think of Rottnest, you have a left-hander and the 2 best backhand servers on tour. You know, I think these 2 women are probably one of the most, when it comes to, you know, equal front side to backside, they're up there, if not the best. You know, and I'm even, you know, that's considering Carissa's backhand as well. I think these 2 women have really, you know, established such a great foundation going left and right that they're really hard to beat, you know, in waves like this, because you can't defend and, you know, attack at the same time, you know, especially when there's lefts involved. And so when I think about this matchup, I know Sally won Rottnest. For me right now, I kind of bring it back to JoJo just beat Steph Gilmore in, you know, a world title heat. So that's a huge confidence boost. She's been in the lineup already. She's kind of felt what the ocean's doing in a heat context. So I think that actually is adding value to JoJo's campaign right now. But Sal on the front side, you know, you never count her out. I know that she's been down here every day. She's over here by herself. And yeah, so I think you know, 2 different kind of campaigns going on right now. And look, I do kind of think JoJo's been on a tear.
Well, so much of surfing, I think, is confidence. And I think taking away confidence and a bit of momentum from that last match with Steph Gilmore is definitely going to favor Joanne. And I like the fact that we said Sally, Joanne, their body conditioning is right there. I mean, it put a piece of paper between who wins that matchup. And then also so equally matched on lefts and rights. So how do you pick a winner? How do you kind of separate yourself from your competitor?
You know, I just think like wave selection today is probably pretty key. But also, like, again, like when you've kind of been out there already, I just think that's value, that's time, that's money, that's, you know, you're in the arena already. And so I think it is one of those things, like, depending as well, like how good you are first off in the morning. Like, I know for me, I'm terrible. Like, put me in an early heat and I'm like half asleep, I don't know what I'm doing. So, but these 2 women, like, it's hard to pick. We're literally picking at straws right now, because these women have been the most consistent, progressive, dominant, resilient through such a challenging year. So, you know, it's today I feel like surfing wins. Everyone's winning today. You know, you kind of have your favorites, but you're still stoked for whoever wins anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it was a huge start. I mean, the bracket was busted on the women's side with Joanne Defay getting past Stephanie Gilmore. And as we see now, right back into it, you know, Sally Fitzgibbons, perennial title threat. Anytime she stands up on a wave, I mean, she always has potential to at least crack up into a 7. She's super consistent. Rare to see her make mistakes. And right here, you know, it doesn't look like she's swinging for the fences, but it looks like she's going for a solid score just to get something on the board. You see the scores right now, a 5.83 and a 3.33, so nothing super remarkable there, but that right there is going to get her straight into this heat.
It's going to get into the mix, but I feel like that wave, in the context of the heat, it's going to be a throwaway. And to utilize your priority, I know that the medium-sized waves today are really good, but you look, this has a flat face and a taper to it, a lot of white water in the face, and really no opportunity to get too critical on this wave for Sally.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Rosie, because, you know, and it's a lot of energy spent. You know, when you're looking at that big picture, you really want to be selective. She did make the most of that. I do back her. not saying that I know what she's thinking right now, but just in the sense of getting something on the board, which creates a bit of momentum, creates a bit of energy around you. You've completed a wave, you know, so that your completion rate's getting higher. You know, you've put turns on the board, you feel your wax out, you kind of get off that wave and like, all right, now let's go.
There was a couple turns of consequence here, this being one of them.
I think that was pretty fire.
Yeah, and then that last end section maneuver too. And you know what? Like you said, for Sally to start building confidence at this point in the heat is so important because we know that Joanne's already coming in with momentum.
Well, we've got 22:17 on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons utilizing that Red Bull ski to get straight back out into the lineup. This is going to give us an opportunity to catch up with inevitably one of the greatest rookies we've seen in the past decade, Morgan Siblick, standing by with Shannon Hughes.
Wow, Morgan, what a heartbreak loss in match number 1, but an incredible rookie start to the year for you. How did it feel as a rookie to be able to be in a world title contention position?
Yeah, it felt amazing, obviously. Would have been good to do well here, and I guess if you haven't seen someone crumble, now you have, but yeah, it's just, there's actually a lot of water in the waves out there, and I felt like I nearly needed a little bit of a step up, but yeah, I was pretty, just psyched to have the opportunity to compete here at Lowers, and yeah, have the opportunity to go for a title, so yeah, I'm stoked, and yeah, whatever, we'll brush this one off and move on to next year.
Well, an incredible start to an incredible career. Well done, Morgan Siblick.
Big future for Morgan Siblick, and that is an understatement. Consider him a title threat from here on out. I would say coming out of relative obscurity on a global scale. Obviously a huge, rookie presence in his junior career in Australia, but for Morgan Siblick to make that kind of statement, to make the Final Five, you think of all the surfers underneath him on tour, that right there is a huge accomplishment. And I would say if we're back here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals in 2022, Morgan will be with us.
Oh, I like his odds. Well, I mean, he's so honest too. I think throughout this whole year, we've seen him just be really honest in his interviews. He's not shy of saying, I back myself. And also right there, he's like, hey, I crumbled. So it's cool to take that away and know that he's learning from every event.
Yeah, I think he should be really proud of himself.
Yeah.
To come out, in such a unique year as well, to be that consistent, to take down big names every year, and to come from essentially obscurity. No one kind of saw him coming. I think he should be stoked. And yeah, his surfing, he was probably pretty harsh, but given the situation that he's first time ever in this situation, first time ever being in a title talk, the media, the attention, the kind of fandom that goes with it, it's different pressures. So the fact that how he went, he probably didn't do his best performance, which is always a bummer. It's such a shame because that's all you want to do at the end of the day. I just want to perform good. But I think he should be really proud.
He's handled this heat well. I mean, this whole week well. You've seen him do it with a smile, and his confidence, it's all there. And can't say it enough. Morgan Siblick will be back in a huge way. If you look out to the horizon, looks like some lines potentially coming through for our competitors. 19 minutes and 15 seconds to go. The last score comes through for Sally Fitzgibbons. Rosie spot on, a 4.5. Most likely will not remain in her scoreline, but this is surfing. Unpredictable things happen. And one thing I can predict, super surf fans in the mix here at Lower Trestles today. And we've got a couple of those super fans in the lineup right now. On the left over at Lowers, we've got Salema Masakela with Pete Mel.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and an honor to have Salema Masakela here, who is an avid fan of this format. I mean, you gotta love being able to crown a champion both on the women's and the men's side here in one day.
I love it, Pete. I mean, every single heat matters. Every wave counts. Just energetically, on a finals day, usually you have this slow build up, right? And we save all the energy for when we get into all right, now we're in the champions round, quarterfinals, semis. Every single heat from the crack of dawn, this crowd has been going nuts. The way people have been lined up, I see a lot of kids that are not in school today, families choosing to use this as an education day for their kids. But this energy has me fired up. And Lowers is bombing. I mean, there's sets out there that look like mini sunset.
Did you get in the water at all this last week?
I've been finding some time. I surfed out here for a little bit yesterday. It was too crowded, and then last night, Chris, I went to one of our old honey holes in Leucadia at low tide. We'll talk about where later, but my wave count is high.
I got to ask you about your picks. You know, I know that we had some incredible, as we see a quick wave there. You know, start of this, kind of a shocker with Stephanie Gilmore out. Was Stephanie on your fantasy?
Yeah, my women's bracket is blown out. I had Stephanie making her way all the way through to face Carissa, but I think, you know, this format also shows the amount of pressure. Like here we have a 7-time world champ who you honestly think, especially having just Joanne Defay never beating her before, it was easy to pick Steph, and I was worried a little bit about energy-wise, but then when I heard we had the ski, I'm like, all right, cool, she'll be able to cruise through the day. And it just goes to show you, like, Joanne reminded us, like, hey, I'm here for a reason. And with the size of waves that we have, I like the goofy footers on their backhand a little bit more than I did before.
How about the men's? Got to ask you about that.
Nobody's going to take out Gabriel Medina today. I mean, I love Connor. I love the momentum that he has. Obviously, the beach is fired up for him. I think Felipe will be the one who ends up facing Gabby, but I just don't see anyone beating him 2 out of 3.
I would agree. I mean, he's been an incredible season. I mean, you think about what he's been able to do and sustain throughout this, you'd have to say that Gabriel's definitely a favorite.
Yeah, and the clips that he's been posting all week from here, it's like, it's his to lose.
All right, Salema, thank you for joining us here on the
Thank
set.
you.
Always good to see you.
It's a pleasure.
Back to you, Chris.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi.
Thank you, Salema and Pete Mel. 15:50 to go. The Rip Curl WSL Finals train is rolling. There's no stopping us now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Stay tuned.
What are you doing up here all by yourself?
It's warm-up day for the WSL Finals. I'm in California, and I'm looking for an adventure.
You need a travel companion, so grab your phone and check out the Expedia app.
Wow, there's so many things to do all in one place. Should we get crazy?
Kaipo, do you think you can fly?
You mean right here?
No, I fly indoor skydiving. We can book it and go today.
After this adventure, they're gonna call me the Flying Hawaiian. All geared up, going up, up, and away. We're flying.
You may think that was just superb acting, but no, Kaipo Guerrero is that stoked at all times. Thank you, Expedia. I think after this day wraps up, we should all go follow Kaipo's footsteps. 13:12 to go, fun and games on the Expedia off days, but now back to business here at Lower Trestles. This is the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Tyler Wright. 13 minutes to go. Sally Fitzgibbons, Jean Defay in the water as we speak now. Highest score of this heat so far of 5.83 with 12.50 to go. So we're over halfway through this heat. Now, this is where mental fortitude comes in. This is where most surfers, 99% of us on the planet, would start to panic. So what do you do to battle the panic button that you want to push right now with this much time left?
It's so funny because we were saying Sally with the priority getting that wave, but now, you know, it's paying to an advantage with Sally, with the lead, with the time winding down. Yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting because we've had quite a lot of time without those scores changing and no one really getting a wave of substance.
Well, if you want to talk about some deep stats presented by Hydro Flask, we look back in time. These two surfers have battled many times in the past. And as it stands now, Fitzgibbons with a big edge, 8-2. Tyler, I know you've been in the position competing against these surfers, competing against everyone on tour. Do you have that deep stat in your head? Do you have surfers where you go, okay, well, you beat me 6-1, so are you mad? Are you nervous? What happens when you think of those numbers?
You know what? Like, no, they're nowhere near, but generally, but sometimes they're in like peripheral, like as in, I know Steph's beat me so many times, Carissa's beat me so many times, and when you're coming up against stats that are just like, well and truly not in your favor, you're kind of just like, okay, cool, like, love this for me. But as well, like, it also kind of is like, all right, like, every time you surf against each other, it's just more data. Like, it's more information. You kind of just weirdly store it in the like areas of your brain, and when it's needed, it kind of just like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember they did this here in this situation. So therefore, I'll you know, it's moves and counter moves. It's like literally playing chess with each other in a massive football field and going, okay, with Mother Nature coming at you, and you're like, all right, what are you gonna do? And then you're kind of like looking over there and just reading every bit of information. They've been pushed in by this last set. It looks like there was another big set, and they're kind of over on the left, which, you know, it kind of makes no difference for either of them as they can convert lefts pretty easy. So, but yeah, it's looked like there's been a few waves roll through.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing these bigger sets because I think you do have to kind of play a bit of dodgems. You've got to dodge the bigger sets and then find the medium wave, which can be hard to do for your positioning. When you're free surfing, there's 1,000 people in the water, and now when you're all by yourself, it is a struggle to find your line in this lineup.
Yeah, it is definitely a vexing lineup because it's huge. Usually Lower Trestles has that one peak that you kind of sit in and around, but today some choices. And speaking of choices, our surfers in the final five for men and women have been gifted these incredible Super 73 e-bikes. Full disclosure, I do own one of these bikes and they rule. So if you weren't jealous enough that these surfers get to surf lowers with one other person out for the entire day, well, here's another thing to add to your list. Custom Super 73 bikes, courtesy Red Bull Athlete Zone. Speaking of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, ooh, there is some tension in there right now as Felipe Toledo gets the download. One final thought before he heads out into his match.
Oh, that's so cute. I love that he has his kids here. His whole family's here. Like, it's such a beautiful vibe. Like, this is incredible. Like, I'm a huge fan of Toledo, and I'm so excited for this next matchup. Oh, this is just beautiful.
Oh, his security team means business right here.
Yeah. Koa Mahina. But it's also beautiful because you think about the last time Felipe competed here back in 2017. He won this event. He's got two little humans now in his corner. His family's grown. There's more energy. There's more love. And what's that going to do for his performance?
Well, for Toledo, I mean, he is so dedicated. He said that the biggest thing he's ever sacrificed for this sport was missing the birth of his children, which, you know, he says, look, of course you want to be there, but at the same time, he's fighting for world titles. He's in different corners of the globe. Luckily for him, you know, we got live access, so he was able to live stream it. But, you know, that just shows you the dedication that these athletes have. And, you know, he's an amazing father. You see him with his kids all up every day down here at the beach. So it's all about comfort, right? It's that safety blanket that you have. For Toledo, I mean, this is home. And we've seen it in the media. We've heard it up and down the beach. Toledo is the guy to beat at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that heat because I think there has been so much conversation, so much chatter, so much noise around Felipe. I'm just looking forward to seeing how he manages those expectations.
7:47. You know what's cool too? Every surfer that runs down the beach gets a huge round of applause. Big cheers for everybody. There's no home court advantage. It doesn't feel like. This is a celebration of surfing, and you feel it with every surfer that exits the Red Bull area.
Well, I feel like Tyler put it so well. I mean, today everyone's just frothing. I mean, the stoke levels are so high. Surfing's winning today. This is a fresh format. No one's seen it before. I feel like Connor in his last heat win interview, match win interview, he almost seemed emotional, like getting through that and really feeling the energy today.
Yeah, this is like something, even, I don't know whether it's when you compete, you kind of want to block yourself off from it, protect yourself a little bit, but right now, being down here, being a part of the crowd, being a part of like this moment in history for surfing, it's been incredible. And I think Salima was right. Like, he's like, it's not like a finals day like at a comp where you kind of have to build up and then, you know, progresses throughout the day. This is from heat one, day one, first wave.
Yeah, flick the switch.
Flick the switch. Everyone was like, the energy just lifted. You could even tell when this morning when we all walked down, you just feel it. It's a really special feeling today, and I think that's just something that's so rare, and it would make surfers emotional because it's something you don't really get to experience.
Well, that's just something that a lot of surfers have never experienced.
Oh, this is
paddling into a perfect Lower Trestles right, all alone, thinking about what is possible on this beautiful wave in front of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Oh.
Great opening snap there. She's got some room to work with here. You can tell just pacing herself, trying to match this wave, speed for speed. Big finish there. So Sally Fitzgibbons, her high score so far, a 4.5. Smartly surfed wave there.
Yeah, really well surfed. I'm looking forward to the replay because I was looking over my shoulder watching it live. That wave had a couple more feet on it to what Sally's previous waves had. Interesting to see her hold her rail line. Tyler, the replay.
Yeah, this wave is a solid wave. As you know, her feet weren't set right at the start, but you know, kind of setting up just now. And then I think this is really the opening turn right here, where see how she holds rail for such a long time, comes out of that into another one. Again, that's a combination. Right here, I think she's probably realizing that it's a bit of a tricky section, so she just finish it off. I'm intrigued to see where they go with that. That's like two turns. Bit nervous there, or like, you know, kind of come down with the lip, but really it's just kind of this moment onwards is should be really interesting. That's a really long turn.
Yeah, that was a beautiful first turn. A lot of that, the strength of the quads too, to hold that rail line, because there is a bit of chatter on that face. As glacier as it is, there's that swell moving through a lot of energy in the lineup, and Sally does well right here, holding that rail line all the way. There's no bounce through it.
That's incredible. Yeah, this will be an interesting wave to see where they go. And it comes in at 6.83, so that's the best wave of the heat. It's going to be really interesting to see what JoJo does from this point on. She's been from the lineup positioning, kind of out of position a little bit. She looked a little bit frazzled from that last wave. She kind of looked at one, missed it. Whereas, you know, for a good portion of this heat, she's been under priority. You know, she's had second priority, which is generally time to hunt, and especially with jet ski assist. So I feel like she's not quite sure where she's at right now, but she has been out of position. There has been a few sets roll through, and it kind of does jumble up the lineup a little bit to kind of really be grounded on your spot. But yeah, it looks like she's been a bit of a drift, so it's going to be an interesting 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Definitely we have a different cadence to this event than we usually see. You know, as a surf fan, as a viewer of every surf event that no matter what is on the internet, I oftentimes, you know, elimination rounds, you watch a little bit, you know, you can kind of go in and out and, you know, do your scattering report. And I think today is a perfect example of why these are the best surfers and why they are to be prepared. You have to be on fire from the jump today. There's no time to warm up, and we saw that in these earlier heats. For these two surfers in the lineup with 3 minutes to go, this is really it. This is Hail Mary time.
Yeah, JoJo's got to pull something out right now, and she has the ability. She needs a 5.51, which is a very reasonable score. But now we see Sal's first wave, that 4.5, which will kind of like, hey, that could have been a bit of a mistake, has really kind of paid off, and that kind of consistency is playing into her favor right now. And depending what this ocean does and how JoJo holds her nerve in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, Sally definitely getting the best quality wave of this matchup. You were talking about it earlier, Tyler, how important wave selection is going to be. Sally utilizing her priority on this beautiful stretched out wall, digs that rail in. Beautiful maneuver, goes straight back into it. I love the way that she bottom turns around that white water and then really checks her tempo to match the speed and power of this wave on that closing section.
2 minutes to go. Tatiana Weston Webb in the zone. The lone goofy footer in the final 5 draw for women. That will be fun to see. Those 3 words, point of difference, something we hear time and time again throughout these events. Well, we're about to see it. So far it's been all regular footers on the day. Tatiana Weston Webb potentially facing Sally Fitzgibbons or Joanne Defay with 1:37 to go. Joanne Defay needing a 5.51 as Sally looks like she's locking into a left. We know how lethal her backhand can be. Great start there. Setting it up for this inside section. Generally speaking, that right there, that's where aerial surfing was born, on the inside lowers left. But you saw Sally Fitzgibbons making the decision to pull out there with 1:10 to go. She's going to get back in there and get right in the grill of Joanne Defay to let her presence be known.
Yeah, Archie, the Fletchers, airs, lowers left, it's synonymous. But yeah, it's so, watching the evolution of this heat, I mean, we've been watching over shoulder, we can see the live action and these waves. It's good to see Sally utilize her backhand, utilize that strength. Let's see, I mean, Joanne, under a minute, this is the pressure situation. Is there energy in the lineup? Is there a wave that's going to come Joanne's wave to flip this heat around in her favor?
This is intense.
Yeah, 35 seconds to go. This is like a train with no brakes at this point. We are flying down the tracks as we head towards our championship matches. Remember, the final matches today for men and women will be best of 3. Carissa Moore and Gabriel Medina are 2 top seeds, waiting, watching, sharpening their fangs, getting ready for what's coming to them. They've done their scattering reports. They are ready. It'll be interesting to see now. The surfers that have the experience in the lineup today already, are they going to have an advantage over a surfer who maybe has been sitting on the beach, watching, getting a little bit more nervous with each and every minute? Sally Fitzgibbons with that 11.33 total. And that's it. Our bracket busted again. Joanne Defay took out Stephanie Gilmore to match up with Sally Fitzgibbons in match 2. It's Sally Fitzgibbons with the win. She moves on to match 3 with Tatiana Weston Webb. And we are going to take a quick break. How did your bracket do? Well, we're about to find out. We'll be right back. You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
It's amazing how dominant he is. He is almost unbeatable.
Felipe Toledo, your champion at the Boost Mobile Margaret River Pro.
Again, Brazil in the final. There's nothing to beat us.
When he's on, he's the best surfer in the world.
Felipe Toledo, we will see you at Lowers. Look at this wedge now setting up for Connor. Big hammer right there on the back end.
Yeah, it feels surreal. Just feel like the momentum's been going my way.
And he throws a big reverse down, and I love that.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, live from Lower Trestles here in San Clemente, California. The energy levels, the excitement, you can feel it rising with each and every match. And straight off the buzzer, this beach was going off because California's Connor Coffin has entered the chat in a big way. This is escalating quickly. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, joined by yet another world champion, Mick Fanning. Mick, you came in this booth screaming. Your guy, Connor Coffin's going off.
How good was that wave? He just absolutely murdered this thing. Pure rail surfing. It was so cool to watch. This turn, then into this next turn. This turn's the money turn for the wave. Look at that. Oh, that's what we want to see on finals day, right?
Yeah.
And the finish. And I mean, coming in, Connor Coffin, he's coming in as an underdog. He's already had to surf one match today. He's feeling that energy, Mick. Right now he's got his family on the beach. What's it like? Your feet in the sand, finals day, and you putting on a performance like this?
Well, yeah, look, he's come on. He knew it was going to be a big day. He's been here for a week, getting ready. We had a surf the other day, and he's like, what do you think? And I was like, look, if the big sections are there, you have to go 10 out of 10. And that's exactly what he's done. He doesn't have to do anything that he's not used to. You know, he doesn't have to go to the air. He's doing waves like that. And, you know, that's all you have to do to get these big scores. So I think the energy will keep carrying you through, all the energy on the beach, the family and all that. You've just got to try and stay composed and do the right thing at the right time.
This right here is a matchup that a lot of people projected on their fantasy surfing brackets. My bracket's looking great right now. Sally Fitzgibbons on a roll, Connor Coffin as well. And there is a number that California is going to lose it over. A huge 8.5 to start off. He's still got 30 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Talk about dropping the hammer right off the buzzer. It's a reverse buzzer beater. That's just a buzzer breaker right there.
This is yeah, it's a perfect start for him. You know, it puts so much pressure on Philippe. You know, he just goes out. If he goes out and gets a 6 on a 7, that's, you know, 15 points that Philippe's got to come up with. And it's extremely tricky out there today. A lot of people are having a hard time reading the lineup. It's not sitting in the usual spot. I feel like people are going really deep and trying to come back from the left, and it's just not working. I think sitting a little wider on the rights is probably key at the moment, but yeah, it's a little trickier than just perfect lowers.
Yeah, and you can see it's still going to be firing behind us. I am Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Mick Fanning, and we are surrounded by thousands of surf fans, and to me that is the big difference. I mean, the last 5 events we've been at, including the Olympics, including Mexico, not a lot of fans on the beach, if any, and it's so great to see this crowd behind us, and you can tell. I mean, I think that's the reason why everybody's cheering for everybody. We're just so happy to be able to be here, I mean, and realize that this is truly, you know, this is a privilege and a blessing for everyone to be able to be back down here cheering for the best surfers in the world, and it's a special moment in so many ways. And, you know, if you kind of go back to the last few weeks, Rosie, we've been doing preview shows. Mick, you were on the preview show with us. We've been doing morning shows every day. Lots of chatter around the internet, in the parking lot, everywhere. So for these surfers, I mean, Felipe Toledo, for example, everybody's saying, well, Felipe surfs out here every day. He's lived in San Clemente for, what, 5 years now. He's the guy to beat. Did they hear that? Did these surfers go on the internet? Did they go on Instagram and read the comments? What do you think they hear before they go out into these matches?
Yes and no. You know, it's sort of like you try and aim for the opinions that you respect, but sometimes those messages do get through, and it's like, you suck. I'm like, okay, but look, there has been a lot of chatter. There has been a lot of build up to this, and there comes a point where you've just got to shut it out. You've just got to go and surf. And, you know, that's how you got to the final stages. Now it's time to just go out there and perform.
Exactly. Well, performing right now in the lineup, Strider Wasilewski with the front row seat. We know Strider has been amped since dawn. What's up, Strider?
Just checking in. Had a big question for Mick Fanning. Mick, after Connor caught those waves, I heard it this morning earlier in his heat. I heard it just now. Insane eruption. You could feel the vibe. Does that affect your mental capacity out here in the lineup with these guys? Or do you feel that? Does that fuel your fire, or do you try to just box it out?
Oh, 100%. You want to ride on that energy. As we see Connor up again, I'll let one of you guys run through this one.
Rosie, you've been on this peak so many times. You've seen waves like this coming through. This is an interesting morning for Lower Trestles as Connor is just carving this wave up, as we knew he was going to do. Still yet to see a wave from Toledo. Connor goes down at the end. So in looking out here at Lowers today, it is obviously it's pumping. There's great waves out there, huge scores on offer, but a different look than we're kind of used to Lowers.
Well, it is, and I mean, we've got 2 swells running and one that's going to peak today. So you're seeing, you know, remnants from that energy and then another swell that's overlapping. And we got the tide, I think it bottomed out at about 9:48, and it was only like a 2.9. And now through the day, it's going to start coming in. It's going to bring new energy, and I think you do have to navigate that lineup. For lows, I think that optimum size is about 4 to 6 foot. It's a touch bigger than that today. So it is about finding those right waves, and when you're thrown into the mix and it's a lineup that's like it is today, Mick, you touched on it, it's almost like you do have to be adjusting on the fly and maybe having a look at your equipment, maybe going to some length. As Connor takes this medium-sized wave, you know, he's already locked in that 8.5, and here he's trying to add to that number and really apply the pressure to Felipe. He sweeps through on that rail line, looking for something big on the inside to really put this one to bed, and he goes down on that tricky inside section.
I would call that powerful progression, because everybody's been talking about power versus air. But the thing is Connor has power and he makes those big carves really modern and futuristic. You know, you see this light tail release, you see what he's doing. And to me, that is, you know, the perfect mix of power and progressive surfing.
Yeah, I think also too, I'm not sure if Connor's on his bigger board. We spoke about maybe riding a little inch up earlier in the week, and he played around on his 511s. I'm not sure if that's it or he's just gone to his 510, but that extra rail line is helping him rip through those big carves. The sections aren't super steep, so you know, that extra long rail will just help him drive through a little bit more and then give him that projection into that next turn. So there's a whole bunch of different ways to approach this wave. Everyone thinks that Trestles is always perfect, and unfortunately it's not. You know, every time I've ever had heats out here, it's one of the biggest key things is wave selection, and I think that's going to be the big thing all day, especially with this mixed up swell.
Well, we got 25 minutes to go. And, you know, Mick, you are a purist surfer's favorite. So I've seen you do big airs. I'm not going to take that away from you. I've seen it. I've seen Connor do big airs. But what would it mean for the surfing world as a whole to have a guy like Connor Coffin, known for powerful rail-based surfing, totally pure? What would that mean? What would the ramifications be if Connor got a title today?
Look, I think people get lost in, you know, you're seeing guys like Gabriel Medina, Italo just doing huge airs, but they're so consistent that everyone thinks you've got to go to the air every single heat. You know, you sort of use those as your trump cards if you're in a really bad position. Connor, on the other hand, he doesn't have huge airs. We did see him do a big lofty one on the left, which was, you know, I was surprised. But it's a matter of figuring out what your strengths are. And how can your strengths better the next guys or next girls? So, you know, we all know Connor to be a strong, powerful rail surfer. Is his rail turns going to be bigger than Philippe's? That's what he's got to work on today.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think, you know, staying true to yourself, having a look back at your run, how you got here. And I think for Connor, he's always had confidence in himself on that rail game. I mean, when you look at the finals that he's made, even this year, Narrabeen coming up against Gabriel Medina in that final, but he just stayed true to himself the whole time. He didn't try and surf outside himself, stayed true to that rail line, and really evolved his surfing, which is so cool to see him now at finals day and really step it up a notch and level up to this playing field. It's been so fun to see his progression.
Yeah, and I think for our surfers, these matches are coming quick. So there is no time to overthink anything, overthink boards. It's all about keeping it simple. And, you know, you oftentimes these events, they're 4 days long, so you got to pace yourself. We were down in Mexico, and it was a long event. It was really hot. You know, surfers really had to go, you know, kind of rest and do all that between heats. But there is no pacing yourself today. It is sprint and keep sprinting till the end. And remember, if Connor Coffin does make it through this match, and he makes it all the way to the end boss, Gabriel Medina, he's got to surf against him 3 times. So you might be thinking, well, 6 heats in a day. That's not that big of a deal. Both of you full well know, much more than I do, how big a deal surfing 6 heats in 1 day can be.
I think now that we're seeing this format in the flesh, now that we've started this day and we look at the conditions, it's, you know, that energy level and maintaining that energy level starting from a lower seed is becoming a lot more apparent of how you've got to, you know, we saw Connor like putting hydro packs into his water, into his hydro flask, making sure that he's staying hydrated. But yeah, it does seem like you're going to expend a lot of energy over this day.
Yeah, I sort of look at it as like you've got a finals day at J-Bay. It's a lot of paddling, it's a lot of surfing, and you've got to figure out what's going to keep your energy not only up but level throughout the day. So you'll be sipping on hydro drinks, you'll be, you know, gnawing on little muesli bars or bananas or something like that. But yeah, nothing too heavy. You just want to keep that level going. But also too, you know, Strider asked before about the crowd. Every time you run out, the crowd's going to erupt, and you feel that. You know, you get chicken skin, and the energy level goes up a little bit more. But it's just about trying to keep composed. And as I said before, just the thinking's already done, and now it's just time to just go out and do what your bread and butter is.
Just go surf. Well, looks like raising his hand in the lineup, Strider Wasilewski. Hey.
Thanks, Chris. Well, I got another question for you, Mick. Average day, lowers, 100, 150 guys in the lineup. Now there's 2 guys in the lineup. How do you find yourself, you know, where you need to be? How do you really line it up? Do you have lineups on the beach? Are those lineups taken away by the scaffoldings? And do you really have to find new ones when the event comes?
Yeah, look, I think it's a little bit different. There's a few light posts out on the highway that you can use. I use, when the scaffolding goes up, I use those scaffoldings against those light posts to see where I am. And I think that's what the guys are doing as well out in the lineup. But as I said, it's a little bit tricky today. It's not usual lineups. I think it's a little bit wider than what it is. And then, you know, unless you want to go left, the left's pretty much in the same position it always is. But yeah, it's not just that typical peak.
And Mick, I got a question because, you know, these top 10 contenders, I know a lot of them look up to you a lot, especially on the men's side. Italo, Connor, Gabriel, Morgan, they all have a lot of respect for you. How many of these guys have been coming up to you and asking for advice? You've had a lot of success at Lower Trestles. You've got the world titles. Who's been tapping into you as a resource?
Yeah, look, I've spoken to Connor, Morgan, and Gabe. You know, keep it in the family at Rip Curl team. But yeah, Connor, we had a surf and sort of just, you know, it was more of a build-up sort of thing. Morgs was, I'm really good friends with his coach, Bottle, so, you know, sort of gave him a few little things of what to expect from the day, what to expect from the surfer, like how many questions, the question meter is going to start going up because, you know, you start thinking too much. And then with Gabe, I actually did a couple of mock heats with him out T Street the other day and just sort of got paddling around him, sort of put that pressure on and just sort of get him back into that fire mode. But everyone just looks like from the day they arrived till today, stepped up their game. So, you know, they're all on the right path. It's just a matter of who's going to do the right thing, you know, when it comes to that critical moment.
Must be nice to be welcomed to hassle Gabriel Medina in the lineup. Only Mick Fanning.
It wasn't much of hassling. He paddled away from me so fast. Fat old dude, I can't chase him down.
So we got 18:50 to go. A lot of talk about Connor Coffin, that big 8.5, a 3.83. I tell you, A lot of nervous Felipe Toledo fans out there on the beach and watching from all over the world. No waves ridden yet for a usually electrified Felipe Toledo. We oftentimes see him go out there and get right in the mix. You know, he would have already done 6 airs by now with 18:24 to go. So maybe a bit of a change in strategy with 8:18 to go as we get our surfers back into position. Will Felipe Toledo get involved in this heat? We'll have to wait and see. And while we're waiting, pretty cool to have crowds back, to have these events back, welcoming surf fans to the beach. And here's part of it. Kaipo Guerrero standing by in the WSL fan shop, but he's gonna have to wait because we've got a wave about to be ripped. This is your opening ride for Felipe Toledo. Solid start there.
Oh.
Another big carve. Huge finish for Toledo. I take everything I said back. Nobody's worried about Felipe Toledo anymore. That was a massive start. That sharp-eyed dark arts quad coming through in a clutch. What a way to start.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I've been holding my breath. Like that entire time, waiting for Felipe to get a wave, to get a ride, to see his headspace and just how he, you know, he's been put on the back foot. Connor's had 2 waves. He started with a great wave, but now to see him open up like this, Mick.
Yeah, look, I'm sure there was nerves starting to build up in Felipe, so to come and put a strong wave, that turn was incredible. I think it's going to go under Connor's first wave, but it's one that will just take away the nerves, and he'll be fired up. You know, with 18 minutes to go, you want to start building a bit of a rhythm. You don't want to be at a place where you need 2 waves come 10 minutes to go because the pressure just gets too much. You always want to be able to have a shot when it comes down to the last 5 minutes.
And when I think about Felipe, I think he's that surfer that wants to get, you know, his surf on the back foot. He wants to get his competitor on the back foot. And now Felipe to answer back, to stick to this rail game, to look so strong under pressure, I think that's important for him, for his headspace. And as he paddles out, he'll take a deep breath, he'll get some confidence going.
You know, to answer back, Connor Coffin. Carve to set things up. This wave lurching down the line, growing as it gets to this inside. Here's where the racetrack can't start, but Connor whips into a big closeout turn, goes down, so that will not be a wave of consequence in the scoreline of Connor Coffin. Going back to Felipe Toledo. Surf nerds around the world, like myself, always curious as to what these surfers are riding. Felipe Toledo, the only surfer riding a quad fin setup, meaning 4 fins, when the usual setup is a thruster for everybody else in the field. Mick, in the very most simple terms, what's the difference between riding a quad out here today and a tri-fin?
Yeah, look, I've never ridden a quad out trestle, so I can't really tell you. But speaking to Phil about riding the quad, it's the same board that he was riding at the surf ranch as we were watching. That first time was so nice. And he...
You almost wish he just finished this.
Yeah, that would have been a point just to go and finish that. He tried to turn something into a 9 or something, but if he finished that, it would have been like a 6. He probably would have matched close to Phil's wave, and Phil still would have needed that A5. But going back to the 4-fin, I think what Philippe was telling me about the quad was that he was getting more drive, and it was holding just that little bit more than his regular thruster. So that's why he went the 4-fin. He had the same setup in a thruster, and he just felt like every time he would go through a turn, it would just pop out and just keep sliding. So that's why he's stuck to that. He's probably the only guy that's going to ride a 4-fin today. But look, it's not doing any harm. It's horses for courses, really.
I like that. Well, so far so good as we still wait for the score to come through for Felipe Toledo. Early indications, Rosie, are looking good.
Numbers are dropping, Chris. The panel took a lot of time to deliberate over that score, over this number.
And there we have it. Now we've got a match on our hands. Surf fans, Felipe Toledo comes through with an 8-4, nearly matching the opening wave from Connor Coffin. So we are 14 minutes to go here in match 2. And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the culmination of this incredible matchup. Stay tuned. You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'm here on the beach where Rip Curl set up a shop. We got all of the merchandise from the Rip Curl WSL Finals, as well as the commemorative limited edition jerseys there. All the artwork done by local artist and surfer Jeff Lukasik. It's here for purchase on the beach, guys. And you know what's really good to see? Are the crowds back at a surf event. Literally thousands of surf fans filing in here at Lower Trestles for this big, big finals day. Love it.
Right there with you, Kaipo. Snag me one of those Rip Curl hoodies. These are awesome. So it's all come down to this. Match 2 for the men's bracket. Connor Coffin with a slim lead over Felipe Toledo. Felipe now would need a 4-6-1, 11:55 to go. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Mick Fanning. Rosie, so far, it's been all right. We saw Joanne Defay, I think, get the sole scoring left. Do you think that will change as we go through the day? The tide comes up. What do you think is going to happen with these rights and lefts?
I think it all just depends on the wind. I think if that southerly picks up a little bit, it's going to put a lot more bump on the face of the rights, and maybe the left will become more of an option. But right now, the wind is so slack, and it was predicted to stay pretty light throughout the day. So, you know, lefts, rights, I think there's going to be scoring opportunity either way you look at it.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. 11:15 to go. It's time to geek out on some surfboards. Every surfer's dream to potentially get more information about the best surfers' equipment. So with that, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar with Peter Mell.
Thanks, Chris. I'm here with Professor Pete Mell. And Pete, you've been doing a lot of research, a lot of homework, and it seems like you got some info on Felipe's board.
Well, I mean, you think about Felipe's board, it is technologically advanced, more so than any equipment that you've seen here today. I mean, he's got the quad. The quad is also featuring the H4 FCS fin, which is a Swiss-made fin that's all carbon fiber. You think about the surfboard, all carbon fiber with a styrofoam core. So it's amazing how technology advanced. It's like an aircraft. It's that advanced. And it's short. It's 5'8.5". And Mick, you had mentioned about being able to have that hold. You put the H4 fins in there as well, and he's got such a shorter outline, in contrast to what we saw Connor probably going with a longer outline to draw his lines out. Felipe is going to be able to go and hold that speed with the quad and the H4 fins and the carbon fiber dike guards, and he's going to be able to draw a different line, a much tighter arc. And we saw that probably on that last wave because of that different line that Felipe had. It showed a little more zest, and it actually probably wasn't as high a quality wave as we saw from Connor, but it scored just as much because of the different lines.
Well, and he won the Surf Ranch event with that board too. It's working well here at Lower Trestles, Chris.
So far, so good for Felipe Toledo. We just saw a flash of someone going over the falls at Lowers, which is never a fun thing. And, you know, one more note on the boards that these surfers are riding is, you know, there are not a lot of sports out there. You can't go and order an F1 car that, you know, Max Verstappen's driving. You can't get that car, but you can get these boards, which is really cool. Sharp Eye, Dark Arts, you know, you put those together, you can ride the same exact board Felipe Toledo's ride. I'm not promising that you're going to surf like Felipe Toledo, because no one does, but just another cool, unique element of surfing as we take a look back. Felipe Toledo here on the replay. I mean, just looking sharp as ever. He's back.
Yeah, that second turn was the score on the wave. It was, you know, right in the apex of the car of the wave, and he accelerated through. The first one was a bit flat, but then watch this wave just stand up, and he just rips through it. That was, you know, straight into that third turn. He's always had that tight arc. You know, he brought it to life at J-Bay a few years back, and then adding those huge alley-oops. He's got a lot of arsenal to take on these guys. It's such a hard one. Like whoever, this moment here with 8 minutes to go, you know, it's so close. It's just whoever gets the next best wave really is going to come in. So do you go 10 out of 10 and hope that it comes off, or do you try and just put a solid wave on the board? It's, you know, what are these guys going to do? It's
Rosie, answer that question.
Oh, man, I was going to ask Mick, because he's sitting out there. Felipe, he's got priority. He's the one that really has to answer back to Connor, whereas Connor, I definitely feel like he's got to better that score, that 4-point ride in his scoreline at the moment. And, you know, when Felipe gets that opportunity, I don't think he's going to hold back, and he's going to put up a big number, which means that puts the pressure back on Connor to get something big to, you know, to, like, re-surf that 8.5 and put a number like that on the board to get the edge on Felipe.
You know, and back to the complexity of the conditions we're seeing right now. Generally speaking, Lower Trestles on a south swell, you can do 12 turns on that right. We're seeing this big kind of closeout end section, which is awesome for fans of aerial surfing, which we could see some of the biggest airs ever go down on that end section, but a different look. It's almost like the waves we've seen so far, 2-3 turns and then a big closeout bash, which is something pretty unique and not something we see often here at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, you don't want to over-expect too much on a day like today. You think you're going to go and surf a wave that gives you 10 turns. But in all honesty, if you've got 3 big turns, that's a big score, as we saw from Philippe. So, yeah, lowering the expectations a little bit and, yeah, not looking for that thing that's going to go all the way to churches.
6:48 to go. Another awesome element of Lower Trestles is we are surrounded by nature right in the middle of 2 city centers. So big ups to the Surfer Ed Foundation for all the work they've done over the past decade, fighting to keep this immaculate place as it always has been. And again, we always like to thank the locals for opening themselves up and opening their break. They haven't in the early morning sessions, of course, and that's totally fine. But as we see now, on an average day, Rosie, if you rolled up to Lower Trestles today, what kind of crowd would we be looking at?
Oh man, this place, I think I'd be right in saying that it's comparable to Snapper. The crowd level here is insane. I think Steph even touched on it in an Instagram post. There are just so many humans just ferreting, trying to get a wave out here. And the surfing ranges, I mean, you've got a good crop of really good surfers, and then you've got, you know, your intermediate beginner surfers also trying to have a crack.
And then you've got the local old boys who sit out the back. They're, you know, they're in the spot all the time. You give them all the respect in the world. And if they're not on, try and sneak under them. That's where I like to sit, about 10 feet inside them. So
the silverbacks.
Yeah, the bosses. But yeah, look, in saying that, I saw Steph surfing yesterday, and she was having a really hard time. I'm like, just go any wave that I'm on. Like, that's your right now. So it is a tough crowd out there, but that's why it's one of the best waves in the world. People flock to the best things, and this is it.
It's a very easy wave too. I mean, it's not life-threatening. It's super fun, playful when you get one. So it does open up the lineup to anyone on any kind of craft on any day.
Yeah, fun and games, and of course a lot of excitement at the free surfing sessions that happen here at Lower Trestles. But I'll tell you, here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, there is a lot of pressure in and out of the water, and right in the thick of it is Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, it's pressure time, right? A world title is on the line right now. You can feel the pressure for Felipe Toledo. We got Dad up in the Red Bull athlete zone in the orange shirt, the signature orange shirt, so that Felipe can see his father, Ricardo Toledo, up there, and it's tense times, Chris. Clock's ticking. Felipe needs a score. This is what it's all about.
We're feeling it. I mean, you're looking down the beach and you see people looking at their phones, looking at scores, looking out into the lineup. And the pundits have been speaking for months about what to expect here at Lower Trestles at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And this script is still wide open as now we get to see Connor Coffin's lethal backhand in action. Great snap right in the pocket there. Gets out in the open face, looking down the line to see what is available. And he'll hammer that end section, so a completed ride, 4 turns down the line for Connor Coffin, looking to throw away a 4.5. Always a pleasure to see Connor on his backhand. He's so sharp. I would say underrated for how good he is going left.
For sure. That was a really smart move, I feel, on Connor's behalf. You know, he only had a 4.5 there. I feel like that would probably be around the mid-5, sort of put a little bit more pressure on Philippe, but also too that left is so easy to get out the back. So he's going to get out with enough time, but it still makes Philippe think a little bit more like, where did he go? What did he get? And still waiting on that score. With time ticking down, Philippe's going to be going, do I need a 4 or do I need a 6? And so he's got to as we see him here, he's
live action. Felipe Toledo now answering back, only needing a 4.61, which for Felipe Toledo, I mean, he'll get that number in his sleep, but The X factor here. This wave looking real frothy, kind of strange, but that's no problem for Felipe Toledo. And now the crowd goes wild. The first air of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and people are loving it, especially Felipe's father right there. That was the biggest cheer we've heard of the morning, Rosie.
I think that's the advantage that Felipe has, because when you look at the wave that he was on, it's a frothy kind of burger, and the way that he's able to turn something into nothing is definitely a strength for Felipe.
It's definitely going to be an interesting score. We didn't get to see what happened at the start, and then he was, when we caught up to it, he was sort of in the soup kitchen there, as we watch here.
Yeah, he was looking to fade that bottom, so wow,
nice.
that was searing.
Yeah, just here got a little bit stuck. So hard going through that foam, but to draw that out, to power through that foam is extremely tough, but then to finish off with this air, that's going to be a solid score.
And, you know, that was kind of an understated finish for Felipe, but I tell you, that section right there there was no ramp. That thing was frothy, super wild and weird. There are only a handful of people in the world that can make something so good out of something kind of strange at the end.
Yeah, I think the two bookmarks for me there was the way that he faded for that bottom turn to really get the release on that first turn, and then that right there, the finish. I think those two moments are what is going to stand out in the judges' mind when they put a number to this.
Well, the good thing for Connor Coffin is he got a 5.83 on his previous wave. That made the ask just a little bit more for Felipe Toledo. So now, since we've only seen hard carves and big closeout snaps for those 8.5s, what are the judges going to do here with that end section air? That was a fairly easy air for Felipe. So what are the judges going to say?
I know, it's looking pretty good if we have a look at the scores. Yeah, look, that was a tough wave to judge, but it came through at an 8.17. You know, that's put a lot of pressure on Connor, but you know, that was a very mediocre wave, to be honest. Like, he did one turn at the start and an air at the end. The middle was pretty non-existent, so you know, it shows the weapons that he has on this wave.
Yeah, the score comes through. It's a biggie, an 8.17 for Felipe Toledo. Just took the wind out of the sails of California surf fans, but tell you, Felipe fans came in numbers down here to Lower Trestles, and they were going absolutely wild. 11 seconds on the clock. Connor Coffin's out the back with priority, still has a chance. Unfortunately, not a lot of action on the horizon. Well, that was a quick run for Connor Coffin. Some stellar surfing early on, but this is a ruthless format. Felipe Toledo gets the win over Connor Coffin. But the big news for Connor Coffin, 4th place in the world. That is huge.
Not a bad result whatsoever.
Well, here's your bracket. Just been busted wide open yet again by Felipe Toledo, who will match up next with Italo Pereira. Things are escalating here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more action, maybe even a visit from the GOAT.
Tatiana finds some cover and punches through the curtain for the finish. Surfing in her 8th championship tour final.
Tatiana Western Webb throws plenty of spray as she hangs on to that one.
Gosh, it feels so great to get a win. I'm so stoked.
Sally Fitzgibbons driving up to this first section.
I want to match up against the best because that's when I know they bring the best out in me.
Stylish backhand snap with the drift. Look at her go.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. And Rosie, if you look in the mirror and say this phrase 3 times, it's the morning of the finals. Kelly Slater will appear, and it worked. The GOAT is here. 32 minutes on the clock. We've got Tatiana Weston Webb and Sally Fitzgibbons in the lineup for match 3. Women's bracket is firing on all cylinders. Kelly, welcome to Lower Trestles yet again. You do not have star trunks on, but we will forgive you for that.
I should have worn them in honor of Rich Wolcott and Quicksilver making that movie on me back in the day. And coming down here, I'll just put it out there. You know, the elephant in the room for me was, are people going to take to this event? And what's it going to be like for the public? You know, in light of us traditionally having a world tour that determines with a total of mass points. There's so many people down here, it's crazy. You know, I was hoping the energy would be here, and it really is. The best thing I think I heard today was, instead of hearing the Brazilian Storm, I heard the 3-headed monster, and I think I'm going to run with it. It's a new hashtag for me.
Oh yeah, the 3-headed monster is in full effect, and one head of that monster has just made it through a tough match. Felipe Toledo answering the critics. You know, for Felipe, it was all about, oh, Felipe's going to win. Oh, where is Felipe? You know, it's been a really roller coaster ride kind of out there in the world of surf fandom. But answered the question right there. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Kelly Slater. This morning so far has been stellar, and we're right back at it. Starting off on her backhand, Sally Fitzgibbons. This will be her opening ride. 31 minutes now on the clock. These 35-minute heats flying by. Top 2 scores will be totaled to see who gets through these tough matches. Rare left, we've only seen, what, 3 to 4 lefts ridden on the day. So that begs the question, as you head out into the lineup, Kelly, what are you looking for? What type of wave would you ideally want for your opening ride in one of these matches?
Yeah, if I were heading out there, I would be able to tell you that. I surfed yesterday for about 3 hours. And with these big interval, big swells, it's really hard to pick a good wave at lowers unless you're greedy kind of on the inside, more with the Grom crew, as opposed to sitting on the peak. The big waves don't tend to be the good one. What I've seen online today, I haven't been down here watching from the beach, just from looking online, it looks like the first or second wave in the set's been the good one. Whereas yesterday there was some bump on it and chop, so you didn't want to catch the first wave because it had so much chop on the face. You're waiting for the set to clean up the surface. But I think it's inevitable with Italo and Gabrielle that those guys like to catch a lot of waves in heats. The left is shorter. Some of the waves being ridden are only 2, 3, 4 turns of surfing being done. So you can get that done on this left. And as you can see here on this wave of Sally's, there is a lot of bump. There's a current coming from the north by uppers right through the lineup. And that could be a problem. But those guys know, I mean, I'll throw Felipe in that mix too. Those guys know how to use those bumps and chops for their gain, and those are interesting sections for them as opposed to difficult surface textures. And Sally here, a little trouble there, kind of getting the flow of this wave. I think because of that current. See, both those turns are sort of more setup turns. Here comes the kind of meat of the ride, and it cleans up there on the inside once she gets underneath that current, and it gets a sort of clean finish. I don't think she's thinking that's the wave she's after, but you know, just getting the feet in the wax.
Well, Kelly knows I would never create false rivalries. I just wouldn't do that. But Rosie, you've watched Sally and Tati surf many times in the past so far, and she can't hear this. Nobody can hear this except for people watching online, but Sally has lost 5 in a row to Tatiana Weston Webb. That's a shocking stat to me. What do you think that does for Sally as she's heading out into this heat versus Tati?
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, I think Tatiana, I mean, she can hang her hat on those stats, and that's something that she'll be coming into this matchup with a lot of confidence, knowing she's had Sally's number, and she's just got to bring it one more time to make it into the final matchup with Carissa. Having said that, how much confidence would Sally be bringing, momentum, beating Joanne Defay, who had just beaten Stephanie Gilmore? She's building into this heat. Sally's already caught the first wave and made the first exchange apparent.
So we've got 28-29 to go. Another set pulsing through. Looks like both surfers could potentially be in proper spots to take off.
Interesting situation here because you can see there's a boat wake or a jet ski wake in that wave, and it made for a difficult takeoff, kind of like one of those Sunset Beach takeoffs where you just got to stand on your belly for a little while. And here's Tati, not surprisingly, on a big set. She likes the big sets.
I think you called it earlier, Kelly. You're saying the biggest waves are not always the best waves, especially today. So with 27:58 to go, that gives us an opportunity to catch up with Felipe Toledo coming through triumphantly after that last match versus Connor Coffin. He is standing by now with Shannon Hughes.
Well, an incredible win, Felipe. You have the entire beach here on your side, your family, you're at home. How does it feel to just be on fire?
It feels amazing, you know, having a lot of Brazilians around, my entire family with me. It feels great. I feel ready to go. I feel, you know, super happy, and that's, you know, that transmits to my surfing.
Well, that heat was incredible. I mean, the patience that you displayed was just unheard of. Talk to us about how you were able to execute such a fantastic wave on the finish.
Thanks. Yeah, you know, that's something that I've been trying to practice the entire week or last 2 weeks, and something that's been really clear on my heart, you know, to be patient and wait for the good waves. And when I have the opportunity, I go for it, you know, have the confidence to go for it. And, you know, I was just enjoying the process out there. You know, it's a process. Wait for a wave, see which wave is going to be a good one, and choose and paddle for it, and choose the turns you're going to do it. It's a whole process, and I was just enjoying this process and having fun, and I was lucky enough and blessed enough to get the last wave.
Thanks so much, Felipe. He's in a roll. We'll go back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. 26:34 to go. A little bit different of a look. Seems like every 10 minutes things change here. Looks like the sun's coming up just a little bit and things are starting to shine out here. Rosie, you surf out here enough to know we're at 10:30 a.m. local time here at Lower Trestles. This is when the beauty can start, as we see taking off, screaming down the line, Sally Fitzgibbons. First wave of this set. Good section to work with here on the inside. Another solid carve there for Sally Fitzgibbons. Quick little stall to get herself straight back into that power pocket of this wave. Floating finish there, confidently wrapping up that wave. 25:50 go. Sally Fitzgibbons back on the attack.
Yeah, it's I have an interesting thing because I've been on surf trips with each of these girls to down to Mexico, and about 8, 10, maybe 10 years ago now, Sally and I were down there. And we had about a 4 or 5 hour surf session, just she and I together at this perfect right. Talked a lot about technique and surf. She was asking me a lot of questions about that stuff. She was really working hard on that trip. And then I was just down for an extra week after the event with Tati and Jesse Mendez, surfing with them and with Greg Browning. And so I have a little insight to both these girls. Plus Ross, one of my best friends, coaches Tati. Sally, you know, her strength's always been her cardio, her strength, her consistency. And here she did well to just pace this wave, and you can see there was a set out the back. It broke 100 yards further than where she was sitting. So she might have a good beat on where to sit as far as where the good, better waves are. She probably got here early and watched it for a couple hours before getting out there anyway.
I definitely think, you know, the wave selection that we're seeing from Sally at the moment has been so key, so crucial. This wave especially, because like you said, the next waves just closed out the kind of whole lineup here, and Sally was able to do a couple quality maneuvers on this wave, finished it off clean. She's got the left-hander that's in her favor now too. She's got 2 scores on the board, and she's turning the screws on Tatiana. We've got a lot of time left though.
Yeah, 24:20 on the clock. Sally utilizing that jet ski assist to get right back out there. Gives us a chance to catch up with Strider Wasilewski with the best seat in the house.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, well, I mean, the sun has come out. The playing field just looks amazing out here. And I have to note, these, you know, this event is flying by. The winner, he's going into the finals, you know, to go for the world title, and it feels like it's just like pace of this thing has really just taken off. And as a competitor, Kelly, would you say that would play into your mental game, how fast the pace of this thing is?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, there's the physical aspect we're all thinking about for somebody coming from one of those early heats and just getting on a roll and going. But as we've seen now, the person who won the first heat didn't win the second heat both times. So the seeding is kind of working in that way. We'll see whether the cardio becomes a factor and the strength for the overall day. I think everyone on this tour, everyone who's out here today has surfed 3 heats at least in a day before. So I don't see it being a huge factor at this point. As you saw in that last heat, Felipe was patient. He didn't ride a ton of waves. He's probably got tons of energy. That was almost like a little warm-up free surf in the morning. So I don't see that being a factor now. But it just depends on the different ways people play their heats. Are they going to catch a lot of waves because maybe they're behind, they're trying to catch up? Are you going to be patient and wait for those 2 good rides and just trust your abilities? As far as Tati, I thought I would get some insight from Ross this morning, but all he texted me was that she's going to win today. So
that's great insight, though.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's all you need to know if she does win.
He stonewalled you.
So as I'm no doubt watching fantasy surf fans readjusting their brackets, you can change your picks with every match that hits the lineup until the very end. 22 minutes to go. Tatiana Weston-Webb starts off with a 2.17, and now the highest score of this heat thus far coming through for Sally Fitzgibbons, a 6-point ride. So far we saw in the previous match, Felipe Toledo got a huge score on a wave that looked very similar size-wise and position-wise to Sally's wave. So Rosie, you thinking kind of the medium-sized set waves, not necessarily way out on the peak, but hoping to get the first wave of the set so you don't get mowed by 8 waves behind it?
Yeah, it's interesting today how you play the lineup because it's so vast, and we're seeing, 2 swells and one of them really peaking this evening. So you've got to play it right. I think I liked your point, Kelly, where you said that Sally probably came down here, really sussed out the lineup, chose her spot, and she's been sticking to her guns. She's obviously had a warm-up. She had a heat against Joanne Defay a little bit earlier, and she's using, that knowledge that she had from that heat, bringing it into this one, catching 2 waves quickly. Is looking like it's really favoring her at the moment.
I also think you gotta pick what's going to differentiate you from the other person, right? And I don't know whether Tati has seen Sally surf these lefts or not. I haven't personally watched Sally ride more than that wave she just got, but Tati on these lefts could really light it up. I did see her out here a couple times this week. She's got a great backhand, obviously. I forget if it was PK or somebody posted a clip of her yesterday just smashing one on the backhand, but her forehand out here too, on this pockety kind of wave, she can really fit in her surfing well. And obviously she and Jesse surfing together every day, her husband, they're constantly pushing each other and having fun. So if she can take that kind of energy out there, I think that's a good way for her to kind of get herself ahead in a day like this and just relax with it. I love what Felipe was saying about trusting his patience, and it felt like he was so calm. His demeanor was really calm, and for you to be behind in the heat but then just be relaxed. He didn't seem like he was too worked up over the adrenaline. He looked like he was ready for the long haul. He knows he's got a serious challenge. So everyone's mindset's going to come in really strong. A great way to play the day, and we'll just see who picks it right.
We got 20 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead for now. Tatiana Weston-Webb needs a big number, an 8.66. She does have plenty of time to go. Meanwhile, Sally just chipping away yet again, finding a nice little left-hander here. Another medium-sized set wave that rolled through right to her.
So it's interesting to me. It's almost like Sally's going, I'm going to get these lefts and kind of take it to her. And so far, she feels like she's the one that's in sync with the ocean. And here we go, just that quick, right behind her. We'll see, because if she gets a good start, I was going to say if she gets a good start on the wave, she'll finish it out. If not, she'll probably kick out and take priority. But she'll be out there to get her pick of the litter anyways. And then we'll see whether she's patient or she feels like she's starting to get a little pressured 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in, and if she needs to get something going just to feel her confidence, because she doesn't look like she's really in rhythm yet.
I think for Tati, I mean, we've seen Sally, she's got a number of waves and putting the pressure on, and maybe that is where that came kind of game plan came into play for Tatiana. How does Tatiana flip the script now on Sally? After having a wave, Sally's just finishing up on the left, and then Tatiana gets the wave behind, and she obviously doesn't surf it the way she wanted to. How do you kind of brush that off?
I feel like Sally's the more consistent wave to wave, like throughout her career. I think Tati's the one that throws a little more at the wave and has a higher ceiling as far as scores go. So she just needs to really nail one of those big scores, I think, and then all of a sudden that might put Sally on the back foot and change the pace of this heat. Because if somebody's got a couple of sixes, Sally's got a 6, and maybe is that one of her scores already in 6 and a 5-7? So, you know, if Tati were to come in with a 7-5 or an 8 and she needs a 4, that changes the whole game. Now the pressure really is on Sally. You can't sit out there for very long and protect that with priority. If there's 8 or 10 minutes left when somebody is in that situation needing a small score, you need to better what you have when you have those 2 mid-rangers.
That's a lot of defense right there. 10 minutes to go in this heat. Well, we got 17:50 to go. Sally Fitz with the edge for now over Tatiana Weston Webb. Surfers get themselves into the takeoff position. That gives us a chance to go down to Mitchell Salazar with one of the greatest surfers to ever do it, the one and only Lisa Anderson.
Thank you, Chris. Joined by 4-time world champion Lisa Anderson. Lisa, good morning to you. And a big question for you in this match in particular. The first and only goofy footer out of the women's bracket in the water against Sally Fitzgibbons. What kind of attributes and strengths do you think Tati has against Sally in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, she's shown a lot of strength in this event so far, I think, and I think both of them, their weapons are their backhands. I know that I've seen some crazy turns from these guys, as we see Tati up right now. Like, she can lay the hammer on these backside turns, so, you know, I kind of knew that was going to happen, so it was a matter of, like, who is going to catch the better of the waves, because it is a wave selection situation today.
And verticality could definitely be something that Tati can display in comparison to Sally on the right, correct?
Yeah, I've seen Tati like take to her backhand super vertical, even beyond vertical. So I've seen Sally do pretty close, but I knew that those guys were going to kind of go head to head. And this is going to be a good heat to watch.
Thank you for your time, Lisa.
Yeah.
Joining you later. Chris, Tati gets on the board with her last wave.
Yeah, that was a high speed attack from Tatiana Weston Webb. Always hyped to see Lisa Anderson anywhere in the world. She is truly the best. But here we go. Tatiana Weston Webb on her backhand starting to turn things up.
She wanted this one. You saw the way that she was digging into it, paddling hard. There, just throws it up. So like Lisa mentioned, and Mitch, just touching on how vertical she can get and critical on your backhand. Just, it's such a nice approach, Kelly, when you're coming around that whitewater with that bottom turn and that lip presents itself on your backhand.
Yeah, I think easily going to be the best score of the heat so far. See, it wasn't a big wave. It was one of those mid-range scores. First couple turns were nice. She kind of just got it going, getting in the flow. I think she was just trying to build her confidence and make sure she's got her feet stable on the board. And then right here, the third one was kind of the money turn. And you can see, I could feel that she was just getting in the flow. I feel like, let's see here, that's I think the second turn now. And kind of a nice redirect. She's just getting the pace of the wave. Right here was kind of the money one. She just, boom, kind of throws the tail out, almost loses it, gets a little radical there. Just ditching the fins. And then right here, I felt like she just a little bit protected this. She didn't really throw everything at it. I think she knew, okay, I got to score. I'm in this heat. On one wave, I'm probably dominating the heat now, or you know, in the lead anyway. And it was important to finish that wave and not make a silly mistake at the end. So maybe there was another half point or point in that had she smacked that and got around that section one more turn. A little more aggression, but I think it was a smart play as far as where the heat is right now and what she needs to do.
Yeah, she gave the judges something to think about. That score comes to a 5-1-7. That makes this heat
really
that much closer. 6-5-6.
So much for my judging. It just felt a bit faster turn to turn for me and a little more vertical. Sally's were a little more lateral, horizontal turns. So that was kind of the difference. But like I said, she could have thrown a bit more at the end of that wave and really up the ante on the scoring.
A large wave coming from out the back, and it goes way out to sea. Tatiana Weston Webb flips quickly and gets in and out of that wave. But with 14-18 to go, the ocean has come alive here in match number 3 for the women's bracket here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Stay tuned, so much more action to come. Do not go anywhere. 14 minutes to go. Who's going to take this heat out? Stay tuned to find out.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Expedia. It matters who you travel with. By Super 73, official electric bike of the WSL Finals. By Flying Embers, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Waterloo, official sparkling water of the World Surf League.
Welcome back, surf fans, to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. 12:28 to go here in match 3. The women's bracket is firing. Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead for now over Tatiana Weston Webb. Tatiana needs a 6.56 to advance into the next match. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, joined by Kelly Slater. We are here on the ultimate finals day. South Swell came through in clutch timing as we led up to this epic day of surfing. We saw a lot of different looks here at Lower Trestles. Kelly, the practice sessions or free surfing sessions, training sessions, however you want to call them, when you have 5 different looks on 5 different days leading up to the finals, is it all kind of the same thing, or do you feel like you're researching different ways and different ways throughout?
Well, I'll just say we're lucky we didn't have this waiting period 2 weeks ago, because the waves were bad. I didn't surf for almost 2 weeks, and I live right here. So there was, well, I would say there was a couple days of kind of dribbly onshore, that northwest wind in the afternoon, or actually late morning, midday would pick up. The water chilled a lot. And then this thing started picking up the last couple days. And I was trying to put myself in the mindset, if I was one of these surfers, what would I be thinking about? How would I be out here free surfing or trying to pick waves? Would I be on the beach more watching and trying to figure out which ones I wanted to ride? Let's see this wave. This looks like it's a real shouldery wave without much steepness to it. So we'll see what happens down the line here. Some of these waves will back off and then get on the shallower part of the cobblestones and steepen up. And you'll see she's just biding her time waiting because she sees something she wants to go for here.
Ramp. We see a ramp.
Oh.
She was projecting that one down the line. I'd love to see that kind of intent from our surfers, because that end section has provided so far this morning. That's where Felipe Toledo got the meat of that 8.5.
Yeah, well, that's also something that's a bit more recent with the women. You see them just going for the big airs on the closeout sections, you know, like what Carissa did earlier this year at Newcastle. It's become the standard now. So you're used to seeing guys telegraph an air section, but now you're seeing the girls do it too, and it's really cool because you don't know what somebody's got in their arsenal now. And you can see, like I said, biding her time, waiting for this day at the shallower inside part, clean up. There's just a little less bump, a little less speed too on the inside. And here we go, she's trying to line that section up, and it didn't quite give her the pop, but she was ready for it, and she was stable on her board. But yeah, what I was saying about the wave being smaller and slower, it allows you to kind of overpower the wave a little bit better. Some of the big ones, you're kind of holding on because you're just on a wave that's going fast and it's kind of slopey and there's some bump on the face.
I think throughout the day, I think Sally, you know, she's identified this section on the inside for these medium-sized waves, that is a section she can hit. She's been practicing that air reverse maneuver for a long time now. We've seen her use it in heat situations before, but I do remember Sally at the end of the wrap-up of an event we had here at Lowers. She surfed on this inside for hours, just practicing that single maneuver on that closeout section. So it's definitely something she's going to look to utilize in this event.
So we got 9 minutes to go.
Tati really eyeing this one up.
Which is a 2-8.
Let's see how this wave lines up. The big set. If I turn around and look back, it's really walled, but I think it's gonna hold its peel angle pretty good. And a good start. And look at this section here.
Yeah.
This is kind of these are those money waves. It's a set that was steep, and it's holding on the bank. And we'll see what she does when it comes to the closeout. And this is the hard part to hold on, and good for her.
And the crowd goes wild. I'm loving that the crowd gets behind every surfer that rides a great wave. This is a knowledgeable surf fan base down here at Lower Trestles. They're cheering at all the right moments. That was a wave that definitely warranted big cheers from the crowd. One of the biggest waves we've seen ridden of the day. Perfectly placed turn, high speed down the line. Tatiana is going for a big number on that last wave.
Well, what we have too is Tatiana's parents are just below us here. They've set up camp, but also this wave right in the face of her competitor, Sally Fitzgibbons. I looked over my shoulder, I saw her paddling out. She was front and center to watch this wave unfold. Deep bottom turns throughout this wave really sets up her line to meet the lip line.
The thing I love about Tati's surfing, well, first off, mentally, she's really strong. And she's not worried about the other girls or what they think about her or anything. She's pretty vocal about her opinions. You know, if the waves are big, she wants to surf, and she's kind of calling the other girls out in the past. But look at how stable her stance is on the bottom turn. Boom, there was no glitch in that. From bottom turn to transition up to the top, and then that was a tough section to finish off. She had to stay low and stay wide stance to ride out through that. And you know, that in itself was almost a maneuver to get blasted and disappear in the whitewater like that, and that's what makes it exciting to see a finish like that. I think she, you know, if she had a bigger slam off the top to finish, that was going in the real excellent range. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's the best score of the heat so far. But I already did that, and I got quieted.
Yeah. Well, I think this time you're right.
Shut down.
And the proof is in the pudding there. A huge score comes across the line for Tatiana Weston Webb, an 8-point ride, one of the highest single wave scores we've seen of the day. And it's almost like Tatiana remembered who she was. The previous right, we were all kind of out the edge of our seats going, oh, here it comes. The Tatiana show's about to start. And it was kind of, I don't want to say lackluster from beginning to end, but it just wasn't what we're used to. That wave right there is the Tatiana Weston Webb that we know and love. And I agree with Kelly, unapologetic in her ferocity in and out of the water. I would say she is the most fiery competitor on the Women's Championship Tour. And the reason you hear cheers, screams, fans going wild, the Italo show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, this next match is one for the ages. Italo Ferreira going up against Felipe Toledo, number 3 and number 2 seeds. Italo potentially on a run to the greatest competitive career ever, an Olympic gold, a world title. I mean, those two together, come on. The Italo show is almost on.
That's a hard debate because John won the Triple Crown, the world title, and the Eddie.
Yeah, that's a big year.
Title all in the same year.
That's a big year.
And I guarantee that's never going to happen again because, well, first off, we don't know if the Eddie's going to go, and there aren't many guys on tour going for world titles that surf in the Eddie. And so if it's going to happen again, it's probably going to be John. But yeah, I mean, winning the first ever gold in surfing, winning world titles, winning Pipe Masters. Well, he didn't do it this year, but the prior year, Italo's been just on fire.
We got 5:12
Strider's
to go.
on fire too.
Yeah, Strider is on fire. Strider, what's happening in the lineup?
I just wanted to touch on something that Rosie said. So Rosie said that, you know, Sally had to watch that whole wave unfold of Tatiana right in front of her. And, you know, we saw Tatiana just belting it, finishing, getting the huge cheer that came bolting out through the lineup. And I watched it hit Sally. And as soon as it hit Sally, instead of dropping the shoulders, she arced up and was like, all right, let's go, let's do this. So I love that. I love to see, you know, it fueled her fire and got her psyched up to get out there on that peak, find herself a wave to battle back. It was a really cool mental note.
I remember Kelly Slater, one of his iconic airbrushes, a bird with a frog in its mouth with the frog's hand around the bird's neck. Never give up.
Yeah, who's winning here?
Exactly. I mean, Sally Fitzgibbons is a surfer, you know, cut from the same cloth as a Medina, as you know, one of these tenacious competitors. From the opening horn till the final second, she will surf with everything she's got. She's got 4 minutes right now. She needs a 7.18. And that's a big score. That is by no means a gimme.
I'm going to point something out that I don't know if we saw on the camera angle, but as soon as Tati got that wave and Strider was talking about, Sally perked up and she's ready. You know, she's totally game face at all times. She's never intimidated. She never counts herself out of a heat, but she missed an amazing wave.
Yeah.
Right by a stroke or two. She was a little wide, I think, because she saw those sets were pushing a little wide, so she didn't want to get stuck too deep, and she missed what might have been the best wave I've seen this morning. Did you notice that?
I noticed that, and I actually wanted to ask you because I think for Sally that could be the difference in this heat. So
you would have done 8 turns on that wave.
Right, and if you go as a competitor, when you miss that wave by a hair, because she gave it big digs. What does that do when you go to sleep at night thinking about that opportunity that maybe you missed?
Well, she's got 3 minutes to work it out and forget about that wave. But that's a kind of wave, that's a world title type of wave, you know? Because I think we all know Sally's got the ability to win a world title. She's been close a couple times, not a couple times, a bunch of times. She's always right there. She's almost like a Taj was in the men's, right? Where every year all of us be like, man, Taj is on fire this year.
Or Rob Machado.
Or Rob Machado, or I mean, a whole bunch of different people. You can think of Shane Horan, if you're going to go way back. But just one of those people that super tenacious, as someone pointed out, and she never gives up. She's really, as far as I think of surfers as athletes, to me, she's the most athletic-minded. She's just totally prepared in every way, physically and mentally. And you would even think that maybe her confidence could be shook a little bit because she's been so close so many times, but it's not. She's just fiery, and it's like it's new to her each time, and so it's not like she's carrying that weight. I always feel like when I look at Sally's demeanor, she doesn't look like a defeated competitor. Like, I've been close. It's like, I know I got it in me. So this is one of those moments for her. She got 2 minutes. There's some sets out the back. They're not big sets, but they're those medium ones that can give you those scores. And you know, she can brush off that wave she missed, but I do think that one's probably, it's in the back of her mind right now. We'll see how it plays out here at the end of this heat.
Well, here's how Carissa Moore is spending her morning. Just chilling, listening to some music, getting herself fired up. I would love to know what's going through those headphones, and how hyped would you be if she's just blasting NWA or something wild in there, getting herself that pumped up. Maybe some death metal. I don't know. We'll have to go to the Carissa Moore campus.
Or Pavarotti, or, you know.
I think it's Nora Jones.
Well, we got a minute 13 to go.
There's always been that debate about what type of music to listen to. A lot of people just want to get pumped up. I always like to listen to something that make me calm.
Yeah.
Because I already have that nervous adrenaline inside of me, that energy. So.
Well, here we go. Under a minute. This is what makes surfing so unique. There is no other sport in the world where you literally just have to wait for Mother Nature to provide you with the opportunity. 45 seconds. Sally Fitzgibbons needs a 7.18.
She has priority. She has the ability. Will the opportunity present itself? That's all she needs. You see she's hunting. Her head's on a swivel. She's looking for that wave. She's looking back at the beach, looking at her lineup. She's trying to figure out whether or not she gets another roll of the dice.
Well, she's got to move way in, because I can see further out the back, because we're a little bit elevated, and I can see out the back that there's nothing big. If there's anything, there's a small, the next wave or two. I think she only has time for this next one. She'd really have to hustle towards the beach to catch it. So I think this one's done.
10 seconds left here in match 3. So the backhand providing the point of difference in the eyes of the judges. The 8-point ride for Tatiana Weston-Webb was the difference maker. Add that to a 5.17. You've got a 13.17 heat total compared to Sally Fitzgibbons with an 11.73. A huge victory for Tatiana Weston-Webb, moving through into the next match. Tatiana on a roll. Here is your bracket. It was just blown up by Tatiana Weston-Webb. And guess what? We've got our title match for the women. It's going to be Tatiana Weston Webb versus Carissa Moore. Thank you, Kelly Slater. Thank you, Rosie. We've got so much more to come. The Rip Curl WSL Finals will be right back.
The defending world champ. He'll pull that backhand reverse. Your champion of the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup, Italo Ferreira.
That's the attack that we've come to expect from the 2019 world champ. And this result is in the bag for the Brazilian.
He goes for the alley-oop. He's got it. No grab, and finishes with a carve.
His second win of the season.
The goal is show up at Lowers in a really good position to fight for the title.
You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Tatiana Weston Webb is in the title match with Carissa Moore, number 1 and 2 in the world, surfing for the 2021 World Championship. We've got a maxed out crowd here in Southern California because it is on. All Brazilian matchup. Italo Ferreira, the reigning world champ, taking on Felipe Toledo. Joe Turpel alongside 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. Kelly, Italo got this one incredibly quick off the sound of the horn.
He did, and what a great way to start the heat. There was nothing really amazing on the ride. It was a good, clean ride, but nothing giant, and it was a lot of kind of that nice carve, good pace, but the wave never stood way up to let him get one of those tail releases or any kind of an air or anything, obviously, but good, solid surfing. He looks really strong. He looks super loose. I think he just wanted to get up and get going and seeing how he feels, but I mean, those are crisp, clean turns, and it didn't let him have a great finish. He had to climb it. That was a difficult section to kind of do something big with. 517, it's a touch low maybe, but you know, I expect something more out of both these guys, and that'll just set the standard for the sheet, because as we know, I mean, what kind of stuff can go down between
It's so crazy looking at a matchup like this.
Gunfight.
Toledo, number 3 in the world, got past Connor Coffin. That was extremely close. Had to rely on that full rotation to get past Connor. And Italo's coming into this event, the number 2 seed, winning an event a long time ago now, back in Newcastle over Gabriel Medina in the final. But Kelly, it's so interesting. We always talk about the energy of Italo. I mean, that stands out over any other part of his personality. You see him on a paced wave like that, you're waiting for him to like freak out, because he's not really a guy that has a tempo that just is relaxed and composed. Maybe Snips told him to just relax on that first wave.
Yeah, maybe so. I think the thing I like, as I mentioned, the Brazilian Storm before, what's happened now is you got these top three are so different in the way they are. Italo shows you everything he's doing, you know, it's like constant energy. It's just a constant social media stream of his life, and it's really fun. Felipe is a little more, Felipe and Gabriel, I should say, are a little more of a mystery. Like, I live in the same town as Felipe. I don't know what he's up to. But he's a family guy, and he's taking care of his kids, and I was surfing with him down in Mexico, and he seems so relaxed to me. And I think that's the thing that could be the difference. I mean, we'll have to see, but Felipe hasn't been the guy everyone's been focused on this year. It's been Italo, it's been Gabriel, it's been those two have been the show this year. And although Felipe had one of the most standout performances of the year at Surf Ranch, I mean, he was untouchable. And we were all starting to think it was impossible for somebody to beat Gabriel there, and then he just stepped it up. And he's on that same board, I believe, that he rode there, four-fin swallowtail. And he just looks smooth and calm. He's just, I don't know, you could see that interview with him after his heat. He was so relaxed, and I like to see it. I like to see I think as fans, we all like to see different types of personalities. And these guys don't have a grudge match. They don't hate each other, because that's always fun.
That's fun too. But it's cool how Felipe's been a bit under the radar, you know, compared to the Brazilian world champs, more specifically as we go to the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. It's even. Yeah. This will settle it. Toledo and Ferreira 4 apiece, where we kind of saw Toledo take a hold of Italo early. When Italo was a rookie, we saw Toledo take the first 3 of their 4 matchups. Ferreira obviously getting the world title first, getting more wins off Toledo, and more specifically, I think the turning point, if they do have any rivalry, is when Italo beat Felipe at J-Bay, and that was Toledo's kind of kingdom for a couple of years there.
Yeah. When you think of the Olympics and Japan, the first thing for me is you think of small waves. It's going to be tiny. It's going to be whoever is the best in small waves. Felipe wasn't on that team. I think deep down inside he's got a little bone to pick with that, and he didn't get a chance at the gold medal. He didn't make the team. In my opinion, he was the favorite to win in Japan because of what I thought the surf would do. The surf was a little bit bigger than we thought, obviously, and that could have changed the playing field. I think we can see Italo's a little more, he's got a little more power, but I would say down the line speed, Felipe's the fastest surfer in the world. And it's just a fun match to watch. It's just good to see these two guys, and I don't think at this point that any of these guys, whoever of these 3 wins the world title, I don't think anyone's going to be let down. I don't think anyone's going to think, you know, these guys shouldn't be winning world titles. It's just the gloves are off now, and it's an even match, and one of these guys is going to come up against Gabriel this afternoon.
Priority with Toledo. Italo had the 5.17 on the right to start. Italo just up and out quickly. I mean, today we've seen the struggle, Kelly, of just getting good scores. There's been kind of that rip that we had running through. Is it getting any easier for these guys?
I don't know. That one was that was funny. I was just trying to pick up on the body language there, and it looked like Italo was unsure whether to go for that wave or not, and he kept kind of paddling, and he was not on it, and then stood up, and you know, you get to take note of those things, because that can be the kind of energy someone has in the moment, and that can switch with a certain ride, like whether they get a great one or the other person does, and then that changes the whole sort of feeling of the heat. But as we can see, I don't think there's anything. I think they both know there's not much in this heat so far.
As far as the big picture for Italo, world title defense, you know, he's really going through that for the first time in his career. How do you think he's handled that so far?
He's having fun. He doesn't look stressed out to me, you know. He's quickly becoming a fan favorite all around the world. I remember, it would have been 2 years ago now, he went to Florida and did some promotion, and one of my best buddies took his kid to meet him, and he was just texting me, telling me like what a nice guy Italo was, and how stoked this kid was to meet him. And I sent the picture to Italo of them together, and he said, "Oh yeah, I remember, man, that's so cool." And let's see, what do we got here? Nice fade. Oh, weird little bobble, but that's, you know, just a bump in the wave there, and we'll see where this one goes. It's going kind of way out into the bay, and I think this wave, wow, that was a great turn, because it looked like the section disappeared on him. Let's see if he goes for it here. And he's gonna, I mean, this guy sleeps through air reverses. It's ridiculous. One more for the boys.
Double full rotations for Felipe Toledo on his opening wave against Italo Ferreira.
Is he relaxed?
He looks comfortable, composed. Ricardinho wearing that bright orange shirt. That's a famous shirt. I don't know if he ever washes it, but it's bright orange. Felipe can see it.
That shirt has pissed me off so many times.
I think a lot of competitors, because it definitely helped Toledo get a lot of wins.
It's an energy. No, he has. And watch this wave. Watch the way this wave goes down. So watch, he kind of almost digs the rail here. Oh, a weird little bump in the wave. And you could almost give up there, and then he has to chase it down, and then watch this section pop up, and then it avoids him, so he turns it into a carve. And the board just kept a clean rail. And here comes a section. Boom. Big, clean, complete rotation in the air. Wave sort of slows up. And this is where a guy like Felipe just makes a wave become a great wave. And that ride, if you were down here on the beach watching pretty much anyone else on earth besides maybe the other two guys in this contest surf that wave, you wouldn't remember it. And now it's a standout ride, and that's what wins these kind of battles. So right here again, see how the lip disappeared, and somehow he was able to, he is riding a quad, so there's a little more thrust from that. Gosh, what a great timing there. And so inventive. It's like he knows when he lands where he's going to be into the next turn, and he's already paced out the rest of the wave. And just having some fun. He's so relaxed, It's really fun to watch, He's got his family, he's got his kids. This would be the biggest thing in his career ever to win this world title, but at the same time, I think he's super content, and that's what makes him so relaxed.
He's made 2 airs on the same wave incredibly normal, especially a full rotation.
Yeah, normalized double airs.
It's crazy. It's like when you watch Toledo, he makes that look like it's another day at Lower Trestles. And I think sometimes we reflect on big airs he's done here in the normal events of the past, where I think the judges sometimes do too, where he'll be upside down, inverted, and this time a 2 rotation on one wave at Lowers for Toledo gets him a 7.33. So first wave in the lead, Italo to second with his 5.17. And you're the most successful surfer at Lowers, Kelly. And I know I've seen finals where you've won on set waves and you've saved yourself a lot of times getting waves, kind of like what Felipe did. If you have that element in your game where you can turn a wave that looks like nothing more than a 5 with moves like that, it's a real secret to success on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, getting overscored helps too.
What year was that?
I'm just saying, just throwing it out there in case it happened, But I mean, because the thing that came up to me there was, as far as the surfing goes, he got a little underscored, but there was a lot of the pacing on that wave, there's a lot of sort of downtime, but in between the big moves was a little bit of downtime and slow wave. Let's look and see if Italo's going to go left. He doesn't. It was a pretty good left. And I've really been wondering all morning if it's going to come into play for Italo and Gabriel, because you can do big airs, you can throw big stuff at it, you can catch a lot of waves and get back out quickly. It's not the factor of that long paddle. I know the jet ski helps a little bit, but they're trying to go slow so they don't wake it out when they bring the guys and girls back out the back. But we'll see as time winds down here. If Italo doesn't get going soon, if he'll start kind of getting some of those medium inside lefts.
Now 21:25 on the clock. The separation between Felipe and Italo. Let's get more insight with former head judge Rich Porta.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Rich. Just to explain the difference of the 5.17 to the 7.33 that we have in this match.
Yeah, the 5.17, it was as Kelly alluded, it was just a standard sort of ride. The wave didn't allow for any really big turns, like really great surfing, but just good surfing. And then Philippe's score right then, as Kelly also said, he started off, he got the little wobble at the start and then got the little cut back in, and then, of course, 2 really nice rotations. But we go back to Philippe's earlier wave with the 8.17, which is a way better surfed wave for me. We've still got Connor's 8.5 and Philippe's 8.4. So I think the judges are really doing a good job in holding their scale throughout heat to heat. I think they're right on track, the boys and girls in there.
Thank you so much, Rich, for the explanation. It's all about your comparisons. So right now he's just explaining that Italo, mid-range score, He took a nice easy pace on those backhand turns, and then Felipe going above the lip, 7-3-3, was able to take the lead on his opener. He was well paced against Connor Kelly, only caught 2 waves. So he's definitely thinking about strategy, not trying to tire himself out before the title match.
Yeah, it's important to pick the right waves and pace yourself too. You don't have to go out there and catch 5 or 6 or 7 waves. You need 2 waves. You need to surf them really well. And this one has a nice wall and I think a better pace. And we'll really see the speed come into play here as the end of this wave comes down. Boom, a climb with a tail drift. Nice big carve, some variety there. We'll see what he's going to do here. Boom. Good finish. And then we got Italo behind him on a runner. He's got to chase it down. Crazy big float, gets around it. Boom, big power turn. And this is what we came to watch. I would say a bit more variety for Felipe. I think Italo is selling it a little bit there, but there weren't many people who could ride that wave as well as he just did. I'll have to watch him back. I got a little caught up watching Felipe, but it seemed like Felipe's wave, it wasn't as fast down line. It wasn't as big of a wave. And he had to kind of manufacture a couple things, but he did so well to get such good variety. Let's see, just starting out here, Italo. And then this is where he has to really perfect the lip line climbs. He had to climb over it. He got bounced on the way up. He could have caught that outside rail. And then boom, pretty perfect timing there. A lot of good power. And then, yeah, didn't really let him get super dynamic on that last turn. He got a little stuffed under the lip. I mean, look, we're being critical of the best guys in the world here. We'll watch this again. Good start. Wave kind of flattens out on him. Good little cutback to pace it. And then here, boom, gets a tail drift. And like I said, smaller wave, but there's variety. Big carve all the way back around and hits it early and kind of extends through that. I think I do like that a little bit better myself, but it wasn't as big a wave, so it wasn't as difficult to kind of keep the pace as Italo's wave was. And yeah, we're going to see where this comes in. I don't want to be a judge on this one because they're really 2 different types of. Italo was chasing it down with a lot more speed and had to surf it powerfully. And Felipe had to figure out how to pace and put the variety in to get the right line on that wave. So 2 different approaches there.
What a great battle here for 2 talented Brazilians. Felipe fighting for his first ever world title, and Italo looking to back up his first world title from 2019. More action to come here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals right after this.
The most meaningful thing surfing's brought to me is a purpose and something to do every day and something to strive for. It's one of the best feelings you could ask for, surfing, so I feel very fortunate to have surfing in my life.
I definitely learned from surfing just to be patient and be persistent and keep going even when you feel like you just want to give up. It took a lot of hard work and a lot of years to really get good.
All the people that I'm at, all the friends that I have, every time we go somewhere else, it's a new culture, a new food, a new wave to surf, all of these beautiful things surfing has given me.
any little girl or any person that is interested in surfing, I try and let them know how truly great a life is when you're following your passion.
Surfing changed my life for sure, but the good thing is I always having fun. I feel like so blessed to be here for sure.
What a heat we have still underway. Number 2 in the world, the reigning world champ, Italo Ferreira, and number 3 in the world, Felipe Toledo, battling out here at Lower Trestles for a shot to take on Gabriel Medina in the title match. Joe Turpel with 11-time world champ, 6-time Lowers champ, Kelly Slater for the call. Toledo in the lead with a 7.33 and his last a 7.07. And Italo a 7.27 on that last wave before we went to break. Incredibly close now. Toledo with the lead and priority with a ton of time to go.
Yeah, I would say really not a lot in it though, because they're sort of Italo's best wave and Felipe's best 2. They're all the same really. I did say that I probably preferred Felipe's a little bit for the variety, but I was talking to Pete Mel offline there while we were away, and he said, you know, I think maybe just because of the speed and the size of the wave and that big floater that Italo might just get the nod there, and that really probably was the difference. The amount of power being thrown back at Italo to land that was pretty insane. But here we go again. Look at the flow there, the speed, little tiny catch on that bottom turn going into that cutback. See, this wave was a little bit slower, and he had to kind of go down and create the lip. So he's sort of waiting for the wave, and then boom, a big, huge finish. I love that. And then we'll watch straight into Italo. Gets a little cut back here, and then he has to chase it down and catch up to this. So watch the climb. Watch how precise he has to be here, and then the bump coming back up at him. This is the critical part. Boom! It could easily have taken his rail out. He saw it coming, nails the big power carve there, and sets up the finish. I think he wanted something a little bigger. He could have gone right into the excellent range, but a good finish nonetheless, and he knows he's in the heat right there, and all of a sudden he's able to apply a little bit of pressure back to Felipe, not the other way around. If he didn't click that last turn and he ends up with a mid-range 5 or something, then he's dug a hole for himself, because it's a little bit inconsistent right now for these waves they're looking for.
So still incredibly close. Toledo out in front. Strider Wasilewski with a question for you, Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly. Well, I got a good question for you coming at you about maneuver choices. So these waves are moving. You got a moving platform coming at you. You're trying to please the judges, and you're making decisions on the fly. How do you make a decision for each section and each maneuver that you do?
Yeah, I think that work's just already done for these guys, because they're confident in what they can do. Any section that comes at them, they can throw at it what it's asking of them. And I think you can't be hesitant. The idea is you got to just throw whatever the section allows, or else you get exposed that you weren't completely committed. And look at this. What a good wave for Felipe so far. It's a better pace to start this wave out. We'll see if it's got the end section for him. And here he goes, running through this inside. And here comes the money part of this wave. Boom, big drift. Does he stick it? He does.
What an incredible ride for Toledo. A lot of different types of turn done with so much speed. One of the most spontaneous surfers in the world, looking really comfortable.
Relaxed, look at him. Just breathing up, waiting for the ski, and no pressure on himself. He doesn't look overly pleased or stressed or any of that. It's just game face and just relaxation for him. But I mean, it doesn't look. He doesn't look like he's. His demeanor just really good for the day. You know, he doesn't look overly stressed or he's trying to force anything, but he's not backing off. So it's such a good combination of aggression and calmness.
I saw him the day before the event started in the parking lot. He said Lowers is as good as it gets, but he was keeping everything very normal, taking the kids to school. I think he's channeling that normal rhythm, even though there's a world title on the line.
Yeah, and this one stood up much better for him there. You could see if the tail lifted too much there, he could have dug the nose, so he really unweighted on that front foot, waiting for this wave. Almost a little catch there if you're gonna be critical. And then here, It's time to decide. Boom, and he just throws the big tail out instead of going for the big air reverse, because you can see that section was more down the line kind of steepness. It wasn't a section coming at him with a whitewash landing. There was room for carve and hitting it, so he made a really good decision on which maneuver to fit in there. I think an air would have been difficult to complete, and just a really well-surfed wave. I mean, I consider this excellent surfing. We'll see where the judges go with it. No rotation like he had earlier on a couple of his waves, but he did exactly what the wave asked. And see how he just drifts the tail out, and boom, his biggest score of the heat, and really just great surfing. Can't argue with that.
8.5 for Felipe. 7.33 is now his low score. The one he's throwing away is a 7.07, so Toledo in sync with the pace of this wave. Won the event here in 2017 in a classic final over Jordy Smith. He had a couple of semifinals before that, but we always knew this would be one of his favorite venues in the world. He actually moved his whole family here to San Clemente, all the way from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we've seen so much of Toledo qualifying when he was really still 16 years of age. And it was really 2015, that win at Snapper, which officially made him a world title contender. And he's had to recover from some heartbreaking losses in the title race. I mean, kind of with you, Kelly, at Pipeline, we reflect on some of those moments. So he's gone through all those really, really terrible lows when you feel like you're so close to a world title. In the wave of backdoor he fell on. I mean, that was incredibly close to getting a big score to move on.
Yeah. As I remember the situation, that it wasn't going to put him in the lead, but it was going to need, he was only going to need a relatively small score compared to my other score to get past me. That was a tough one for me too, because I was really in Felipe's camp. You know, he and I have been friends for a long time, and I wanted to help him out there because I know that that's been the place where people have been critical of him in the bigger barreling stuff. And so I gave him some help with lineups and a few tips I really don't share with people. And I was really pulling for him. And then when I had him in the heat, I just went, that's all done, you know, like I got to go do my job. And you know, if he's the guy for the job, he's going to beat me. And he's put the work in, and he'll make the right choices or do the surfing that's needed. But he had the best wave in that heat. Like you said, I was surprised he made it as far as he did, and he fell in the sort of relatively easy part for that wave. I think he maybe surprised himself, like, oh my gosh, I'm coming out, and then he caught his edge. I don't know how quickly we could pull that wave up, but I'd love to see it again. It was
it's crazy because
I
you
heard
think
the crowd on the beach go nuts.
It was like, so close.
What happened there?
And for Felipe on that side, to have those heartbreaking moments toward the end, and then Italo kind of on a different route to greatness, where he was building, figured out how to win events. His first at Bell's over Mick. Once he got that win, then he found himself in a final at Pike to decide the world title against Medina, and teaming up with your good friend Shane Dorian. It almost felt like he had a cleaner rise with maybe not as much heartbreak, at least that we got to see.
Yeah, I think he's a real testament to believing in yourself and trusting that what you have is something magic, and you can see he just believes it and he goes with it. And I think everyone's a fan of Italo. The guy's fun. He's like not bothered by anything. He's just cool, man. I love the guy.
Toledo now off the bottom. Big snap, a lot of power and great timing. Big hammer again. 2 explosive turns.
This is what I've been kind of waiting for, to see someone get two waves on the board, 2 good scores on the board, so they can kind of let loose, and you see that aggression come out there. Those were the best 2 carves I've seen today, and that's even considering Connor. Connor surfed really well, but that morning, a little bit of morning sickness on the wave, Connor almost had to figure out how to let the board push back at him off the water. But this one really stood up. There's a little wind on the lip now, and gosh, perfect hammer there. I mean, imagine if there were 2 more sections in that. He's looking at another 8.5 or something, and really putting Italo on the back foot. But this is great surfing.
Comfort level on a Magic quad that he's used for a lot of events this season, including the Surf Ranch victory over Gabriel Medina. What makes Toledo so different just on this wave specifically?
Well, the first time I saw Felipe surf was at the U.S. Open, the junior, and he beat Connor and a bunch of guys. John. Yeah, he kind of smoked the field. In fact, I'm sure he would have won the main event as well, but I don't think he was in it. He was just doing these rotations that were so seamless and linking everything together, and he wasn't bouncing from the outside to the inside. He's so light on his feet, and he's just carving through, and everyone was looking at the other guys in that heat, and he was really the underdog. No one really knew to what level he could surf, and I think that was the moment I realized this guy's a threat for world titles straight away, like before he's 20, you know. And as you said, he hasn't quite matched what we all know his talent is. That's not to say he hasn't put in some of the best performances anyone's ever seen, you know, the J-Bay stuff and surfing out here at Lowers, and where he has connected it's like what surfing should be when you see it, and it's great to watch. And Italo somehow has gotten on the better side of that energy and just made it happen for himself. But what a great match to watch for a showdown to go against a man. It's been the guy of the year.
Great stories from both these athletes. 4 apiece with their previous matchups. You just go into this year, we had Felipe Toledo win at Margaret River, a huge win for him, so multiple victories. Italo was able to get past Felipe in the event before that up at Newcastle in the semifinals. So 1 apiece this season, and I think that's what the best part about this format is. You want the best guys to surf against each other on one day. You don't want it to be a spoiler who's down in the ranks, who's on a roll. It's like for an entire season, the best of the best meeting up here at Lower Trestles. And at the moment, it's Toledo with the lead. Where's the positioning of Italo Ferrer at the moment, Strider?
Well, Italo looks like he's moved over to the left. He knows he needs to go to that firepower that he has above the lip. It looks like he's positioning himself well over there. He needs an 8.7, and well, we all know what he can do above the lip line out here. We've been seeing him and his performances on the lead up and him positioning himself well over there. So we'll see what happens, but it's so hard to find yourself in that right spot on that apex of the peak out here today with the moving swell and you know, 2 different swells in the water. Time's winding down. This is just getting better and better and better. I love it.
Thank you so much, Strider. I was talking to Mike Parsons, who's coaching Italo. He said the hardest thing maybe that they've had to deal with the last couple of weeks is keeping Italo out of T Street. I mean, the guy has so much energy. He wants to catch 1,000 waves. So he's just trying to get him down here to Lowers, work on equipment. And, geez, Timmy Patterson has been building boards all the way from glassing them, setting the fins himself. Italo one day in the water told me he was trying 8 boards that day.
Wow.
And then Scotty Metz, who works there, was like, I lost track of the number of boards. Timmy, even last night, made an emergency surfboard just in case. It's crazy that you can go through all of that when the clock's ticking and you're going to be out there competing any day.
Yeah, I actually talked to Felipe specifically about a situation like this. So Strider said he's moving in. He's going to try to eye those lefts up. They're shorter paddle. He could probably still, if he caught one right now, he could get 2 waves. In fact, I just saw a great left scoot underneath them. They were probably a little bit deep forward, but it was steep, it was glassy, and he could have hammered out a couple airs on that wave. But I said to Felipe, I go, you know, it could, if it's got a little west wind swell in it, it's hooking on those lefts, it could turn into a big frontside air fest for those guys. And he goes, well, I'll just go like this through the air over there too, you know, backside.
And he's done some huge ones.
Yeah, like the one in France the other year, and so I don't think he was worried whether he had to go right or left.
He's so incredibly lethal.
It's really been performed on the rights today, though, hasn't it, by everybody?
It really has stood out. I mean, in the early couple matches, the water was kind of settling still for the swell peaking last night. And we saw Joanne DeFay just choose the left, but that was a really challenging opening match. But yeah, everything focused on the right. Toledo surfing a very paced game. 2 waves against Connor, 4 waves against Italo here.
I thought it was a great choice by Joanne to go left because her backhand surfing is probably a little bit stronger than Stephanie's. That's where she could differentiate herself. Here comes a big set. I think we're going to see one last wave out of Italo, and we'll see. Does he get over to the left? He looks a little bit deep for the left to me.
Down to just over a minute on the clock. Italo, the reigning world champ, with priority. Can he find the score on this right? It's a big section. Tail high punt. Explodes on the landing. Chasing an 8.7. And the reigning world champ could be in trouble. 45 seconds to go.
He's in trouble, but you know, he's always going to go out on his shield, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
He's not gonna miss that section or kick out and try to find another wave.
That air has saved him so many times in the last few seasons on tour.
Yeah, I mean, the first time it did it was against Kolohe on the Gold Coast, and small little northeast wind, 1 to 2 footers, and he got his, I don't know if it was his first win, but one of his early wins.
It was early wins. His first was at Bell's, and then the following year he started off world #1 in that close heat with Kolohe, but it saved him also against Jordy at Super Tubos to get in the title showdown in 2019. But has he run out of time? Toledo looks at that wave, searching for Italo. He's not to be found. Number 3 in the world, Felipe Toledo, an 8.5 and a 7.47, upsets the reigning world champion at Lower Trestles, and he will meet Gabriel Medina in the title match later on today. As you can check it out from early this morning, Connor got past Morgan, Felipe beat Coffin, and he just took out the reigning world champ with that 8.5 to shut this one down. It'll be all about Medina and Felipe Toledo for the world title this season. We'll be back for more action at the Rip Curl WSL Finals right after this. The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Oakley, official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Sambazon, official acai of the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Thank you, Joe and Kelly. What a heat that was. You'd like to say it was an upset, but at this point, any of the three-headed monster surfers considered favorites going into that. Congrats to Felipe Toledo. What a heat. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. And here we go. We've got a just small break before we get into our title match. And I'll tell you, the feeling on the beach right now, and I'm sure you're feeling it at home or wherever you're watching, it is truly an incredible day for the sport of surfing. This is the Rip Curl WSL Finals, living up to all expectations and beyond.
How fun is it seeing this format come to life? I think we all got down here, hit the ground running. We have not stopped at all. I mean, it's just been action, and every single matchup has provided, you know, the emotion, the highs and lows of competing. We've loved every second of it.
Yeah, it has truly been a special day for all of our surfers competing, all the fans on the beach. And I tell you, we're getting into these final matches. Things are escalating from here on out. I guarantee you that. And as we look towards these finals, I mean, this first matchup is incredible. Carissa Moore versus Tatiana Weston Webb will be coming up just around the corner. And that's a great view of the beach. It's absolutely stacked.
I love it. I mean, I think the best of 3 too for these final matchups. It just gives, you know, Carissa Moore some time. You know, she gets to surf and really just feel out lowers. It's not just one heat and done. You got the best of 3, and whoever makes it is going to be the champion at the end of the day.
35 minutes for the best 2 of 3. We want to welcome all of the surf fans watching on Fox Sports 2, FS2 in the house here at Lower Trestles in San Clemente, California. The Rip Curl WSL Finals rolls on, and this truly is the pinnacle of the entire year. 2021 has been up and down a roller coaster anywhere you look at it, but here, the WSL Championship Tour, it all comes down to this. Goofy versus regular, Brazil versus Hawaii. I mean, all the storylines coming together. You've got Carissa Moore as one of the most dominant surfers to ever do it, coming up against a hard-charging Tatiana Weston-Webb, looking for her maiden title. I mean, write it down. This is a story in the making. I'm going to work on this novel. You talk about the upcoming match.
Well, all of them pull at the heartstrings too. I mean, we're thinking about Brazilian Tatiana Weston-Webb trying to win a world title for the first time for a woman from Brazil. That is just huge. And on her backhand, a goofy footer. Think about Carissa Moore, what she's been able to achieve this season. You know, a 5th world title. She's going to be putting her name in the hat to go on to maybe win 7, 8, 9. Who knows when Carissa will stop? So it's a huge day in surfing history for us.
Absolutely. And for Tatiana Weston-Webb, this could be the biggest day of her career. Her run through this stacked bracket has been a stunner. She had to go up against Sally Fitzgibbons, who had all the momentum in the world. She took out Sally to now match up against Carissa Moore. Now, this is another tale of 2 different surfers. You've got Carissa Moore always smiling. You know, of course, she's a threat when she enters the water. We know that. Tatiana Weston-Webb, she has the eye of the tiger. I mean, I hate to dip into that cliche, but it really is true. You know, she lets her surfing do the talking. She goes out there super fiery, you know, and after the heat, she'll let you know how she feels about what went down in the water. But it's truly going to be a fun to match up. You know, you have so many strengths on both sides of these surfers.
Well, one of those strengths, and a little soundbite that I got from our editing crew, is that Tatiana has said that she knows how to get under the skin of Carissa Moore. And we all know how important that is as a competitor, to have that little bit of edge, to know that you can kind of ruffle the feathers of the favorite. Because coming in, you've got Carissa, she's got the 4 world titles, she's got all the accolades. The dark horse, Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's so talented. And like you said, Chris, in the water, she's tenacious. You know, she's got that edge to her. And I also have to say, though, I spent some time with her on a lay day, and she's super sweet and just such a caring person. But I like the way she's able to flick it on when she needs to compete. She just gets the claws out.
Well, no problem. All you have to do is beat Carissa Moore 2 out of 3 times, right? That's easy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the toughest things you could ever ask to do in surfing. Now let's flip the script and head over to the men's bracket. We started with a hammer. Connor Coffin versus Morgan Siblick. Connor got the edge there. He matched up against Felipe Toledo, who flipped the switch at the right time, got the win, then takes it to Italo Faeta. That right there was a matchup that was telegraphed basically when we announced the Rip Curl WSL Finals were going to be this new format. And now we have it. Felipe Toledo versus Gabriel Medina. The internet was right. Felipe Toledo is really good at Lower Trestles. But now, just like Tatiana Weston-Webb, to beat one of the most consistent surfers to ever do it 2 out of 3 times in Gabriel Medina, that is a huge ask.
Well, just taking, you know, a moment to think about Felipe, think about his trajectory through this event and the opportunity to clinch his undisputed first WSL world title, the emotions that he's feeling at the moment. He's been able to keep it low key through the round, stay cool, stay calm, stay collected. But how does that change heading into the final matchups?
Well, we're about to see it all unfold right in front of our eyes. If you weren't fired up enough as it stands now, take a look at this and get ready for some action.
post.
Welcome back
So
to the
good to see
Rip
you.
Curl WSL Finals. We've got one of the heats of the year, one of the heats of the decade, hitting the lineup here at Lower Trestles. Title match, Heat 1 of 3. Carissa Moore versus Tatiana Weston Webb. Goofy versus regular, Hawaii versus Brazil. Surf fans, get ready to lose your minds. This is going to be amazing. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, joined by Salema Masakela. I would say Salema might have the edge over me when it comes to surf nerd fandom, but I don't know. We've been battling back and forth all day long.
We've been battling back and forth for decades now, my brother. This energy today, right? Hi, Rosie.
Feel it. Can feel it, right?
You can. In every single heat, I've been able to walk the beach a bunch and to see how fired up and passionate the fans are. I love that there was so much controversy coming into this format. People being like, why are we doing this? It just seems like whatever. And each heat has so much stake to it, every single turn. And I love this. I love what I think is essentially going to be a regular foot versus the Tati backhand.
I love it. I feel like, we're just sinking our teeth in and ripping the meat off the bone. With every single round that we're getting through, we're getting these morsels of juicy goodness to hang our hat on, to really just devour and enjoy as surf fans.
And guess what? We're going to see that in both title matches. Goofy versus regular. This is just going to be a classic, starting with title match, Heat 1. It is on, and there are 35 minutes on the clock. Remember, this is best 2 out of 3. And for once, Goofy footers are outnumbering regular footers here in the booth. So I'm just going to throw it out there. Let's make some picks before a surfer rides a wave. Salema, who's going to win this first match of 3? You better hurry. Someone's about to catch a wave.
First match, I'm going to go with Carissa first match.
Okay.
Rosie?
Whew, it's going to be hard to beat, the momentum that Tati would be feeling.
Well, you came through at the perfect time. I'm going to pick Tatiana Weston Webb because watch out, her backhand is activating. Tatiana, 2 turns already. This wave slightly running away from her. She gets to this inside section, could have something nice to work with. Just finishes safely but correctly. Completed ride straight off the buzzer for Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah, she looked steady on her board, just taking her time, just pacing those maneuvers, wanting to start strong. Coming off her match with Sally Fitzgibbons, she took a while to warm up. I think she's not going to let that same thing happen to her.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to start. Get a first wave under your belt. Salema, on her backhand, she has so much firepower, and this is exactly what we saw in the previous heat. Started off with kind of a mid score, and then backed it up with an absolute hammer.
That first turn was really, really strong, and as this tide fills in, you're going to see that patience necessary in the bottom turns. You can't be over aggressive as that water is starting to fill in on the rocks, and I think she did a good job of just getting her feet in as the local hammer steps up to play.
The crowd starts to go wild as Carissa Moore flies 150 miles an hour down the line, straight up into the lip with a huge snap to start this wave. Beautiful, golden, glistening right-hander at lowers, and just as things started to get interesting, she goes down on her second turn.
Yeah, people forget, especially this time of day as a regular footer, you're looking into the sun. You see that reflection. I don't know if that's what happened on that last wave, but I think besides the fact that Tati's backhand is super strong, you have that ability to be on feel and not looking into that reflection on the rights in this sunlight. We'll see if that affects Carissa.
35 minutes on the clock. Now, Tatiana Weston Webb just surfed previously. She's got all the energy in the world, all the adrenaline running through her veins. How about this wave for Carissa Moore to start?
Well, you think about it, she's coming in cold, Chris. The whole day she's been waiting, watching, seeing which competitor she's going to face off against. This is the first time Carissa is hitting the lineup in a match setup. So you got to think about the pressure. It's built up throughout the day, the expectations. This is a bigger wave too. Finds the line on that first rail, beautiful maneuver, and then just tries to ditch the fins. It doesn't recover there.
I did like that she was going for the air. I mean, Carissa Moore, who proved that she is definitely one of the best aerialists on the planet, doing one of the coolest airs and highest scoring airs we've ever seen in a competition on the Australian leg. Love to see her fins a-flying, Salema.
Rosie, since you're the only one with world-class experience on this panel, Chris and I just being pedestrians, if you were in this format, would you want to be sitting in the one spot or somewhere where you, like you described, coming in with a little bit of momentum?
I think that's such an interesting question, and I've tried to put myself in everyone's shoes as we watch the day progress. And I think for Carissa, just having that confidence, just having that air of confidence that she is the person that everyone's trying their hardest to match up with, that's got to mean something. It also means that her surfing has been of the highest quality all season long. That's why she's in that #1 spot. So, you know, I would like to be Carissa. She's the woman to beat today. It's all in her hands. It's hers to lose.
The final boss. Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb definitely has her hands full. A couple scores come through. A 5-3 for Tatiana and a 3-point ride for Carissa Moore. We're going to get to the stats between these two shortly. Before we get there, let's hear Tatiana Weston-Webb describe competing against Carissa Moore in her own words.
I feel like Carissa would probably be one of my bigger rivals, but I have to say everyone in the top 5 is always a rival. I'd say Carissa is my biggest just because she, to me, is the best. So I think going against her is when I need to be my best. I have my secrets against her. I know what she hates and what gets under her skin, so it's a good thing.
Told you she's the fieriest competitor on the Women's Championship Tour.
I know what gets under her skin.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
that little
it.
smile right there says a million things. She wants to win more than anything. If you go to our stats team has been working overtime today, and we appreciate that. Carissa Moore has won 6 of the last 10 previous matchup. This season, though, these surfers are 1 for 1. Tatiana's won 1. Carissa's won the other. Tatiana is the only goofy footer to have beaten Carissa Moore this year.
Hey now.
There you go. Goofy footers, well, it's been a little bit of a drought since we've had a goofy world champion.
I can't believe that I voted against a goofy footer in this.
Yeah, what are you thinking, Salama?
You know, listen, I just go with my gut here. I got to be impartial, even though I am a goofy footer. Totally unrelated. The John, If I Was Goofy.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't watched that yet, I almost cried.
We can welcome John
Yeah.
with the goofy.
John Florence, welcome. We've been waiting for you, sir.
Got 29 minutes on the clock here in title match 1. As you see on the horizon, some waves pulsing through. 28:45 to go. These title matches are 35 minutes long. 3 heats to decide our champion. The title will be won in the water, no matter how you slice it. Would love to see both title matches go all the way through 3 heats. We know what's about to happen on the men's side. Felipe Toledo will be going up against Gabriel Medina.
Ooh,
I think that's a pretty sweet matchup.
If ever there was a way to make a statement to Gabriel Medina that, hey, it's not going to be easy for you today.
You have to win it, yeah.
Felipe Toledo absolutely went. He looked so precise and calm, so that every maneuver had that much more, you know, and there was nothing in between other than like, you know what's coming.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to give it to you.
And the fact that Gabriel Medina was on deck to
Yes,
watch that
to watch
heat
it.
unfold. I think as a competitor, just putting on that display, firing up and just, you know, shots fired. This is what it is. It's all coming down to this, and you got to level up today, and I think Felipe's done that.
Yeah, usually you see, you know, surfers, when they drop a hammer on a wave, they look straight to the judges. In that instance, I think Felipe was looking straight at Gabriel. Hey, old friend, are you ready for this?
I think Felipe has had a really nice advantage because even though he is obviously an incredible competitor, we know what he's capable of, he's been the one with the least pressure, I think, out of this whole group. The one that has the bigger conversations was obviously Connor and having the local flavor. Morgan Silbeck and the incredible run that he's made as a rookie. Italo as defending world champion. Obviously Gabby's history. And Philippe's just sitting there like, cool, talk about all of them. Also, like, I live here.
Yeah.
And watch, and I'm hungry, and I haven't gotten a world title yet.
Speaking of world titles, Carissa Moore has a handful of them, but you know she wants another. Opening snap, looking good so far. This wave growing down the line. So does Carissa's speed. Beautiful technique through that third turn. Nothing super explosive there, but that right there is just setting the table. Here you go. The plates are out. The napkins are set. Now it's time to eat. So Carissa Moore will put a score on the board. Her first wave was just a 3. It'll slightly be above that, but you know the judges are probably going to keep that somewhere in the mid-range.
Yeah, it's a build-up, and I think Carissa, she's slowly releasing that pressure. She doesn't want to open the lunchbox and all the toys fall out of the bag. It's like, hey, you've got to pace yourself. It's a best-of-3 situation for this title matchup.
26 minutes on the clock. Tatiana Weston-Webb just up and out real quick. Waiting for scores to drop. So with 25:47 on the clock, Carissa Moore, your current world #1, going up against Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is title match, heat #1, best of 3. Tatiana Weston-Webb with a 5-5 and a 1-5. Carissa Moore still waiting for this second score to drop. It was a nice wave. It was a good way to start her heat with room to grow.
Definitely. There's just room. There's so much room for Carissa here. I love the rail work that she's able to do and just comboing up those 3 maneuvers. Okay, feet in the wax. Let's go. Build that confidence. Build the heat score total.
I like how she was patient with each maneuver because the conditions are kind of changing as this tide pushes. You know, she wanted that last section to have a little bit more of a hook in it, but she was patient enough to be like, okay, I'll just be safe here rather than blow out the back and not finish. And as we've seen today, if every wave counts, you have got to finish, especially in a long period swell like this, where you're going to have these long lulls. It's a big ebb and flow, and you have to take advantage of your opportunities and be smart.
Exactly. With 24:36 to go, we're looking at a major set approaching. Our boats are getting out of the way. Strider's paddling for the channel. It's all happening down here at Lower Trestles. See if our surfers are in position potentially to ride one of these waves. It looks like a 5-wave set.
Where are we?
Oh, we're at the most high-performance wave on the planet. And here's one of the most high-performance surfers on the planet, Tatiana Weston-Webb, setting things up, waiting for this wave to pulse in front of her. It does. Puts the pedal to the metal, full throttle surfing on her backhand. Can she get around this big section? She cannot, goes down in the whitewater. So Tatiana Weston-Webb, third wave ridden, will be a non-factor. She makes her way back out into the lineup.
If you've ever had a chance to surf with or see Tatiana Weston-Webb when she's on her game at like really nice 4 to 6 foot rocky rights, you understand why this backhand is so lethal. Unafraid, charging, and just throwing the biggest hooks in really critical sections.
Deadly lethal, like a viper. 23 minutes to go. And as the ocean calms down just for a moment, let's go to the front row with Strider Wasilewski in the lineup.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, well, just wanted a quick note. Before this heat started, we had a 10-minute break. During that 10 minutes, it was Carissa out on the peak first, Tatiana followed, and then Carissa paddled right by her and made sure that she established that she was going to have the dominant side of the peak to go right. It was already, the heat had started 10 minutes before the heat. I guess this heat started a long time ago for Carissa in her mind, but it was great to see her asserting herself and sitting in that spot and wanting that win. We saw her on that first wave pushing super hard, so not holding back at all, which is another pleasure to see out of these athletes in the final here, going for it. Pete Mel's in the locker room right now. He's got some surfboards of Carissa Moore.
That's right. I found a little solitude here in the locker room in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and this is one of the exact duplicates of the boards that she has been winning gold medals on and world titles. Not a whole lot of changes for Carissa Moore when she comes here. She loves this step driver from Matt Biolas. It's in a PU, which is polyurethane. It's nice and smooth, just like her surfing. Very simple and drivey. She doesn't like to change it up too much, and I think that consistency has really been into why she has so many world titles. Again, a little rounded pintail step driver. This one here is 5'10", 18.5 inches wide by 2.35. Lots of other code here, which I can't decipher, but I know Matt Biolas does. He keeps all records They're nice and tight, and just subtle, very subtle changes for Carissa's boards, just in regards to where the competition is going to be happening. Right here for Trestles, I mean, you think about Matt Biolas and San Clemente, they're symbiotic. You know, this wave right here, he's been making many, many boards for us, so I'd have to say that she's very confident in her equipment.
Yeah, she's you can tell every time she stands up on her board, she just trusts the board she's riding every single time. And Lower Trestles is a great study of surfboards. I mean, this was a wave first ridden on logs, and since then it went through every iteration, single fin, twin fin, to now where you're basically going to ride your most high performance board, as we see Carissa Moore absolutely flying down the line. Quick snap there. This wave racing through this cobblestone inside section, growing down the line as it goes. Carissa setting things up nicely for a potential big finish. Big snap there, slides the fins, regains control. Straight back into it. Carissa Moore with a solid finish, showing her consistency and her ability to adapt and react. She started with a 3, increased with a 5.73. Now you see she's starting to apply the pressure. That's going to most likely improve on that 5.73. That's what she does. She just builds these heats and builds them up until she's dropping 10s.
Well, really intelligent wave selection too, because she got this one kind of mid-range, and just, you know, on that great section of the cobblestone reef where it starts to draw, the water draws off nicely, and it gives you a bit more section to work with. So you do some deep cuts in the face of this wave. There was a part of this wave though, Sal, where I was almost like, oh, she's going to lose it. And I think it was this turn here.
She's been doing her crunches. She held that thing together. I really love that third turn. And that surfboard that she's riding, that driver, it's just, it's a simple performer. Like, perfect rocker for out here. You can see how sure-footed she is and confident coming out of those bottom turns. And that sets up that nice wraparound right there.
It's interesting when, you know, on any given day you'd look out here, you'd see twin fins, mid-lengths. But today, it is all about this.
Spice.
The most high-performance surfboards you could ride. Tatiana Weston-Webb pushing her sharp eye to the limits, going vertical. Can she hang on? She does. The fist pump, well-deserved for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Riding out of that crucial and critical inside section has become so important and so tricky. We've already seen big scores achieved really by showing the judges you're in control at the end of your wave.
Oh man, it's so important. But I think Tatiana, we talk about the smoothness of Carissa, the power. I think something that Ross Williams, her coach, would be telling Tati is, dirty it up, girl. Like, just make it look big. Every single maneuver, just put some emphasis on it. Like you said, spice, Sal. That's what she brought to this wave.
Yeah, real seasoning. Nice right there on the button. This nice little setup, and then I think it's this turn here. Shebang.
Yeah, that right there, that's her money turn. That's what's gotten her to this point. A big, beautiful backside whip. And I like the work she did on the outside. That turn right there was perfectly placed.
That first maneuver, you think about grabbing the judge's attention and really doing it with that first maneuver and closing out like that, and that, you know, Houdini through the whitewash.
The judges,
they love it.
They are affected by the Houdini through the whitewash. You can't tell me that they're not.
Yeah, I mean, we have the best judging panel in the business.
They get emotional.
They're all surfers.
They get emotional too.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
They get emotional too. And I know they can hear me and they're like, no, we don't. Judges get emotional too. They're surfers, like you said.
Well, one word that's not in the judging criteria that probably should be is drama. You finish your wave with some drama, you're going to be rewarded. Each and every time as we wait for scores for Carissa Moore, well, there's some drama for you. An 8.33 for Carissa Moore. She ripped that right-hander to pieces. Now it's all about Tatiana Weston-Webb's last score. Again, point of difference. What's it going to be? Backside versus front side. And then you think about this crucial 2 out of 3 format. Rosie, what would it mean for Tatiana Weston-Webb to win this first matchup? Talk about a shot across the bow. That would be a huge statement. Her ask now is just a little bit tougher.
Yeah, that would give her the ability to go all the way. I think if she wins this first matchup, that sets it, right? But I'm just looking at those numbers, and I'm just, you know, we're waiting on Tatiana's number to come through. I think that's really going to tell the scale in the heat, and that can really let the surfers know what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is, like, Richie Porter this morning when he was talking about how the scale would be set and looking for that full rail completion in turns. And when you think back to that first wave, to that last wave from Carissa, you see why it sets the scale that way.
Yeah, no doubt. 16:30 to go. Carissa Moore coming through with that 8.33. That's enough to get her in the lead, but Tatiana Weston-Webb has answered back a 7.33, and now we're back on the Carissa train, speeding down the line. Plenty of room to work as she cranks it off the bottom. Nice slashing turn to start this wave. Look at the diamonds coming off the face of the wave, and that right there is a rarity.
Sorry.
You will not see that often. Carissa Moore with a crucial mistake on a beautiful wave.
Folks at home, I got caught up.
It got us.
I got emotionally caught up in the
you
lair.
heard oohs and ahs coming from the whole beach. Nobody expected to see that.
Well, that's what we wanted, right? We want to see the surfers just put it all out on the line. But I think that wave, you know, we've seen the biggest waves that we've seen at Lowers over the whole month. This is, you know, a new building swell that's coming in. And Carissa, this is a chunky wave with a lot of power, a lot of water moving.
So great that the call was made for today and not yesterday. I mean, look at these winds. First turn, so good.
I just love that she made us wait. Come on, everybody was on the edge of their seats.
It's interesting though, because we've watched so much free surfing of Carissa, and that has not happened, not once. And now in a heat situation, is that a little bit of the pressure creeping in potentially?
Yeah, I mean, that's a trademark Carissa hammer right there.
Bread and butter.
And got to be feeling it. Like we also like, this is a historical day. We've never been in this type of format, and you imagine that for Carissa, this has got to feel like a little bit more weight.
Yeah, tons of, I mean, there's so much at stake. 14:38 to go. I would tell all of you surf fans that to take a break and relax, but don't. Get fired up. This is Title Match Heat 1, and we'll be right back with more from the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Stay tuned.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, official beer of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. And by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Just when you think it's safe to relax here on a Tuesday afternoon, think again. This is only Title Match Heat 1. We've got 5 more after this, including the epic matchup of Gabriel Medina versus Felipe Toledo. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Salema Masakela. Both of you have been down here all week long watching all the free surfs, all right? Take the contest out of the equation for now. Who won the free surfing events between Tatiana and Carissa this week?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. I mean, wow. Everyone's been doing has their scissor reels up and going. I saw some meat hooks from Tatiana, but the best all-round performance, I think Carissa Moore for me.
Yeah, Carissa was owning it out here. And surfing lowers with a crowd, you need to also know the crowd, and the crowd needs to know you. I mean, Stephanie Gilmore yesterday was like, it was hard for me to get waves. Carissa didn't have that problem, so she's been able to get a better rhythm with these conditions all week as a result of of the hometown love.
Well, Carissa Moore is linked into what started off as a beauty. It de-escalated pretty quickly, but she could be hunting for something special here on the inside. She's got the firepower, goes to the layback snap. Cannot come up with it, so with 11 minutes and 32 seconds to go, we've got Carissa Moore currently in the lead over Tatiana Weston-Webb. Here in title match, Heat 1, the Jeep leader jersey, Carissa Moore coming into this event as the #1 seed. So far, so good for Carissa, but Tatiana Weston-Webb is not going to let her take this one away without a fight. She's sitting on a 7.33, right there in the conversation, needing a 6.74. So just under 11 minutes to go, Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Salema Masekela. This has been a great heat so far, I'm telling you.
Yeah, as we see this replay of the incredible rail work and timing of Carissa. And I said before, hometown love, obviously Carissa's not from here, but the amount of time that she has put in anticipation of this event. She was the first person here after Mexico, and she's been surfing here the most and consistently building a relationship for today, and it's showing.
Well, she has a relationship with this place. I mean, her junior career, 11 NSSA national titles won at this break. She would definitely be feeling at home at Lower Trestles. So, you know, it's an old T-shirt that she's putting on at the moment. It's comfortable, and she wears it well.
Yeah, she started winning here at, what, age 7?
Yeah.
So that's a rich history. You know, you think of all of our surfing champions, especially from Hawaii, from California. I mean, you have to run through the gauntlet of Lower Trestles to have any success as a competitive surfer. Carissa's done it, John, the list goes on and on. 9:50 to go. And I know that a young fella out in the lineup right now has had competitive success here at Lower Trestles as an amateur. Strider Wasilewski, I know you've had some big heats out here at Lowers.
Well, you know what? This Lowers lineup is one of the funnest waves in the world. But right now we're watching these ladies go at it, and the pressure is just built. You can see it under Carissa trying to pace her waves, but I feel like she's trying to pace herself back into this one. Actually, here goes Tatiana. Let's let you guys take it away because we got live action.
Tatiana Weston-Webb setting things up nicely on her opening fade. Just waiting for a critical section to arise so she can do damage. There we go, just a slicing carve there. Goes for the big float finish. Rides out clean. Crowd goes wild. Fists are pumped. Let's do this. Tatiana Weston-Webb is back in the chat.
I'm going to put myself out there. I think, you know, with that exchange, Tati just took the lead from Carissa. I'm, like I said, waiting on scores. I'm not a judge, but my first initial reaction to that is that she did it.
And I trust your reaction, Rosie. That was a stunner of a wave. Salema, look at this just telegraphing start. Patience, key.
Yeah, I mean, I like the patience. Obviously great redirects, but like you said at the outset of the wave, she was waiting for the section to stand up. That one there, and then right here, this decision to be like, you know what? I'm here. Might as well get up there and see if I can't get my Italo double tap float life on.
I like that. You know, floaters, underrated for how critical they can be. Anytime you see the judges,
yeah,
they can see the bottom of your board, some fins and everything in between. They're going to love it.
That thing going out to sea. I mean, Brad Gerlach with his wave key, he's been doing entire live sessions just dedicated to the strength and the power of properly executed floaters and the different types and what it necessitates. He and Kelly Slater did an Instagram live for about an hour and a half. It's up on Brad's wave key, completely to the history of the floater, which I think a lot of times people try to like, oh, it's not that cool, but as a transition maneuver, and as we've seen with this generation as an actual critical maneuver, it's back with a little new flavor.
You know what? One of my favorite parts of the Ultimate Surfer Show was the floater challenge. I loved it. I didn't know what it was going to be like, and then I watched and I go, okay, proper deer right there. 7:26 to go. Carissa Moore has got to be sitting out the back, trying to maybe cover her ears or just try to ignore the number that's about to come across the PA system. We've got some ripping surfers on beach commentary. Ian Fulke, Jeff Baldwin, two guys that know their stuff. So they right now are the voices that Tatiana and Carissa are going to be waiting for. This could be a huge number.
Yeah, sure. They're just waiting out the back, waiting to hear it drop. oh man, when I think about Tatiana's first maneuver on that wave and then the way she ended it out and rounded out that wave, I mean, it's got to be right there. When you think about the score, you know, 6.74 required, that's the number. Thinking about her 7.33.
None of us can breathe. I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to be well, won't have time because the score just came through.
Too late. I think you were about to say you're a believer in what the judges are throwing out. 6.93 right there on the edge. I love a close score. That right there was everything surf fans wanted to see, just applying the drama to this heat.
I was going to say high 6, like a 6.9. But at that point, we're splitting hairs. And you love to see it.
Yeah, this match has been epic. We knew it was going to be, and guess what? We get two more matches just like this. There's 6 minutes now on the clock. Title match, Heat 1, nearly wrapped up with, say, 5 minutes and 50 seconds of absolute tension in the lineup. All the fans on the beach out of their seats, ready to cheer for the next big thing that happens.
And now we find ourselves in the endurance end of the play, which was always going to be a conversation with this new format. Let's say Tatiana holds on. They get their break and come back out. What's she going to have left? Not just from a physical standpoint, but also that emotional ride up and down of getting geared up and down for these heats. This is when that long game of someone like Tatiana being able to become a champion would be such a big deal.
Yeah, no doubt. And that score right there, I mean, that could be a score she remembers for the rest of her life. We'll see what happens. 5 minutes, 10 seconds ago. And speaking of that score, right on the line, a split decision between the judges. That gives us the perfect opportunity to go to our rules and judging expert, the legendary Rich Porta. Rich, the judges, some of them went above the line, others went below the line. What did they see in that last wave of Tatiana Weston Webb that caused the flip in this heat?
Well, this is the joy of the replay, Chris. So what they're doing is they've got some waves already scored that they look at. They didn't bother looking at the 8.33 because that's way above what they're looking at. So they looked at Tati's earlier wave, the 7.33, and how close they want to get to that score. And then they also look at Carissa's 5.73 to see which side of that they want to go and watch all those three waves, and then the judges make their decision. And as it's subjective, some went up, some went down, but there's your score.
Well, our panel of experts has spoken, and you see across that scoreline, everything nice and close. What I've seen all day long, really tidy scores. You know, there have been the controversial calls. You know, that's why we haven't gone to Rich as much as we'd like to, but mistake-free surfing from so many surfers as well as our judges. They have been spot on throughout the day. No interferences yet, no strange paddle battles or confusion out there. So we'll see what happens. If anybody is going to provide some paddle fireworks, it's going to be Felipe and Gabriel. So this is the last of Tatiana Weston Webb. Be a judge at home. Tell us what you think. This was a 6.93.
Power surfing. And then that end maneuver, dynamic, explosive, and like Richie said, setting, where does it sit within the scale? Watch the 5 from Carissa, watch Tatiana's best, the 7, and then put a number to it. And you can see that the judges, they had mixed feelings about it when you look at the 5 scores. Obviously, you drop the high and the low, and you get the average of the 3. But yeah, it came out as the number. It was close. And Tati's in the lead at the moment, but there's still time for Carissa to answer back.
Well, 3 minutes to go. Carissa Moore sitting out the back in second priority. That means Tatiana Weston Webb has her pick of waves. Priority hasn't really been that much of a factor. Super consistent out here today. Plenty of sets rolling through. So our surfers have had a lot of opportunities. This is like one of those big buffets you see at a casino or something. You don't know where to start. There is so much to choose from. Salema, in looking out there as goofy footers, we're always thinking, well, you go right, I'll go left all day long. But Tatiana Weston Webb, we've yet to see her on her forehand. Yeah. On a meaningful score, I should say.
Today's it's mostly a right-hand point break. I think as the tide pushes, you'll see some more opportunities on the left. But to the point of your buffet, you know, it's a buffet where the attendant just came out and said, hey, we're pulling the food here. So if you're going to get some, you better dig in because it's about to be a wrap. And I just think about how this pressure could affect Carissa in knowing like, oh, for me to do the thing, now I got to go out and now I got to go out and beat her twice.
And no mistakes. You cannot
Before,
make a mistake.
the conversation was Tatiana had to come out and beat Carissa twice. And that flips, I believe, that power position, if Tatiana is able to hold on, it flips into her favor.
Well, there is still 1:43 to go. It's like another set approaching the cobblestones here at Lower Trestles, the high-performance hub of surfing, I would say on the entire planet. Definitely the most high-performance wave in the USA. But if you think of, historically speaking, what happens day in, day out, this is the spot where progressive surfing lives.
It's fun. This wave is, incredibly playful and such a great stage for this first inaugural event.
1:13 to go. Title match, Heat 1.
This is big.
I'm getting chills every minute.
I mean, this is an upset because, again, now Tati's just like, I got to beat you once, and I'm the world champ.
But we have two. Don't have a title.
Yeah.
That speaks volumes right there. I mean, now it's about hunger, right? Who wants it more?
Well, we did hear from Tati, and she said that one of the advantages that she has is she knows how to get under Carissa's skin. This is, this is that niggly little, yep, got the first one, Riss, what's up?
Picking
Only
away,
have to win one more.
30 seconds. I see 2 waves coming through.
Oh, man.
Ooh,
there we go. That's the battle we wanted to see. Tatiana Weston-Webb did have party, so she's able to hold off the champ, Carissa Morris. She goes into her backhand, winds up, Cobra-esque strike. Another big turn right up in the critical section. Tatiana Weston-Webb finishes strong. With 9 seconds to go, Carissa Morris out the back with no waves available. Wow. A shocker at Lower Trestles.
The paddle battle sails. That was not an easy wave to ride. They had a bunch of white water in the face. She was patient, and she did not surf it safely. She surfed it with the mindset of like, there might still be something out there out back for Carissa, and I'm going to go ham town on this thing.
Tatiana didn't make mistakes. She finished all her waves. Her major maneuvers, she was able to combo them up. She outsurfed Carissa Moore in this first match.
I was going to say, the term sorry, not sorry. Well, right there, shocker, not shocker. We know how good Tatiana Weston-Webb is, especially on her backhand. And, she probably had written the manual, exactly what she needed to do to win. She followed those rules exactly perfectly, stuck to her strengths. Big backside turns, critical surfing, and finished her waves. To me, I look back at that 6.93 as the difference maker, and the final end maneuver, the big 2-stage floater, that right there was the capper.
Yeah, and I think that Carissa's fall on the trademark drop wallet got inside of her head. You know that Ross Williams said to Tatiana, go loony, and that's what she did. And Carissa looked great. I mean, she came out so strong.
She had the flow. She had that rail game, but there were a couple errors that Carissa made on her wave. She didn't finish her waves, and she needed to. I mean, this is it. This is the finals. But this wave from Carissa, the best of the heat. So she just needed to back that score up. And unfortunately, she wasn't able. But Tatiana, I got to give props to this woman. She is looking fierce. I love the fact that she's matched up in the final, and she has won this first match.
Yeah, that was straight up fluid dynamics versus aquatic savagery. With the savagery getting the edge. You saw the intent. I mean, it was vicious. Every time Tatiana Weston-Webb went into a bottom turn, it was kind of like, ooh, recoil, watch out, something major's about to happen. And she did it. So far, taking the win in title match 1. What a way to start our title match series. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Salema Masakela. All I can say is stay tuned because we have more heats just like that coming. Usually we see a final like that and it's time for celebration. Well, guess what? Stay in your seats because things are about to get wilder from here. Tatiana Weston-Webb takes title match 1.
She's 1 heat away from being a world champ.
Oh my gosh, it gets the emotions
You had to say it. You had to say it. No
1
pressure.
heat away.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more from the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We've got more champions coming in the booth. This is going to be an incredible afternoon. Stay tuned. Welcome back, surf fans, to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We are live from the high-performance hub of surfing, San Clemente, California's Lower Trestles. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. Very excited to be joined by Mick Fanning, whose eyes have been on the lineup since dawn. Mick, are you liking what you're seeing so far?
Loving it. The pressure of it all is just starting to come into fruition, and yeah, we're actually seeing who's ready to play today.
An incredible stat that we've been kind of quietly following throughout the day is the Brazilian storm. We've been talking about that for about a decade now, but there is potential we could see 2 Brazilian world titleists right now. I mean, what, there's a 50% chance at this point. Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo in the lineup, 35 minutes on the clock. Now, these 2 surfers have battled heavily in their career. We're going to start it off with Toledo on his backhand. So trying to get the quick start, Felipe Toledo up and down. He'll be going up against Gabriel Medina now with priority. That wave will be a non-factor. The Rip Curl WSL Finals is officially into our title matches. This is Heat 1 for the men's bracket. We just saw Tatiana Weston Webb take the first match away from Carissa Moore. And as our 2 surfers from Brazil get themselves back into the lineup, let's talk Goofy versus regular. Why not? What a fun debate. We've seen even matchups, Goofy versus regular on the men's and women's title matches. I'm sitting next to 2 regular footers. So taking names out of the equation, regular versus Goofy today, who's taking that top spot?
Oh, for me, it's hard to go past Gabe Medina. I think in the lead up all year, he's looked so strong. In those massive pressure moments, he's always performs. And he's been in these situations many times. He's been in world titles since he was 2014, always coming down to the last heat at Pipeline. And yeah, he's a person that doesn't shy away from these big moments. You know, he's lion in the jungle.
Sweet. So 2 goofy-footed champions from the mouth of Mick Fanning. That's awesome. No, I know you didn't say that. Gabriel Medina has proven himself to be nearly unbeatable. And to think about beating him 3 times in a row, Rosie, that right there, that just is an equation that is impossible to wrap your head around. Beating him once, that's a huge accomplishment. 3 times, is it possible?
I think a lot of times competitors come out from the water that have beaten Gabriel one time and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe I just beat Gabe. So to beat him twice in a row, or just to beat him twice in these 3 matchups, it's such a huge ask. And when we look at how consistent he has been and how dominant he has been, I feel like Medina is just on a whole other playing field.
Well, I wonder if Felipe can draw a little bit of inspiration from what Tatiana Weston Webb just did. We will see over the span of the next 30 minutes. Well, it takes a pit crew to create a champion. And as we see now, Gabriel Medina, precise and perfect as usual right there. The quick floater snap combo. So the first wave ridden from our #1 seed coming into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Gabriel Medina. Float, snap combination. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. Talking about the pit crew mentality, these surfers did not do this alone, whether it was friends, family, coaches, mentors. Pete Mel, I know you have some information regarding the pit crew of Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. I actually was able to sit with Andy King. Andy King being enlisted this season, and to great success for Gabriel Medina. Just to chat with him, he identified early today that there was something missing. We haven't seen any 9-point rides today. And how do you achieve that? Well, what Richie Porta said. All you need to do is go out there and go big on the very first section. So that is something that is identified by Andy King, which is then communicated to Gabriel Medina, which we saw on that big float. But I also think that there's progression to be used there. And I would have to say that if Gabriel Medina, what he's going to do out there, if he gets a good section, he is going to go above the lip. And he does it with such great consistency. He loves to be a showman, as you can hear the crowd starting to heat it up here. And I would have to say to you, Mick, do you agree with that assessment? You think that there's some room there, a progression on the outside section?
Oh yeah, 100%. Trestles offers up a really good section for the starters. We've watched Phil come into this one. I'll let you guys take it over.
So Felipe Toledo there You know, it's funny, you have the plan, right? To go out in the lineup and do something insanely cool on the outside, but then you have to figure out which wave is going to give you that opportunity. Felipe has been telegraphing this wave since the outside and finally gets one major turn under his belt. Throws a searing carve for his second big turn. Big layback finish. Can he ride out clean? He does. A 3-turn combo by Felipe Toledo. The crowd's loving it. Toledo's loving it. We've got heat on our hands, folks.
I wonder if Felipe is going to make me eat my words, because that, I don't know, there's something that to be said about the body language of the first rides, Mick, and just the way that you can see how these athletes are clicking into gear.
Yeah, look, it's sort of, when you come into this final matchup, Philippe's had 2 heats already where he knows what's scoring. He's been shown that if he does a couple of airs, he's going to get 8s. But then also, too, his big turns, he did a 2-turn combo in the heat before that posted a high 7. So even though this wave was a little sleepy at the start, those last 3 turns were huge. And that's what you need to do. You don't need to do a 10 out of 10 on every turn on this wave. It's just as long as you get 2 or 3 big moments, then you're going to get a big score. And those 3 turns were incredible.
I almost feel like here at Lowers, if you commit to the wave, just go. Just do it. Just ride it to the best of your ability, because, you know, that outside section can be a bit sleepy, but if it hits that inside section and really stands up, the opportunity is there to get a good score.
Yeah, definitely. Kelly was the perfect person for Trestles too. You know, you'd think you'd sit out and wait for out the back for the bombs, and he would be sneaking up on the medium ones. They might have been a little bit slow at the start, but then they'll just keep running, and he would just be going top to bottom the whole way. So there's different ways to approach this wave, but yeah, we're learning just as everyone else goes, and that's the thing that Gabe Medina has too. We haven't seen any scores on the left for the guys yet, and that wind's sort of coming up. There's a little bit of coping there. We've seen what he's done in the free surf. We might see flips, we might see 3 or 4 airs on one wave, so it's still wide open.
You got us excited just talking about that, because, you know, Felipe and Gabriel, they both have incredible firepower in the air, but I don't think anybody on the planet is as consistent as Gabriel. Medina, you know, Italo would be right there, but Medina just, he has this ability. Well, everyone else makes some of these airs just look like, you know, flukes, Hail Marys, like, oh, I just threw something up there and hope I come down with it. He doesn't do that. Every time he takes to the air, you're pretty much guaranteed he's going to land it, and he's going to land it with his feet exactly where they were right when he took off. So expect Medina to potentially look for a left. And as I dig back into the stats, you know, the power versus progression conversation hasn't come too much into play. We've only seen one really big error by Felipe in an earlier heat. But if you're looking at the numbers, Gabriel Medina has not beaten Felipe Toledo since 2014.
Wow.
Now, they haven't matched up that many times, but the last time they did was in the finals at Surf Ranch. Felipe Toledo got the win. That's a stat I haven't heard a lot about until now, and it kind of speaks volumes. They matched up at J-Bay in 2018. Felipe got the win.
And how much confidence as a competitor do you think he would take out of that?
Yeah, it can go both ways. Is your number up, or are you going to keep rolling on that number? For me, I always looked at those numbers and went, all right, if they beat me before, then I'm definitely beating them next time. But yeah, it depends what headspace you're in. Might have to sort of change that a little bit though, because Gabe won the last 2 surf ranches before.
That's true.
So they were in the final together. So we might have to change that stat.
I'm gonna cross that part. I'm just gonna go to the last surf ranch meeting where it was Felipe. When you think of these 2 surfers, you think of strengths and weaknesses, and there is not a lot between these 2 of them. If you look at the weakness side, I would say power, you would go over to Gabriel a little bit. Speed, I would go to Felipe, but everything else is pretty evenly matched. They both have so much explosiveness, but the goofy versus regular conversation now, we haven't seen a lot of backside surfing today, so I'm wondering if Gabriel can rely on his power and just start throwing hatchets up into the lip. You know the judges are going to take notice, especially when you see how much spray he throws. It's not in the judging criteria, but spray does count. I mean, that means you're surfing with power and precision.
Yeah. Building up to this event, when we had a bit of a flat spell here, Gabe actually went into training and was training really hard and ended up putting on 2 kilos, which
wow.
is, you know, 4 or 5 pounds, and he had to skip back surfing to get rid of that. So he is strong at the moment. He's they were talking about maybe thickening up in his boards a little bit, but yeah, he's got the strength there. I know another key factor was to really square up, like when those sections, sort of similar to Tati on her backhand, where they really want to square that board right against the face to send that spray into the sky. So yeah, there's a couple of little key points you might want to look out for on Gabe's backhand. On Philippe's side, you know, we've seen it in the last two heats. His flow and his precision of doing big turns on the right section, they're the things that are going to keep getting him the big scores.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, the judges love to see powerful surfing, fast surfing, and they love unpredictability, which I feel like Felipe really keeps you guessing when he stands up on his board. Felipe knows all about surfing here at Lower Trestles. He literally moved to San Clemente to surf this wave, to get his reps in. So let's hear a little bit more about Felipe Toledo and his relationship with this wave.
Yes, I feel like living here right now in the position that we are, you know, in the WSL finals, it gives me a little bit of an advantage, you know, being able to surf this wave pretty much every day and training and having my shaper down the road and talking to him about boards and figure out what's best and what's not, and know the swell, know the wave, which wave I can get under priority or if I should wait. So it kind of plays in my favor a little bit.
Well, practice makes perfect. We'll see if that comes into fruition for Felipe Toledo. Got to address that garage situation. That was awesome. Can you imagine having, well, I'm talking to the wrong people here. I'm going to talk to you out there. Can you imagine having 25 surfboards in your garage like that? Must be pretty cool. 23:42 to go. As it stands now, a big number comes through for Felipe Toledo. A 7-point ride that goes up against Gabriel Medina's 5. Plenty of time to go. Mick, do you think the strategy between these two surfers is pretty similar? I mean, I watch Medina, and he kind of switches things up. Sometimes I see him catch 100 waves in a heat. Other times I see him catch 2. What do you think he's going for today?
Yeah, look, I think he's just looking for those big sections. And, like, even though Philippe ripped the hell out of that last wave, it was more on the end. They only gave him a 7. Gabe did 2 turns and got a 5 on a much bigger wave. So I think they've identified that the bigger waves are scoring. You just got to find the right one with the right tempo. So I think that's what Gabe's going to aim for. But it's tricky lowers. It's so hard to go out there with a foolproof game plan right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be a little bit baffled myself as we see Phil going on the left.
All right. Felipe's backhand, usually great right there. I don't know if that was sometimes these surfers can kind of decide mid-turn that the wave's not going to be a huge score. Could be the spot there. So with 22:26 to go, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And with so much action, we're not going anywhere. All eyes on the water. 22 minutes to go here. Toledo, with that 7-point ride, he finds himself in the top spot for now. But Gabriel Medina, well, he's basically just getting started. He's got a 5-point ride. Only would need a 2.88 to get back into that top spot here in title match heat number 1. Chris Cote with Rosie Hodge and Mick Fanning. So the format, you know, while it was controversial, people for and against it all over the internet leading up to it, I have not heard one peep of complaints since this day began. Everybody fired up to see the world's best. It's super consistent, almost double overhead, rippable lower trestles. Surf fans' dream, and these thousands of people on the beach can attest to that.
Yeah, when you got the best surfers going against each other, that's something that everyone's going to get up and watch. You know, all my boys at home are on the thread watching. They've been up since 1 a.m. So it is pretty amazing. The other thing too is, like, we don't get to see this often. Going in previous years, you might run into 1 and 2 might run into a final. We saw it with Gabe and Italo at Pipeline, but before that, it's like it very rarely happens. I was just talking to Joe out on the deck before, and it doesn't happen with the women when it comes down to titles. There's always a spoiler comes along. There hasn't been a woman actually win a world title in the water for a long time. So it's awesome to see how they deal with the pressure.
Yeah, and it's great to know, too, that we'll be crowning both men and women all in one day. And trust me, you know, I love the clinch, right? You win, and then you have a couple events to do a victory lap. But to me, this is kind of, I would say, it's a more proper title just because you make your way to the championships. You make your way to the Super Bowl, the Final Four, whatever sport that you're watching. But this is showing that to be a true champion, you have to peak at all times. You have to do it day in, day out to the very end of the year. And crowning our champions in the water is going to be a truly special moment for surfing.
Well, you know, these contenders, the top 5, they ran into the pen. They had been doing the best surfing all year. They had been super consistent. They got their great results. But now there's been this opportunity to step up to the plate, to really go above yourself, to surf outside yourself and really go for that world title. You know you're in the mix, and this is it. You're going to win it in the water. And, you know, anyone's got the opportunity out of that top 5.
Well, you just saw a quick glimpse right there of Tatiana Weston-Webb, one heat away from the greatest day of her life, potentially. Of course, she's going up against Carissa Moore, so a huge ask there. As we see now, Gabriel Medina. Big snap there. Driving down the line, another hammer. 3-turn combo. So Gabriel Medina answering back to Felipe Toledo. 19 minutes, 10 seconds to go here in title match. Heat 1 at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We've got your number 1 seed in Gabriel Medina going against your number 3 seed in Felipe Toledo. We've already seen one upset on the women's side with Tatiana Weston-Webb getting that first match out from under Carissa Moore. They will have 2 more matches to decide the women's title. Let's take a look at what Medina did. I would say floaters, again, underrated for how critical they are. That was a great start.
Utilizing his priority, but then also the drift of the tail. I mean, just his weight distribution is just so perfect. Not a drop of water out of place. No rail catches on Medina's game at the moment.
This second turn, that thing was money. And he picked a wave that was steep, so favors to his backhand. You know, that's the hard thing with the goofy footers. Look at that. That was so late into the lip, but so vertical. He knows what his strengths are, and he knows how to win. So he's going to pick waves to do that. In saying that, he's going to go into the lead now, and then we might see a bit busier Gabe Medina. We might see that super dangerous Gabe where he just starts taking off on everything and just starts flying through the air like Superman. It's going to be, I'm excited. He's got so many different tactics. He doesn't feel pressure. He just goes out and just does whatever the hell he wants.
I think with an apex predator, you think, you know, your food, you got your prey, you have to give chase. You got to give that predator a reason to start to run, to want to go for it. And I think Medina kind of wants that. I think Felipe, he's had that 7, he's had that little bit of a lead for a while, and now it's Gabriel's turn to really let the eyes roll back and to light up.
Yeah, Gabriel has that way of, you know, you're never safe when you're surfing against him, all the way down to when there's 5 seconds left. You worry about the competitor going up against Gabriel Medina because, you know, again, does not make mistakes, always seems to be in the proper position, and we've seen him take off on junk waves and do magical things. We saw it happen in Mexico. He stood up, was riding a wave. It was a weird kind of behind the foam ball, just a strange, funky looking wave, and then he does a rodeo. That right there shows you how dangerous Gabe. He could ride that little wave on the inside right there and get an 8.
Yeah, as you see, that's a 7-3, that last wave. He just took the lead on a pretty mediocre wave. Now he can do 2 things. He can sit and wait and make sure and be on the second one after Philippe, or he can start making Philippe think. He looks like he might have a little, oh no, Philippe's going left on him.
All right, Felipe is backhand. Quick snap there. Almost loses it, but edges on. So much drive and fire through these backside turns. Strong finish, perfectly placed. But look out, Gabriel Medina's on the wave behind. Felipe is going to get a front row seat to the Medina show. He's got speed, got the section, gets the ramp.
Are you kidding me?
What?
No problem.
It's going.
That was
wow.
Just insane. We thought. Gabriel Medina. That section right there, I was thinking, oh no, he's got a dud of a section. think again, he just did a 6-foot frontside air.
Are you kidding?
That exchange, though, what about Felipe's wave?
I actually, when Felipe paddled into that wave, I was like, that's a mistake.
Yeah, I was almost heard that in the way you were like, oh, he's going.
Yeah, but he ripped the hell out of this wave.
He went upside down a couple of times. I was almost wondering how the quad was going to feel on his backhand. And yeah, it was just quiet in the room as the answer back as Gabe takes the lead. But then Gabe, right on the second wave of the set. Here we go. Just a dream run on this wave.
Talk about being so excited and then just turning around and going, no, come on, give me a minute. Give me 30 seconds of glory here.
Are you kidding me?
I like the way he tweaked it out, too. I mean, just
loft.
Functional, speed. I mean, he lands it with speed. That's the thing, is that all of these linking maneuvers were so powerful. But Alan, looking at this section.
It was huge. It was even bigger. You watch the replay and you really see the hang time.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
A 3-stage claim too, and well worth it.
That
warranted.
That is why you want the best surfers going against each other. Just right then, that exchange.
This is something that we've been talking about all week long too, right? Power versus progression. So Rich Porter right now is just, his screens are going wild. You know his mind is running, and you know the judges are too, because how do you score that? Medina, his opening turn was incredible. Super sharp and powerful. And then you think of the huge air. And then Felipe, 3 quick, laser sharp backside whips. This is where the judges really earn it. This is where, thank goodness, I'm nowhere near that judging panel. This is going to be a tough call.
I know, I don't even want to touch it with numbers because it's so hard to tell, because Gabe's wave was bigger. It obviously had the massive finish. Felipe, that rail work was just like a sizzle through the hot knife through butter on every single maneuver, and obviously on a smaller wave. So yeah, it's going to tick so many boxes of the criteria.
We'll let Mick score it. Go ahead. Who got the better of that exchange?
I think Gabe got the better exchange. Bigger wave, first turn, huge layback, and then to finish off with that huge air. I might see a half to a point difference. But yeah, both incredible surfing.
Yeah, no doubt. 13 minutes, 15 seconds to go. The judges have a lot to chew on right now, as Medina and Toledo providing us the show that we wanted to see. The numbers are coming through for both surfers. They're both massive. We're about to hear this beach go absolutely berserk. First score comes through for Toledo. It's an 8.33, but watch out, Medina now, dropping the highest single wave score of the day, a 9-point ride. Mick, you were exactly right. Really good at this.
I probably would have went 9-8 to 9, but that's why I'm not in that judge's booth.
Oh, well, we're going to take a minute to gather ourselves after that heated exchange. 12:30 to go. You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's like I Love McConan once said it. We got the club going up on a Tuesday. Gabriel Medina showing the firepower with 11 minutes to go here in title match Heat 1. Felipe Toledo had the crowd with his back right there, cheering for him as he just decimated a left-hander. And then Gabriel Medina silences the Toledo fans, but of course you heard the uproar from the Gabriel Medina fans all up and down the beach. There will be a Brazilian world champion today. That I can guarantee you. That's the one thing I can guarantee you both.
It's seeing that exchange. This next exchange is so important for Philippe. Did he drop his head and just go, oh no, what have I got myself into? Or is he like, oh well, I just got an 8 on a left that I shouldn't really be going. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does next. If he just goes all at it, or he just locks up and tries too hard. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost for words, to be honest.
I think two things. I think we can see Gabriel turfing that 7-point ride that's in his scoreline and making it a bit more difficult for Felipe. And I also think Felipe is he's gonna eat it up. I think he is gonna let that be fuel in the tank for him. But then how does he answer back to Gabe's wave? I mean, these are all hypothetical, but
the wild thing about that too is I don't think, and you know, wherever he was in the lineup, whatever perspective he had, maybe saw that first turn from Felipe, but that really wasn't a reaction to anything. That was just Gabriel being Gabriel. He saw that wave, identified it, found the ramp, boom, 9-point ride. 9:25 to go, title match, heat 1, firing up. Well, Gabriel Medina versus Felipe Toledo in your title match, heat 1, best of 3. Previously saw Tatiana Weston Webb take that first match away from Carissa Moore. They'll be coming up after this match. And then we'll go back to the lineup. Men and women, we're going to take turns bouncing back and forth. With just quick breaks in between, it's going to be about stamina. It's going to be about keeping your head in the game. All 4 of the surfers we have left here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals are all capable. They could surf 18 more heats today. We know what they're made of. It's about peaking at the right time, and that time is right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. You know, what adjustments is Carissa going to make going into that second heat? You know, for me personally, I felt like her board looked a little long. Is she going to go to a smaller board, or is she happy with that board? Was it just the nerves that sort of got to her, you know, without surfing all day? So it's going to be interesting to see what adjustments she makes. And then Taddy, has she got another gear to go into? So there's so many different things that are playing in that locker room that we don't get to see because we're not right in there.
Oh my gosh, the amount of decisions our surfers have to make before, during, and after these heats, it's stunning. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Mick Fanning, I know both of you have tried your hand and definitely mentored a lot of younger surfers, if not some of the world's best. Let's say you're in the camp of Carissa Moore. I know she has great coaches, of course. Her pit crew is among the best of the best. Any advice, any just morsel of information that you could give Carissa going into this next match to help her out?
I think Carissa should just let that last heat be water for ducks back. I think she should just forget about it, pretend that it's not there, and just take it like it's a fresh start.
Well, same question, Nick.
Yeah, I would sort of, yeah, I'd just say, look, that was your bad heat. Every now and then you have a bad heat in an event. That's your bad heat. Let it go. Now just go out at 100%. Sometimes when you go out at like 70, 80%, that's when you make mistakes because you hold back that little bit. She's got no room to move now. It's like, it's game on. Go out at 100% and give it everything.
Speaking of game on, Felipe Toledo up and out. And one thing of note too is this might be a little bit more familiar to the surfers in the water. Usually in a standard WSL event, you have non-elimination rounds, and then you go into elimination rounds. So who knows what they're thinking, if that even holds any water, but that's her non-elimination round heat. So that one's in the books. Now she goes into full Carissa Moore fight mode.
Exactly. And every time that you see Carissa Moore lose one of those first round heats, even if she gets second, she comes out that next heat just dropping hammers. So look, I expect nothing less from Carissa, but then you go on the other side with Taddy, you know, what's she going to do to up the ante again? Was that performance and the tactics that she put into that enough to get over Carissa a second time and win that world title? Or also too, does the nerves start getting into? Does the weight of the pressure start weighing down on the legs, and the legs stop moving. There's so many different things that can go into the mind space of an athlete in this situation.
And the good news is we don't have to wait till the next event. We only got to wait 5 minutes and 42 seconds to see what happens next, as you see a major set on the horizon. Paddling into potentially the first wave of this set is Felipe Toledo. You hear the crowd going wild. A beautiful wall for Toledo to work with. Slicing opening turn there. And almost loses it on his second turn. Over projecting, it just looked like a little bit. Nice setup down the line, a huge fin throwing snap to finish that wave. What a wild ride.
Wild, he was giving it everything and just caught that one turn. He knows it too.
He dodged a bullet there on that wave a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, look, you can see the demeanor there. I think he's sort of like, oh, just let that one get away.
And again, front row seat, Gabriel Medina saying, okay, you get one, I'm going to get one. Right behind Toledo. Medina, a couple big turns on his backhand, finishes it with a floater. 4 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Couldn't have scripted it any better. I mean, wave for wave, score for score. And what's happening here?
I don't know if he's signaling for a board on the beach or if it's just the jet ski. I think it's just the jet ski.
We do have the jet ski assist today. And that's good because we just want to see more surfing. Paddling's cool, but I don't want to watch it all day. I want to see ripping, and that's what the jet ski assist helps us with, as we see Carissa Moore getting ready, getting fired up. Here's a look at the last from Felipe Toledo.
That hook right there, that was beautiful. But then this over here, Mick, what was going on?
He hit under the lip and he was just in a really weird transition. It was amazing that he pulled it off, but yeah, just mistimed it. But that turn there was amazing. But yeah, I think that mistake might cost him on the scores there.
And it's a millisecond too, because I feel like that was almost like one of those John Margaret River turns that he was kind of going for, that full rail gouge under the lip sort of thing.
Yeah, you want to hit it as late as possible on those carbs, so you get that speed coming right out of it. But that lip just fell a bit too quick for him, and yeah, sort of just ankle tapped him.
3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Judges have been working hard in this heat. Every wave so close. This matchup living up to all expectations and more. Here's Felipe getting himself back out into the lineup.
Did you just see that tactic too? Gabe jumped on the ski and went to the left for the shorter paddle, and Phil's coming out around on the right.
When in theory, Felipe should have had priority.
Mm-hmm. They might still give it to him because he was on the ski first, but yeah, just shorter paddle, gets another look at what waves are coming.
And almost, if he had to go right, attack it from the back of the peak or pick a left.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think anyone in the history of surfing has a better tactical mind than Gabriel Medina. And you look back at, the track record, his tussles with Coyote Belly a few different times. I mean, he knows the rule book front to back. He knows every intricacy, and he knows exactly what he can get away with. He puts it right on the edge, and again, you have to beat him surfing above and beyond all your abilities, because you cannot rely on rules or regulations. You can't rely on tactics. He's got you beat on all those things. So for him, I mean, he's got a super surfing computer going on in his mind. It's pretty incredible to watch.
He's like 3 steps ahead. But
Yeah.
Felipe, he did actually get priority. So, Gabe testing the waters there.
So 1:44 to go. Score comes through for Toledo, just under what he needed, a 7.37. He needed a 7.98. What more could he have done on that wave?
If that second turn was clean, that was the score. That was 100% the score. But yeah, he just got caught that little bit, and they just couldn't throw him the score.
All right, we have a peak here, and it's going to be Gabriel Medina. Up and out. Didn't like what he saw down the line there. Medina in the lead with 1:15 to go. Big, beautiful wave way out the back. Is Toledo in position? Takes a look, does not make any effort to look into that wave, because if he would have maybe moved an arm, nudged himself into it, could have had priority stripped. So Toledo with priority needs a wave. He needs a 7.98. Under a minute to go.
Just watching that last wave, that last right peel away.
It's still going.
It's still going.
It was a tough one not to go.
And just so everybody knows, that right is still going.
Yeah, still 3 more turns in it.
Well, let's see if that was in fact a mistake. That right there, I mean, that's another question. He's not going to have time to go back to the tape and study and see what he did wrong or right. 15 seconds on the clock. Medina with the edge. Nothing on the horizon. What a way to start our men's title matches. So heat 1 of this title match will go to Gabriel Medina. Now Felipe. He would have wished to follow in the path of Tatiana Weston-Webb to get a big win to give him the momentum, but now he's going to be fighting with his back against the wall against a hard-charging Gabriel Medina.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. I love the pressure of it all. So excited for this next heat too. So I'm going to get back into the rip curl tent and start screaming.
Mick's going back into fan mode. We're going to be right here on all the action. Let's take a look at a recap of what was an absolute stunner. Exactly how we wanted to see the start of the men's title matches go down, wave for wave, blow for blow. It looked like Felipe had the momentum at the beginning of this heat. As usual, Gabriel strikes back at the end.
I know, Gabe dropping down a 7, couple 7s, but then the answer back. I was just so impressed with Felipe on this left. His backhand just searing through the lip, a lot of power, so much spray.
He had 3 attempts at those lefts too. He had 2 before where he fell off on first turn, so he might have been a little bit nervous going this left, but he completed that perfectly. Just to turn around to see this though.
Front row seat to Gabriel Medina, paddling into the wave of the matchup.
I loved that opening turn. That was so cool. And then that levitation from Gabriel Medina, as usual. No surprise there, but it's really cool to see every time he does it.
The variety. I think that's a big thing that he's got on top of a lot of these other guys. He won't do the same turn over and over again. He'll mix it up just for whatever the section's available to do.
Exactly. All right, quick picks. Title match 2. Who's going to take it, Tatiana or Carissa?
I hope Carissa fights back. I want to see it go to 3.
Felipe, Gabriel?
Whew, it's hard to go past Gabriel, but for the sake of being a fan, Felipe.
All right, Mick, who you got?
I blew all my picks earlier in the week, so
I'm staying out of it.
Yeah, I'm just a fan now.
Well, the good news for surf fans all over the world, as well as our thousands of fans on the beach. So much more to come from our title matches. You're watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll be right back with Joe Turpel and possibly a GOAT. Let's do this.
Your runner-up, Carissa Moore.
And here goes Carissa Moore. Takes to the sky.
Carissa Moore, she surprised herself.
Carissa Moore still leads the final 5. She'll be in a strong position to show up for that championship final. I
I feel like my surfing is ready for a title.
Oh, Tatiana Weston Webb with a huge turn off the top, bangs it off the whitewater, and she stays on her feet.
It's time for title match number 2. The Jeep leader, Carissa Moore, takes on number 2 in the world, Tatiana Weston Webb. For Tati, she already had the first win in the opening title match. Remember, for the title match, it's best out of 3. All the other heats we saw today were just one match deciders until you get to world number 1. Same story like we just saw for world number 1, Gabriel Medina. He'll have a chance to potentially earn his 3rd world title if he can beat Felipe Toledo in their very next match. A maxed out crowd here at Lower Trestles with Carissa versus Tatiana. Joe Turpel with 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. Kelly, what an incredible matchup we had in that previous heat. 2 of the top surfers of our sport doing such an incredible job to get everybody on their feet, throw down some groundbreaking airs as well. Speaking to Gabriel on that 9-point ride. And now the stage is set for Carissa Moore versus Tatiana Weston Webb. Interesting to see Moore actually get a loss in the first title match. Now she could be feeling the pressure here. She's in a must-win situation.
She is, and you know, Carissa can handle that pressure. Tati's the perfect opponent to apply the pressure because she's not worried about what anyone else is doing. She's really focused on herself and her game, but she kind of likes taking it straight to her competitors, you know. And so I'm really interested to see this. I felt like Carissa didn't really have the flow in that first heat. And we'll see if she can get it going here straight away.
Looks like we'll get things started. Carissa Moore, a 4-time world champ on a beautiful lowers wall.
She's picked a perfect wave. It's a bigger wave. A lot of these bigger waves today are moving off of this, what we'd call the reef or the cobblestones. It gets a little bit deep, so the wave flattens out. As waves hit shallower water, they stand up more, and you can see this one moving to the inside, hitting the shallow water, and a good finish there. A little early on the section. I think she just wanted to kind of nail something right away and get herself in a commanding lead in the first couple minutes. So now she's got 33.5 minutes to work on, you know, getting her second score and then applying the pressure and getting a bunch of waves.
You just saw Chris Moore, Carissa's father, standing by that pillar there. He's been by her side for a lot of her title runs in the past. As we'll see how that opening number comes through. We're talking about advantages and disadvantages depending on seeding and where you might be. I mean, it feels weird to say you wouldn't want to be number 1 in, you know, a setup like this. But for Carissa, say she was on the board she didn't feel too super comfortable on in that opening match. She had to kind of feel that out on the fly today. That's only maybe one disadvantage you might have being the number 1 seed.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you can get a free surf in the morning, get out there and figure out which board for sure, kind of get your lineups and which wave in the set you want to catch, those sort of things, and relax a little. And then from the beach, you can really watch the mistakes other people are making. You can see where the waves are breaking the best, where you're going to increase your odds and your chances of getting the most number of good waves.
We talk about lineups a lot, but what about lowers in general? I mean, you got a new scaffolding that's not always here. Is that a little bit harder to kind of line yourself up?
Well, the scaffolding's been up for a week and a half, so I imagine all these surfers have been out in the water probably 10 times since then. So you get a feel for your lineups. What we do is kind of triangulate. You might find something in the far distance, a mountain or a freeway sign is what I tend to use, or the side of a hill up there with something on the beach, and then you kind of get a straight line. And then, you know, additionally, you can triangulate by looking to the side and trying to find something off along the coast that tells you how far out you are. And you put those 2 points together, and you can kind of always be in the right spot to find a wave.
Carissa Moore, 8.93, kicks off very aggressively against Tatiana Weston Webb. Tati, now being coached by Ross Williams, worked on some big changes in the offseason, and she was able to accomplish her second CT win of her career. I mean, in 9 finals, she was finishing runner-up time and time again, but a different story this year. And really with that real solid backhand we saw at Main Break Margaret River, it's very reliable here at Lower Trestles. Tati,
well,
rolling into the wall.
Pretty steep to start. Boom, this is where she really shines. Oh, and you see how critical she got there. I don't think it was a big mistake other than losing priority. She probably will lose priority, but that wave actually closed out. She probably only could have got a second turn in. And at Trestles, because it's such a long wave, it's really hard to score high with only 2 or 3 maneuvers. You really want to be getting up there into like a 20, 30 second long ride. It's a good climb. I'll see how the tail drops first. That kind of takes off a little speed when you land, and then she's stabilized, but the lip landed right on her heels, right on the rail, and she quickly took her out. But she was going to be chasing that wave no matter what. Let's watch Carissa's again, 8.9. I didn't really pay attention the first time around, so let's see. Nice carve to start, kind of setting it up. Another one, clean turn. Looks like she might be on a little bit longer board, like a little step up. And there, a nice full rail carve, gouges back into the pocket. And this is where she kind of, I felt like she went a little bit soft in the end there. I do feel like that score came in a bit high to start this heat out, but that will set the benchmark for what Tati has to do. And, you know, you build around those scores either way.
So we see those arcing turns. Carissa just wanted a section where she could really let go and then connected there for the finish. 8.93. Strider Wasilewski, you're in the water. Where was Tatiana for that opening wave?
Well, you know what? I was watching them paddle out because, you know, they have that 5-minute break, and you can see the surfers entering the water, getting to the lineup. Carissa taking the initiative, get out past everybody, and be the furthest one out. And she just happened to be out there when that huge set came. Tatiana got cleaned by, like, I want to say 6 solid sets. I mean, they were big. I got cleaned on the corner over here. And so we were all just ducked at me. I was watching Tatiana just take the waves on the head and have to deal with all that water. And it looked like it might have set in a little fatigue even on that last wave, because she didn't come, you know, she didn't perform as well as she has. So we'll see if the fatigue kind of sets in throughout this heat. But, you know, it's bombing out here. When those sets come, I was watching her duck dive wave after wave after wave.
Good man, Strider. Great insight. Carissa Moore backing up her 8.93.
Yeah, she's not going to leave it to chance this time and wait for a wave at the end. These are the better waves out there. They're only about this size. They stand up a little steeper. This one doesn't have as much wall down the end, so it's not going to give her that big highlight finish, but it's there's been dozens of really good waves at that size that don't break out on the peak where they're sitting, and they swing a little wide, and what happens, because the peak's sitting further out and the rocks bend the swells, the edge of the wall from the left kind of swings across the peak and heads down into the bay here on the right, and you'll get these wedges that build up the energy and the speed on that wave. And so she kind of got that on the where there was a little wedge in the wave, and they stand up and give you a little bowlier section. If you just watch Felipe and Gabrielle's heat, Gabby had one, Felipe caught one out the back, did 2 turns, and then it set up into a wedge on the inside. So you wouldn't pass this wave up out there. It's a really good wave, but unfortunately for her, it didn't stay steep down at the end. So the steep part was the beginning, and then it kind of faded on her after about her 3rd turn here.
Just focusing on her surfboard, noticing maybe riding bigger equipment. Are you liking how it looks today at Lowers?
Yeah, I feel like she really hasn't really dug in on the rail and set a turn like I've seen Carissa set a million times. But that's also because there is a bit of chop on the surface out there. Even though it's glassy, there's no wind. There's just bump. You got, you know, other waves, residual kind of backwash and whitewash on the face, and occasional jet ski wake because the jet skis are pulling it back out. But at Trestles, if you're the guy or girl on the peak waiting for a set, if you've been waiting the longest, it's your turn. You usually don't take the first wave because it has bump on it. And you want the set to kind of clean up the texture of the water, the surface of the water, so it's more even. But you see that a lot out here where somebody wants to go and really lay into a big carve, and it's hard to because there's not a perfect curve to it. There's bump in it, so it's it's probably smarter for her to be on that bigger board because there's a little more rail line to kind of break through that chop.
And Carissa Moore taking advantage of the Red Bull skis, already in position at the takeoff zone. Tati with priority. 2nd scoring ride for Carissa Moore, a 5.83. Remember, best out of 3 series for the title match. Tati took the 1st as world number 2. Carissa Moore in a must-win situation. If Carissa can't win this, it would go to a 3rd deciding match for the world title this year. Carissa's been involved in so many different title showdowns, a 4-time world champ. It never has gone back-to-back with her titles in the past.
Oh, really?
So now,
I didn't know that.
I mean, we did have a long break, but this would be, really back-to-back as the reigning world champion.
And as the gold medalist.
What a year it's been for Riss.
Yeah.
I talk about those life-changing moments.
She's been on fire.
A lot of 4-time champs in the world. We talk about legacies as well, Kelly. with Lisa Anderson, 4 titles. I think you were winning titles alongside her back then with 4 straights for the USA. And there's also Frida Zamba, Wendy Botha. But getting into another class, you know, if a 5th world title was realized for Carissa today, she's only 2 behind Steph and Lane at this point. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I would expect with her age and her dedication to the sport and her desire to win that she'll end up probably being the winningest female world champion. And you know, and then ultimately, she's got the time on her side, so she could have more than all of us at some point for sure.
8.93 for Carissa Moore in a must-win situation. Leads so far in match number 2 over Tatiana Weston Webb. Humping lowers conditions. This is exactly what we were hoping for. I mean, we knew this was always coming here September 9th through the 17th, and we've got a huge crowd that came down yesterday. We got fogged out, and they returned down the trail to watch the best surfers in the world compete in a format that's never been done before. Carissa probably feeling maybe the strongest she's ever felt. I mean, even looking the most comfortable at Pipeline without the win. Finished runner-up to Tyler. Actually had a heat with Tati there that she also got through in the semifinals.
Yeah, and Tati's really been putting that time in. As I mentioned earlier, we were talking about her surfing with her husband, Jesse, who's, you know, arguably he should be on the tour. He was on the tour before and fell off, but he's been one of those guys on and off, but he's right there, and he's such a good surfer and a great competitor too. But you know, he helps push her in big ways for sure, and we'll see what happens here. Let's look at this wave. There's a really nice long wall, and if it holds back, I can look over my shoulder and see that it's going to keep speed and keep the steepness. This is where the wave tends to wedge up. You can see it kind of slow down and stay steep, and wow, what a turn. Man, that was such a well-ridden wave, and it'll be interesting to see where they come in with that, because to me that was more critical surfing than Carissa did on her 8.9. Not as many turns, maybe not quite as big a wave, but a much more critical surfing in my book. It was more on edge. She almost fell, and but that's kind of Tati's style, you know, her risk. Whereas Carissa does have that risk, but she really puts it on rail and relies on that power game. And when she has to, she does something kind of crazy, kind of like, you know, female version of the Gabriel approach. Kind of has the whole package, can just surf and beat you, but then if she has to, do something crazy.
We always talk about that air that happened in Newcastle this year. Kelly, your reaction to that big air reverse that Carissa laid down this season?
Well, I think she was more surprised than me.
As we go back to Tati, impressive, her best so far in this second title match.
Yeah, good start to it. This is where the wave wedged up, and boom, really critical there. She almost fell for good reason. And then, boom, had to climb the lip, and she did good to get up there and actually get the power pushing back, getting the lip pushing under the center of her stance and throwing her back out with speed. There was no bog there. Really well done. Really well surfed. This is the money turn right here. Boom, lets the tail out. Really easy to fall right there.
Great to see her hang on to that completion. Well, like you were mentioning, it's been something she's done all year, especially at main break, going all the way to the win in the West. She doesn't mind a free fall, can recover in a really tough place. Judges always reward that risk for Weston Webb. Rights are definitely better right now, and she hasn't even looked at a left. And now getting the chip in. Kelly, we're just talking about those wedges that kind of flatten out the left to just open up the right a bit more.
Yeah, you see she had to draw that first turn out, and there you go. There's the variety right in the steep part of the wave, using that power. The wave kind of flattening out here. I can see that the wave's going to be flat the whole rest of the way, but then she's going to have a closeout. So she's going to line this up and just get her timing right. Boom, push and drift the tail, drift the fins a little bit of extra pizzazz to finish. And we'll see how they compare those two rides. You know, that was cleaner. That's probably a little bit cleaner than what Tati did. Not as critical, but definitely cleaner and a little more variety overall.
You're getting a lot of examples of that long lowers right compared to a short, maybe bigger section type right that Tati had.
Yeah, she just had to just pace the wave right. That's why she did that big long cutback, arcing all the way back. Boom, there we go. There's a little drift, little risk. pushing it, but you know, she knows she can push as hard as she wants with that back leg and make that every day of the week. She's just so confident in that maneuver. And then you see her ready to time this one, and she knows, boom, this one gets me back in the world title conversation. I think, you know, that this is early on in this heat. Who knows what can happen, but those two waves right there might have her winning the second heat already if Tati doesn't really step it up here. Nice layback snap there. I think this reminds her a lot, especially these ones that don't get real steep. A lot of a reminder of Bells Beach. Very similar kind of curve on the face. A little bit friendlier to surf than Bells is. Bells goes into a deeper spot in the mid part of the wave, but she's won Bells a few times, and she's such a standout there. Like, to me, just leaps and bounds ahead of the next person behind her when Bells is good. And so she's definitely drawing on that experience.
So much flow in her surfing, and then she can throw down so much power with that layback hack. Scores coming through for Carissa Moore. A 7.67 to back up the 8.93. Tati now needs an 8.68 with 20 minutes to go. Carissa's been incredibly consistent this year. The only surfer on tour to finish in semifinals or better throughout 2021. Big moment for Tati.
Yeah, so Tati's really got to let loose. I can turn around and see this wave's going to close right out. So she's going to have to do something big and stick it. I was thinking, you know, 2 moves is not going to do it out here. I think you want to get a wave that's going to let you have at least 3. And if it's only 3, they got to be big, kind of like Medina's 7.3 he had in his heat.
Is Tati's wave selection part of her plan to beat Carissa, looking for a bigger section to throw down a huge turn compared to trying to out-turn her on a long right at lowers?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that you want to try and out-turn Carissa. You want to... Tati's difference is on her backhand, she can probably throw a little more vertical attack, and that maybe looks a little more powerful because Carissa's kind of drawing her turns out today. And so the difference is really that more vertical hit in the pocket as opposed to the bigger arcing carves. And I think she wouldn't be bad to maybe take a couple lefts and just get something under her belt. Maybe something big happens. Maybe she can throw an air after a couple of carves at the end on a wave that Carissa's not even looking at with priority.
That would be huge. Carissa Moore, when she won this event, when it was a part of the regular season, I don't remember her going left at all. Tati doesn't mind a left like goofy footers do, but when your backhand's making all the money on tour, you can see how valuable it is to use a little bit of both.
Yeah, and you've only seen a couple of waves score on the lefts today. Joanne did early, right? I didn't watch the whole heat, but I heard Joanne got a couple lefts, and then obviously Gabrielle and Felipe, those back-to-back lefts. I've been wondering who was going to be the first one to strike on those lefts today, and they offer that big air section. I was surprised Italo didn't work that a little bit more.
17:55 on the clock, and Weston Webb is trying to get an 8.68. If she can get the lead, she has an opportunity to win a first world title for the women in Brazil. We've had a lot of the Brazilian Storm dominate on the men's side, and she's been knocking at the door on a true world title contender. Now we can catch up with Rich Porta, rules and judging expert, longtime head judge, to really break down the scoring in this match. Rich, what a heat we have. Carissa versus Tati. Tati, give us the real reason why we got the 7.93 for the goofy footer.
Yeah, she's attacking the wave, there's no doubt. She's chasing the sections, as Kelly was alluding to. The judges at the moment, they've sort of got their score on Carissa's first wave with that control and her variety, and Tati's definitely attacking this wave. As you can see, she's really putting it up there, but she just doesn't have as much flow as what Carissa's got at the moment. Definitely having a go, but even on that turn, she's sort of a little slide, and then the last turn, it looks pretty good, but when you really break it down, it's kind of a little bit late and just floats back down. So, you know, there's that separation. She's right there. She just needs to find a wave that's going to allow her a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would agree with that. It was not as smooth, not as flowy, more radical, a little more exciting to me. I thought Carissa's came in a bit high. I've seen her do incredible stuff, so I'm used to her getting 9s. But I just thought to start the heat, that might have pushed it into a funny level for the girls here.
Yeah, so it's always great to get insight on the scale. Carissa Moore, 8.93 opener. and then a 7.67 to back it up. Her win this season was way back at Newcastle when we referenced the air, so it was all about consistency this year. She had a tough loss to Joanne Defay at the Surf Ranch, where Moore traditionally looks unbeatable at that venue in Lemoore. But when you go to lowers and you think of Carissa, you think of just a little kid from the island of Oahu just breaking every record she could possibly get a hold of in the NSSA. All those big titles were here at Lower Trestles, and she actually had to move on early. There's nothing left for her to accomplish. She was just so much better than her generation.
Yeah, well, she beat all the guys in Hawaii. After all the girls. she was incredible. I mean,
it's a true story.
I have told the story before, but I've watched, we have a mutual friend in Australia, and he had videos of her when she was like 8 years old surfing, doing 360s and getting barreled. And I was like, this girl is going to take over the world, you know. And she was so good from such an early age. And you see a lot of good young kids that don't maybe keep on that threshold and keep that level as they get a little older. But she just kept pushing and pushing. And, you know, when she was a teenager, she was probably the best female surfer in the world, her and Stephanie, you know.
Oh, it was so cool. We saw Carissa make a final at 14 at Snapper, losing to Chelsea Hedges. The writing was on the wall. But in an interesting situation now in match number 2. Here in the title match, Strider, Carissa Moore head to the beach after a loss to Tati. She had a lot to overcome there.
Yeah, you know what? I just have to give Carissa props for turning it around. You saw her kind of mentally breaking down, out of flow, out of rhythm, you know, falling off a few times, and maybe that creeps into your head, right, going into this. And then you got the pressure of having to come up against somebody that could take you out of the world title and win her first. So, you know, for her, I feel like whoever was in her box back in the locker room and really giving her the mental edge she needed, whether it was her husband or her dad or Matt Biolis, whoever is back in there, they did a great job in the locker room before this heat, because I'm watching her surf, I'm seeing her eyes, I'm seeing her face when she comes by on the ski, and everything has changed from her first heat. So my hats off to her, the team, and everybody behind her right now to get her in that headspace to come out and do a great job. Job's not done yet, but it's looking good.
Thanks so much, Strider. Yeah, it's great insight, too. I mean, this format is different. Chris has never surfed in it before. Best of 3 to decide a world title, so you have that time. It's almost like a fighter after a round. They go to their pit crew real quick. Yep. For her, she's been flying Mitchell Ross out here from Australia to be by her side, and they get along incredibly well. He's a great surfer. He knows how to bring out the best in her strengths. And like Strider was saying, she just took control.
Does he get quarantine pay?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's part of the clause, of course. That's important. Mitch might end up hanging out here for a while as we see the paddle there. Priority does switch to Tati.
Interesting. Yeah, and to Strider's point, she came out really strong. She left nothing to chance to start this heat. She was going to be on the first good wave. Jim Hogan, who's an old tour surfer here from San Clemente, lives in Costa Rica now. He's been studying the numbers on heats on the QS and on the World Tour for a few years now, and he said that there's about a 75% chance that whoever gets the best score in the first exchange wins the heat. And she came out just guns a-blazing, obviously, and puts a 9 on the board to start the heat. And it's a great situation now because the champ, the favorite, has her back against the wall after one heat, and she comes out and just nails it to start, gets 2 good waves, puts the pressure back on Tati, and now Tati could win her first world title by getting a 9. She should need an excellent score. This should be the pressure that she needs to deal with in order to get over that hump and win a world title.
So crazy.
And I expect Carissa to improve her second score.
It's crazy. When you look at that wave, too, for Carissa, on a change of priority, on a day like today, are you surprised?
That she missed that wave?
She missed that wave, or is that typical for lowers at this size?
It's just hard when the tide's changing and you have this size of swell, because the big sets can break 50 or 100 yards further out, and the small ones can just not break. They cap up and they almost let you in. You could be, you know, from you to me away, and you could catch it and I miss it and don't even feel like I was on it, because a little bump will catch you. And she was just a little wide. She's probably playing a little safe by being a little bit wide and a little outside in case a big one comes her way. And you don't want to be too deep for those or too far inside.
All about positioning throughout this entire matchup. Carissa Moore leads so far over Tatiana Weston Webb in title match number 2. We'll be right back for more action at Lower Trestles after this. the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Tati versus Carissa Moore. Weston Webb using priority on this right. Snap to start. And she will be kicking herself for taking that wave with priority. She'll still need an 8.68 as we're down to 10 minutes on the, instead 9:55 on the clock.
Here we
Big
go.
carve for Carissa Kelly.
And you got Carissa. You can see the speed. You can see kind of the energy she had there. I didn't obviously see what the wave started like. We'll see if she got a third turn in. If she got a first turn before we saw her, then she could be, again, pushing that score up. She looked, to me, she looked more confident in her turn. Right? She just looked like alive and not like she was trying to get a score. She was just free, free to surf and push the board right there. And that's what happens when you see any of the competitors. They got 2 big scores. They're in the lead. Now it's time to just start pushing, and the confidence is built already.
I agree with you, Kelly. That was maybe the most aggressive hack that she's had so far. And you wonder how these nerves might feel when you're waiting. It's a big day. You're watching everybody, even though you're in a great position. Being number one, sometimes you can almost over froth when the waves are pumping like this all day. And you just have to settle the nerves. I think she's done that so far with her start.
Yeah, so we'll see the start of this wave, see how she gets going. I didn't turn around to have a look because I was watching Tati's, but here we go. First big turn, boom! You can see how lively she looks right there. Yeah, it was only a 2-turn banger, but it was. I feel like I can see a different confidence in her surfing already, and I think she's washed that first heat off. And to Richie's point right there, you can see Tati's turn right there. It was kind of cut short. It was like she's pushing, but she's not pushing and sort of accentuating that turn. It's just a one push and then trying to get going because she's lost a little speed from pushing off that turn. And so that could definitely hurt the scores if you got a long one.
Still 8:10 on the clock here in match number 2. Remember, it's a title match. World number 1, Carissa Moore, lost the first one to Tatiana Weston Webb. So now in a must-win situation, if Riss holds on to this lead, it will come down to a deciding third match in front of a solid crowd here at Lower Trestles, known as the High Performance Skate Park that we have on the championship tour. Went away for a few years, but Carissa Moore is a past event champion, getting that win back in 2015. And this is something you don't see at Lowers. The Red Bull ski, a big addition this morning. And I was just thinking how much that would change that road from the 4th and 5th seeds all the way through, but it proved not to really change anything because we got the top 2 seeds in the title match.
Definitely, but thank God we don't see those out here all the time. Because it's always, with Trestles is good. It's nice and glassy, and there's 100 people in the water, and I've seen jet skis kind of come out here and just do joy rides out on the side, and that wake just lasts forever, so it kind of ruins it for everybody. But yeah, the help in a heat when you have a 300-400 yard long paddle back out, it just helps you breathe up, calm your heart rate, keep your energy, especially on a long day like this for these surfers. And I was imagining after a couple of my rides the last couple of days out here how far I rode, how high my heartbeat was, and how little oxygen I had left in the red blood cells, to paddle back out as fast as possible, especially if you fall on a wave. If you get down to the end and you fall and you turn an 8 into a 6 or a 5, and then you got to paddle all the way back out there and hope that something comes your way at the right time. It's definitely a huge help because you can clear your mind and actually kind of think on the way back out. You don't have to do anything except for ride along and keep an eye on the lineup.
Last couple waves for Tati and Carissa Moore didn't change anything. Tati just had that one snap, 3.1 range. Ends up keeping her top 2 scores. Carissa Moore, 8.93, 7.67 out in front. And that last coming just under the requirement to improve her total here in match number 2. Tatiana Weston Webb representing Brazil, but raised on the island of Kauai. And working with Ross, Ross was telling me at the start of the season, he actually had to tell her to stop working out so much at times because she was getting so strong. He wanted to make sure the flexibility was still there. But the thing that impressed him about that was that she was not afraid to put in all the hard work. And that's been a great relationship ever since they made it official.
Yep, they are Facebook official, working together. Ross is, it seems like it's really helped Tati this year. Obviously, she's here surfing for a 9-point ride to win a world title. And
it's amazing what a coach can do to make a change. Did you notice something right away, or has it been more of a longer process in your eyes with Tati?
I don't know if I paid attention throughout the year enough to give an opinion on it, but I think that if you have a busy life, if you're I mean, you have your personal life, you have your sponsor stuff, you have all these different things, and you're trying to win heats. If somebody can help you think, and you know that the decision you're making is the right one, even if it doesn't work out right in the end, you did the best you could based on the given information, and that's what a guy like Ross or any coach for anybody helps do. Just go out there with one swing thought. You know, if you're golfing, don't try and go fix the whole swing. You go out there, just look for these waves, or look for that kind of turn, or surf on your forehand or backhand, or look for the barrel. It's just if you can simplify it down to the most basic of things, it's much easier to trust what you're doing and feel like you're making the right decisions.
Helping you simplify the process, because you already know you're one of the best in the world for making it on the tour. And the next goal is to become a world champion. Tati trying to do that for the first time, down to 4 minutes on the clock.
Well, Carissa really played this heat well, didn't she? I mean, she got that great start. You can see, Joe, if we look out the ocean, there's some of these wide waves that are moving down into the bay, kind of off the point, that are good. But you would never be waiting there in the heat to try and get them. Maybe in a free surf on the paddle back out, but the other thing
there's
is,
waves everywhere.
Yeah, they're not even paddling back out, so they don't even see those waves. If they're on the paddle back out, they might scoop one of those on the way back out, but you're gonna take that rest and jump on the ski 9 times out of 10. And this heat really hasn't provided too much since the beginning. And Carissa got that great start, and now that, like I said, that first heat is washed off, it's going to come down to one heat unless something amazing happens for Tati here in the next couple minutes. And she does have priority. I don't see any big sets approaching, but we still got a few minutes on the clock.
What an exciting season for Tatiana Weston-Webb. We mentioned how Carissa had a lot of titles here, and same for Tati, winning USA champs at Lowers. And I remember watching those finals. She was definitely focusing on her backhand attack. So had a ton of familiarity coming here to San Clemente to compete. And it's great when you have that all behind you. You've won here before. She's been chaired up to the podium. She can channel all those good vibes. See if she can get an 8.68 here.
I don't think any American has won a Brazilian title.
Wow.
You know.
You say that again?
Well, no, her dad's from Kauai, so she's half American, and she is definitely taken advantage of her youth on Kauai and in Hawaii in general, and been putting a lot of time in at Pipeline, and some of the bigger wave spots this past couple of years, and just getting comfortable. I think that's the one place she really stands out in her surfing. When she was first on tour, and the women had a day they were maybe going to compete in Hossegor, and some of the girls maybe didn't want to surf because it was big and kind of closed out too. It wasn't perfect, and she's like, "No, we got to go. Like, we're professionals," and she pushed it and pushed it over the edge to get them to surf instead of the guys that day, and she went out and got a 10-point ride, and it was just, I think that was really a shot over the bow for every other woman in that contest. And,
it certainly was. I caught up with Tati earlier this year about that moment. It was certainly incredible to see how hard she was charging. 90 seconds on the clock. Carissa Moore.
Oh, she could shut the door right here if she just strings this whole wave together, and a big finish. Boom. Now Tati out the back, a little wave approaching. She looks a little deep to start. It goes a little flat on her. She didn't get that first turn off, but here we go. It's going to step right up now and see if she can get in the flow of this wave. She's really got to do something special because she's kind of already a little bit behind the 8-ball to start, and she needs a 9-point ride.
Clean snap again for Weston-Webb, and she will time the end section. A much different type of right that she's taken in this heat, allowing her to throw down lots of different turns, but there were some changes to the face of the wave. She had to slow down, react to different sections, did well to stay on her feet.
It just didn't have the feel of Carissa's flow and clean open carves. She felt a little bit like she was chasing the wave, but she got 4 big turns after getting stuck in the beginning of that ride. I think she did as well as she could have, and we'll see if that was, I don't know if it feels like the world title wave or not, But that's really what it comes down to. And we'll see if Carissa does better anything on her end there. She has to better a 7.67. Tati surfed pretty well on that wave after getting initially stuck to start the ride out.
8 seconds to go. Remember, Tati won match number 1. It's best 2 out of 3 for the world title, so Carissa Moore in a must-win situation. Carissa on the first wave of the exchange.
It's just had such a nice feel. Look at all the speed she has. Big carve, just clean open face surfing. Nowhere was she stuck on that at all. A good second turn, and then here comes kind of that banger finish. It looked like she knew I make this, and the heat's probably in the bag for me. And then watch this first part right here. She gets a little bit caught. The whitewash just kind of set her up. She almost looked like she was going to go off the back there. And then she goes, you know what? I need to get in the flow of this wave. And bang. Touch late, but she was so strong she pulled it out. And then that was the clean turn. And then right here, one more. Almost digs the nose because she let the tail kind of loose on that. She kind of drifted the tail and then finished really nice. I mean, it's a great ride. I don't know where they're going to go with it.
It feels like Carissa Moore put maybe the most energy into that opening turn throughout this match, so maybe turning in her best. Tati, before that, needed a gigantic score.
And Carissa's bettered her. She does an 8.3 instead of a 7.6, and that means that clearly the best ride of the heat needed to be right there with Tati, and I don't know if it had what it needs to get that 9.33. That's a giant score out there. I mean, you got to make no mistakes at all.
With a format like this, judges will take their time to make their comparisons. Yeah. They've already written the score down, but they'll just double check with a replay with a title match sheet of this size. You can see the first 2 reactions and now first 3 under the requirements.
Yeah.
And now this will officially be going into a third and deciding world title match between Tatiana Weston-Webb and Carissa Moore, both with 1 win apiece.
That's awesome. I think that's a great way to see this go down. I'd like to see the same thing happen on the men's side, you know, to really hammer it home. But I think it's going to be tough for Felipe. We'll see how relaxed and confident that combination is, and then how lucky he is and in sync with the ocean. I mean, Gabriel, the guy cannot put a foot wrong this year. It's pretty remarkable how often you can just feel it. You just go, he's got 3 minutes left and he needs what, and he does what, and he just, it's like he doesn't have to think. And that heat really felt like it was going Felipe's way, and all of a sudden they go on that left exchange and the whole thing changed.
It's so crazy to see that match coming up next, but also with Carissa Moore and Tati, they're going to be paddling out into their decider. Kelly, you can relate to that when you know one heat is your year, is your world title. That's what we're looking at with Chris and Tati.
Yeah.
And also Medina, as he's favored in the next
absolutely.
one.
And I think Carissa going into that heat was a little let down, and I think she clearly washed that off and said, you know what, I got to start clean, blank page here, and just get out there and do what I know how to do. And she went out and did that, dominated that heat. And it's going to come down to 2 rides. It's going to come down to four rides for a world title. And I think that's awesome, but I know Carissa wanted to go into that heat in the lead. They both did, but after you've had such a great career, a great year like Carissa had, it's probably a little tough to go. I have to get 2 heats in a row over somebody now, as opposed to just win 1 more.
Pretty exciting time here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Coming up next, Gabriel Medina versus Felipe Toledo. Medina leads 1-0 into the second title match. We'll be right back. Big frontside air reverse for Gabriel Medina.
This year, he is truly an unstoppable force.
Gabriel Medina, the winner of the Rip Curl Rock Nest Surge.
I'm ready for the finals. See you soon, Trestles.
To beat Gabriel, it's been 2 years in a row already. I'm done with this guy.
Goes for a big air. He sticks it! Oh my! Huge searing turn. Are you not entertained?
It's time for title match number 2 between Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo, as we will get things started very quickly. Toledo trying that first hack in the pocket, throw tail, pulls it forward. Now winding up off the bottom, crushes it vertically. Nice clean wrapping style, beautiful flow from Toledo. Throws down a beautiful roundhouse cutback, snap, blow tail. Does he pull it? He does. Still some room to move. He'll throw the tail towards the beach again. And Felipe Toledo going down on the final turn in a must-win situation here against Gabriel Medina in title match number 2. A very close match to kick things off. Remember, it is best out of 3 to decide our world champion here at Lower Trestles today. Gabriel Medina answers to Toledo. Snap, big float. Big wind up and almost over-rotated to see the lip line. These guys giving it everything they've got. Hard off the bottom again. Nice clean snap. Remember, if Gabriel wins this match, he will be a 3-time world champion. And speaking of world champions, in the booth now with 3-time world champ Mick Fanning. Thanks for joining us, mate.
How you going?
Oh, unbelievable. Just energy is sky high, and Kelly as well, 11-time world champ. A lot to discuss with these two, Mick, with now Felipe entering a must-win situation type match. How is he already handling this by getting an opening wave like that?
Yeah, look, I thought the first heat, Felipe was missing that very first turn. He came out of that one straight into that huge layback. You know, he's going all at it. He has to throw everything at it if he's going to win this heat. You know, we're speaking off air, and how do you beat Gabe Medina twice in one day? It's very, very rare.
Yeah. That's the situation that Felipe's got to deal with. He's got to win this heat and the next heat to become a world champion, but it just makes you feel that he's definitely earned it if he can accomplish something like that.
To beat him twice, you got to cripple him. But if there's anybody for the job, it's Felipe. Watch this. He almost didn't go. He hesitated on this wave. Watch this first turn. Oh my gosh. This guy video game surfs. It's so cool to see. Look at that. Boom. I won't rotate this one. I'll just land it, and then I'll go straight up vertical here. Release the tail, and you know that wave didn't have much drive and speed right there. See how it's kind of sleepy? And then watch, he kind of cuts back here. Oh, the wave's kind of boring, and then I'll just do an air reverse. Like, just so easy, and then comes out of it. And then if he stuck this one, I mean, what else could you possibly do on that ride? I mean, that's a 10-point ride on a 6-point wave. You know, it's just. There's so many different levels of skill in that ride. So much skill set that yeah, it's so nice to see surfing that good, you know.
I suppose we always talk about combination of turns, and I don't know if anyone does it better than these two. Here's Medina's wave, man.
Yeah, look, they've both come out and they're just giving it to it. You watch here, Gabe just makes a little bit of mistake, but he came back, brought it back in, and then starts squaring up again.
Yeah, and this one stayed steep, didn't it, for him?
That's the perfect backhand wave, you know. You want those steep ones that run the whole way. There wasn't any downtime. If he didn't have that bobble on that one bottom turn, that would have been a massive score as well.
It's like it almost put him in a better spot, though, for the next couple, you know? Like he turns a little mistake into gold somehow, like the alchemy of his surfing right here. Oh, just kind of slides. And I don't know how he got back onto his toes so quick.
He's so strong. His torso and his legs are just built, and he puts himself in the weirdest positions and somehow always brings himself back.
Yeah.
I guess I go to you, Mick, when I feel like you made training popular and it's okay to say you're putting in the time. Have you ever worked out with Medina before?
No, I haven't. I had a couple of mock heats with him just the other day out T Street, and I was just doing some paddling stuff, just trying to hassle him a bit, and he left me for dead. It was like a speedboat versus a little tinny. It just did not work. I was like trying to grab his leg rope and stuff, but he's always been so strong. He went from, I remember the time he went from at the end of 2013, he broke his ankle and he came back in 2014. And it was like he did so much work to get that ankle back. He was just thick and his legs and ankles were just like, full-on light posts.
Here he goes.
Wow.
Here he goes. I've been saying this all day. When's he going to just sit on these lefts, underneath priority, get his wave count up, and bang? I'm surprised he didn't do it earlier, but you saw the first 9 that he had earlier. It was just devastating. And then there's 2 air reverses. How do you score that? It's not the length of the right. It wasn't a big set, but it's surfed to perfection, really.
When we look at the numbers so far, Medina 6.33 on that right that he recovered where he had to twist to look back to the lip. Now going left. Didn't need much, so we'll get a lead change there. But I guess our clear comparison is the 7.83 start for a ton of majors for Toledo. But yeah, the left always a bit shorter, but gives you sometimes a stronger section to start. And I like that Medina's mixing it up here, Mick.
Yeah, he's got so many different ways to win. You can try and control him on making sure you're on the biggest sets and picking the best waves, but he just does that. He sneaks inside and turns a mediocre wave into something of substance. That air was incredible.
He landed on the nose. He still adjusted well enough to get a pretty clean turn without losing speed, and then boom, that was a perfect little rail carve. Good little setup here. He just pacing it out. And then I'll just do one of these. I'll just finish that. Just land in the kelp and ride it out. Usually there's a big kelp ball right there, but he's pretty astoundingly good, isn't he?
Even the tweak out on the board then was, to have that feel, to bring that back under your feet is, it's so next level. But he also, every turn is just that little bit different. He has so many approaches to the wave, which is it's super exciting for us as fans, but also for the judges. Like, you think you've seen it all, and then he just comes out and does something totally different again.
Well, someone was asking me earlier who's done the best airs this season between Medina and Italo, and I just went to Medina because he just gave us more variety. It was the only way I could split him, because every section he'll just adapt. His balance is amazing in the air, and then all of a sudden the turns he's doing in between are looking incredibly strong. Clearly his best so far, and in fact, it'll be the best number of the match, an 8.5 over Felipe's 7.83.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're expecting today, right?
Yeah. Two guys in fine form, in pumping conditions here at Lower Trestles, and we know the beach is lighting up. Things getting very serious in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, where we find Peter Mill.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. And I've been a fly on the wall for the past half an hour, and it is palpable, the energy that is being carried in this room. You think about the Gabe Medina camp, and then you've got Felipe's camp, and they're right next to each other. And it's every time they're riding a wave, this whole place lights up, and it is amazing. And now there's a huge set. Strider, you in the position there to check that one out?
Oh, are you kidding me? That was a searing snap. That was ridiculous. Another one. This is ridiculous. Gabby's out the back. He's looking at this left. Are you? This is just mind-boggling. The level of competition, the technical surfing. I can't wait. Take it away. I can't see the rest of the left.
Yeah, it was. Medina looks like he's got a gigantic ramp. Where does he go from there? But under the water, onto the cobblestones.
I wish he didn't rotate as much. He would have stuck that. He was 10 feet out right there. And Felipe, had he stuck that second turn, he was looking at
That's 9.5s.
Yeah, he was right up there at the top you could get out here. And man, that was cool. That was a great exchange, even though both of them fell. It was awesome.
Kelly, how close did he come to this thing?
Oh, watch. I literally think he just little bit overextended, but he had the loft. He was right above the board. He had the grab, and look, if he had gone for a double spin, he might have made it. He had so much loft there, and the wind helping him out, huh, Mick?
Had the loft all right. Holy hell, he just went over a house.
He just went over a semi-truck on the highway.
What are his options right there? Where do you land?
Don't ask me, mate. I don't do them.
Pretty crazy to see that. That would have been almost a 10 maybe on one maneuver. But what went wrong for Felipe here?
This turn's beautiful. So much speed. And
look at the chop, too. He went right through it.
With the fourth fin, Kelly, you've ridden them out here. What's the difference in the feeling between a thruster and a fourth fin? Why did you go to the fourth fin back in the day, and why do you think Phil's gone that way?
Yeah, I think for him, that one looks really great in his forehand. I actually surfed against Parco in, I think, 03 or 06 or something out here on a quad, and it felt really good. I was struggling with boards, and the quad actually felt really good on the rights. I typically like him, for myself, better on my backhand, off the bottom, off the top. And I like him in the barrel. So when I saw him with this board up at Surf Ranch, I was a little surprised, but it just looks so free and lively. And I think what you'll notice if you're going to critique it in some way, to try to pick it apart, sometimes because it's so fast and loose through the turns, the tail's lifting. With all that fin, you're getting a lot of lift through the tail. And he's able to compress on that and keep the pressure down so it doesn't buck him off the front of the board. But right there, you can see that tail kind of lifted, the nose went under. And I feel like in those super critical spots, the thrusters is better because you can control the release better.
Yeah, okay. Could you, with that fourth fin, is it accelerating through the end of that turn?
And lifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when he leans back, he's not able to probably keep as much pressure in the back foot, because you're like kind of extending your legs. And I feel like the nose, plus it got a little steep, and like I said, if we do watch that wave again, that first turn, see how bumpy it was. You know how hard it is out here. When that little bit of breeze comes on shore, and you're trying to really commit to a rail. It's so hard. But he's not battling. He's balancing that release on the tail and the lift with the carve and the power and the speed. He just goes so fast. I think it's hard for his mind to keep up with how fast he physically goes.
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like the top three Brazilians have such a different balance to everyone else on tour at the moment.
They're really center balanced.
They are, yeah. It's like, you watch Italo go switchfoot, and it looks like he's surfing exactly the same. Yeah. They just have such great balance on their feet, where sort of almost a golfer in a way, where they're not moving, or snowboarding, where it just doesn't matter which way they're going, they're just stuck to their board.
Yeah, it's like that neutral stance where they can land different rotations, they can be backwards and feel incredibly comfortable. Yeah. It's always been thought to be the future, where guys would be equally as good going both directions, goofy or regular. And you can see how much that helps guys like Medina. When he's upside down, he's got a great awareness of
landing backwards if you feel like you're going forwards, and it feels natural to you. I think golf is the great analogy, because a guy like Phil Mickelson, I think he's like a 1 or 3 handicap right-handed, and lefty he's obviously like a +6. But getting that ability to go both ways. When I was early on tour, and I was asked that question a few times, they're like, what's the future of surfing? And I said, well, obviously up in the air and flips and things we're not really even trying right now, but it's also being able to go both directions equally as well.
Felipe Toledo, big throw tail to start, aggressive approach, but he's down.
I wonder if he looked down the line on that wave and saw there wasn't a lot. I'll throw something huge to start, and if I can do 2 or 3 giant maneuvers, I can potentially get up in that giant score.
His year's been insane, winning Margaret River and also winning the Surf Ranch. So 2 big wins this season, along with Medina. But it's just crazy to watch. Remember how Medina started this season, the best start of his career to date, in such a year that had so many different obstacles and changes, going to new venues. What did you see in Medina change this year to accomplish 4 finals in the first 5 events this year?
Yeah, look, I think there's a few different things. I think he wanted to really enjoy his surfing and enjoy his competition. I'm good mates with his coach, Andy King, as well. And Kingy's big thing the whole year was like, let's create a new space for you. You make decisions, you go and surf the way that we want you to surf. We don't want you to be so tactical. And I think he's just really enjoyed that different route of like, okay, I'm going to go and just be an icon every time I go and surf, and so get people fired up, and it's been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I'll just add to that he seems more approachable and friendly to the average person. He's always seemed kind of cold and just technical, methodical, and now people are going, well, this guy's talking to us about how to be happy when he wins, and and obviously he's had a lot of life changes this year, personal, and he looks like he's just in a good space and relaxed. And I have, that's interesting. I've said before, when you want to watch a surf movie, you watch John. When you want to watch a heat and how to surf a heat, you watch Gabriel. And I think that John has figured out how to go and dominate heats, and I think Gabriel could do well for himself to just free up and go into a free surf mode, where it's just, let's just film the gnarliest stuff that's ever been done on a surfboard and have fun with it. And he can do that because he's got every skill on earth, you know.
Yeah, I've spoken to him about that, and he was like, I just don't want to get injured.
Yeah, well,
for it.
Have you watched him surf? I mean, come on. I understand that, though. He saves a lot for heats.
Yeah, if he's doing this in the pressure of a competition, imagine what he could do away from it. It would just be so gnarly. But yeah, that's always been his thing. He's like, I feel like he said this, if he feels like he's going to go out and put out like the best video part ever, then he has to go so loony that he's scared he's going to hurt himself.
That's so crazy how much he just thinks about the process, reinvents himself. And sometimes you take a coach, we were talking about that earlier, Kelly, just he could put a different thing in your mind. And Andy King's done that to really embrace the freak that Medina is in the water, where he can do just about anything he wants on demand.
Well, Mick, you've had Phil, you had your coach forever, and he, you know, I never talked to you or him about the mindset, but it seemed obvious to me that he was like a stability for you. He seemed like a sort of a North Star or something, you know, where almost like Tiger Woods had with his dad, you know, like you look over and you just feel like, okay, I got all this information, I already know it, I don't have to overthink this.
Yeah, exactly. Phil was very calm. He would come in, he would just give me facts. You know, he wouldn't sit there and play into all the other stuff. A lot of the time, you wouldn't even see him in the competitors area because he didn't like the limelight. And you know, working with Phil was great. And then I worked with a few other, I've worked with Kingy before in the past, also Jared House, and everyone brings their little bit of expertise. But I think with all those guys, they were calm and they gave you just facts. Uh-oh.
At the moment, we're just on
Mick's
hold
here. Oh,
with
God.
the Red Bull skis out there, getting Felipe and Gabriel Medina out of the water. So the heat has been on pause. Just like the protocol we have at all the venues around the world. They're always looking for wildlife, and right now they pulled them out to safety real quick.
People be looking for my phone number just to light me up. It's your fault.
Yeah, no, I'll never forget after we were at J-Bay, and we come out here to surf, and we see a fin in the water, and then a seal comes up and eats a leopard shark.
You're kidding.
But of course, Mick's right there. It's right next to him.
I kick out of this wave. I've caught a wave right at the end, and there's all the photographers like Ryan Miller and that, and I just see a fin, and I'm like, boys, make sure you keep your wits about you for a second. And then all of a sudden, this seal pops up with a little shark in its mouth.
Kidding
We're like,
me.
what?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, those are images that are seared in our mind, the Jeffreys Bay final with yourself and Julian Wilson. And since then, we've seen this protocol in place at every single venue around the world. So there's no chances taken. They just, anything sighted in the area, they'll put the heat on pause. That's what's happened here in the title match number 2. Mick, you can speak to this as well, of getting pulled out of the water, and then when they get back into the zone, is it easy to switch on again?
Yeah, I think so. Like, the protocols that the WSL has when this happens is so good. They're so fast. They're so onto it. As you said, they don't take any chances. The surfers have seen it enough in so many different areas now that it's just like, oh, it's just pressing pause. It's like a timeout in football. And these guys, like, you know, Phil might even be talking to the guys, what's this, what's happening here, what's going on there. But he fell on a couple of waves as well. So it's like, all right, I can take a deep breath, bring it back down, and just reset again. So it is like a timeout in a way.
It's actually interesting too. Felipe has experience with this. You know, he's been pulled out before and had to, you know, get himself back into game mode. So I don't know if you want that experience, but it's happened a few times. So it's definitely going to benefit Felipe, for he's understood the protocol in the past. But let's get more of an official word on the situation now with Peter Mell and Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. So we had a situation. Can you fill us in what's going on?
Yeah, we just had a shark actually breach kind of to the side of the lineup. It's about 6 to 8 foot, according to state parks. So what our protocol is now is we're going to search the lineup, we're going to make sure that it's gone, and then we'll be restarting. So we're looking at a 15-minute hold.
All right, well, simple news, but a little scary. So we'll be on pause for 15 minutes.
Great call. Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Jesse. So that'll give a lot more time to Gabriel Medina to figure this one out. The time is paused. The scores obviously already count. And so they count them back in to finish this title match. It could be a world title decider, or it could be Felipe Toledo sending it into a third and final heat of the season. Wild times here at Lower Trestles. A little bit more excitement to add to the whole journey. Joe Turpel with Mick Fanning and Kelly Slater will be standing by here on the desk until we get called back on in title match number 2. We'll take a quick break. Back for more here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals right after this.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We got a little wildlife hold going on right now, but we're out in the lineup. Felipe Toledo, he's doing all right. And here comes Gabriel Medina, and he's doing just fine. He actually said he's the only shark. He'll bite the shark. He's fine. But we're having fun out here. To be honest, the situation, sitting there watching Felipe surf, saw a big splash next to me, and it was actually about a 6-foot shark jumped out right next to me. I had no idea, and then the jet skis told me what happened, and now we're just on a hold, making sure that the shark has left the area, and then we're going to get right back to work. So that's what we're on for. The guys are ready to go. They're excited, and so are we. So we're going to have some fun.
So yeah, Strider, looks like everyone is smiling at you, throwing shakas, so they're actually staying calm in a situation like this.
Yeah, you know what? They didn't actually see anything. I didn't actually. I just saw a big splash next to me, and then the lifeguard boat came over, and so did the skis right away, and made sure everybody was back up on the skis and safe. And we're better safe than sorry, obviously. So, well, everybody's going to reset, get ready to go. The boys, I don't think there's going to be any hiccups in their attack back on the lineup.
Interesting, Strider. I mean, Medina with the lead, Felipe chasing. Does a hold like this benefit anybody right now?
I don't think so. I think it's just on. These guys are such animals. They want every little piece. They want to sink into it. They want to just hit that lip. They want to go above the lip. They want to throw that rail gouge in. And, I think it's going to be a really fun finishing up this 18 minutes that we have left. And, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll have another one after that. You never know. It's going to be fun. But, you got Mick Fanning in there. What's Mick got to say about it?
Thanks, mate.
The authority.
I think you get these questions quite often. Mick.
All the time. Look, it's fine. Everything happens so fast. And as Strider said, the boys didn't even see it, so it wouldn't even be a second thought. You're on the ski, you're sort of pretty safe. You see sharks out in the water.
Yeah.
But
I've seen 3 breaches out here in the past few years. So
there's been quite a few.
It's common, and you just deal with it. I mean, I don't know if I've ever told Mick our story from when it happened to him at J-Bay, but we surfed that semifinal together, and then at the end, towards the last 5 minutes, I was just feeling all this pressure, and I took a wave I knew I shouldn't, and then he just smoked me, and then so I just stayed in the water and surfed the whole time. So I surfed for like an hour straight, right there where the whole thing went down, and I hit the beach, and I could not hear the speakers because I was kind of down the point. I hit the beach right as that thing happened with you, and I saw the boats and skis go over, and I was like, oh my gosh, the only reason that would ever happen is a shark. But I felt really, just felt in my heart that nothing happened. There was just like no one was hurt, I don't know why. I just felt calm. And I went up and saw and heard the whole thing that happened. But I was oblivious to it, and I had been surfing there for 1 hour. And it's just so weird, like you said, everything happened so fast. And you weren't thinking, you were just reacting.
That day, though, how beautiful was the day? It was behind us, it was crystal blue water, and you wouldn't even think about it.
No.
I've been out there times since and just things don't feel right. I've got to go in.
Yeah, I've been the last guy out in the water there after dark by myself. Just that's spooky. But that day felt like you said, it felt like today.
Yeah.
There's also the timing of the whole thing. Julian had ridden a wave. We could have been at commercial break. There's all these times it could have happened where we would have just updated the world, and the world was there with you. And we're so stoked that it was the outcome that we have, man.
Me
I
too.
think you got about 175 bear hugs that night.
That was
as
a fun
we reflect
night.
back on Jeffreys Bay. We've got about 4 minutes till the restart of match number 2 between Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo. We'll be right back with the heat being on right after this. The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, official beer of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. And by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League. Title match number 2 about to start once again. They're already counting it down. Medina had the lead before we went on that hold, and Toledo is chasing a 7.01 at 18:37 on the clock, and now they're going to officially let that roll. We're back on. Title decider for Medina if he can win this heat. Toledo, if he wins, it'll go into a third deciding championship tour title bout. Joe Turpel with some legends of the sport, Mick Fanning and Kelly Slater for the call. Right out of the gates, it's Felipe Toledo hunting a 7.01. A long stretched out lowers wall, big throw tail nose pick attempt. And he'll just throw that one away.
Yeah, he looked down. I'm looking back over my shoulder at the rest of that wave, and it was going flat with a lot of whitewash on it. So again, I think it was one of those waves where he's just thinking, if I do something huge, I can turn it into something, but otherwise, you know, it feels like he hasn't found the flow in this heat. He felt like he was kind of in the flow in the first heat. He did have the flow at that beginning of that heat, it felt like. But yeah, he's probably going to just need to settle and just really lock one in. He might not need that, you know, the score to win it on one wave, or to think that way. You know, just surf and relax and kind of let it come to him. But
well,
I mean,
Nick, I think back
he's
to
amazing out here.
Situations with Felipe Toledo. You've been in a title race with him as well. How has he grown since then? As we saw him on screen when he lost back in 2015, it was devastation, and he's come back and redefined himself multiple ways.
Yeah, I think when he first was in those title races, there's a point where you sort of don't believe it. Like I had been in sort of title races with Kelly and Andy, and I looked in the mirror and
I
I was
once
like,
he won.
No. And it's like you look in the mirror and you're like, I don't actually deserve to beat these guys. And so you've got to come up to a point where it's like, okay, how do I change that? How do I become better? And I think that's what Phil's done. He's gone to Tahiti. He's spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He's put on some more muscle too. He, you know, last year he looked like he's put on a fair bit of weight, and he's trimmed that down into muscle, and he's a lot stronger. So those different things will help you believe that you can get over these guys.
Like, you have to get to the point where you're looking in the mirror saying you're the best surfer in the world to believe it, to compete at a stage like this.
Yeah, I'd never call myself the best surfer in the world, but I felt like I could compete with these guys.
It's a crazy mental process to play the game at a high level. Gabriel Medina has always had the goal to be a 3-time world champion. He mentions yourself. He mentions Tom Curran. And, you know, it's not just a thought he came up with this year. He's actually said that since he was a rookie on tour. Big front side punt, tail low, and ends up sinking in that landing spot, Kelly.
Yeah, you could see, I think he wanted to do a big rotation right there, but it was going to send him, the approach he was on was going to send him into the flats and free fall about 10 feet. So that probably wasn't the best thing to do at this point in his day. But yeah, that was a scary situation for Felipe, because if he sticks that, so he didn't get the tail up, and I think right there he's already thinking, I might try and land it, but he didn't quite get out of that section what he wanted. He wasn't able to project the tail out.
Big difference, Kelly, tail low versus tail high.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just visibly you're going up tail low, so you want to do that rotation and get the tail high as you're in the air, and then it also lends to you kind of greasing the landing and coming out with speed straight into something else.
And he's been really incredible at that, doing combinations with 2 major airs. Carissa Moore trying to fight for a 5th world title. Will that happen today? One more heat to decide it between Carissa and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Mick, can you separate the two going into that final heat of the year?
Yeah, look, I think Taddy came out in that first heat and just threw everything at it. She was the big finishes, really squaring up. She squared up a lot in that second heat too, but Riss just found her groove. Riss, you know, she knew she had to go out and attack it. She was dropping huge hammer laybacks, and she's got that confidence. Riss is hard to beat when she's got confidence. Oh my.
Front side cork complete from Gabriel Medina. Also can call it the Flintstone flip as he snaps it and shuts it down. We saw it in the lay days, and he brings it to competition just for the second time in surfing history.
Are you kidding me?
What a rotation for Gabriel
Well,
Medina.
you know, it was a small wave, probably just a 4.
Oh my goodness.
What do you do with that?
I can't get enough of that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
how
was
often
perfect.
in any sport do you have something done that you've never seen before? Let's have another look, Kelly.
I was looking down the line I was looking back out at the ocean, and I could see that hook coming at him, and I knew something crazy is going to happen. A smaller wave that squares up more in on the rocks and is steeper. And I really don't know what they do with that. Like,
Now to answer is Felipe Toledo. Big hack. What a fan of water. Lightning fast off the bottom into a wrapping cutback. He looks inspired. Drives into the final section, throw tail reverse, and he gets stuck.
Man, I mean,
it feels like Philippe's turned the notch up just a little bit
too much.
Maybe too much.
Yeah.
You know, he sort of, some of those times, like how many times has he nailed that air reverse on that inside?
yeah, because if he does that at 80%, it's stuck. If he does it at 100%, it's a little more dynamic, but it's not a lot more points. And he really is just like, I'm going to push and push.
Is that the pressure starting to creep in? You know, he's so close to a world title, taking it to a third, but yeah. But he ripped that wave.
He shredded that wave. That's just comparing two different styles of surfing, right? I mean, it's just the air, a crazy technical air thing, and then look, a pretty perfect carve to start. Tail, look at that thing. I mean, that's to me, that's as good as Gabe's air. You know, to me, it's almost better in a way. And then all that variety, and if he stuck this, I think he's got the better of the two scores there.
I think
I mean,
so.
it would have been again a perfectly executed wave. But look at this, boom! How's that rotation? Comes out. Just he kind of drifted on the nose with that weight up front, and then look, watch, he almost sticks the nose in right there. He knew it, and then he goes, I'm just going to click this thing and finish it, and I'm going to win a world title probably.
Well, we haven't had many of these, but for me, that's the best one that's ever been completed by Miles.
That was sort of almost off axis. The one he did in Brazil years ago was wild too. No one knew
because the
that.
wave was tiny.
It was so bad. But you know, we saw him do the rodeo flip in Mexico on a very dud wave to get over Michelle. He knows how to be clutch in those very clutch situations. And you know, he's got a world title on the line. He's that close to winning it. He doesn't feel pressure.
To be able to pull that in a moment like this, it just speaks to his confidence. He landed one in a warm-up on a lay day that was on a smaller section. That one was gigantic and followed up with bigger turns. A 9.03 for the Flintstone flip. Medina in first. Now Toledo needs a 9.7. 11 minutes.
Well, he was on his way. If he stuck that last turn, he was definitely going to drop that. If he not drop that score, but drop his needed score.
Would have still been in the game
for sure, easily.
Well, now this will open things up. There's 10 minutes left in the season for these two guys. Really, Felipe's got to be feeling that. If Medina closes this out, the season's over. That's it. Medina will be a 3-time world champ. Toledo's got to give it everything he's got in 10.25, and he's in motion.
Wave. Big wave. It's going to run down the line on him. He's going to have to climb. You know, I think that Felipe should be calm at this time. I don't think he's stressing. It's not his to lose. It was his to come in and win and steal from Gabriel, right? It was Gabriel's to lose. So he's had to surf a few times today. Here goes Gabe. Let's see what he's got here, because there's some lip waiting for him there. He's just behind it, isn't he? It's like surprising when you don't see him make something nowadays.
Do you feel like, you know, when you won your first world title, did you feel like it was yours to win, or did you feel like it was yours to lose? Were you that far out in front? This was before the internet days.
Yeah, I won it in Brazil. I won it in Brazil with a contest to go.
Yeah.
And I felt it was mine to lose because I was pretty far ahead. I think I could have won it in Japan, the contest before. And I just kind of faltered there. And I actually think I got an interference with Sonny. He beat me out of the quarterfinals, and I think I could have put him out of the race. And then Sonny actually lost to Ross. I think he lost to Ross Clark-Jones to win my first title, because Ross was my my roommate in Brazil, and I was sitting up on the balcony with Tom Carroll watching. And it was one of the heats where you go, oh, Sonny's probably going to win this.
Yeah.
And then he lost, but it did feel like mine to lose.
This was the 8.53 from Toledo here, Mick.
Yeah, look, 8.53 is still a huge score. He's still in this. He's got, at the end, he needs a 9. And every turn was just so on edge and just so different. You know, releasing the tail here and there. If he creased that air, that would have been like...
It's got to go 9.5.
It has to. And I mean, he almost would have been in the lead. But look, a 9 to Filipe Toledo, couple of airs, couple of rail turns. Easy, isn't it?
The way you said it so easy is exactly how he makes it look. Toledo's achieved some of the biggest numbers, and it came early. Before he's even winning events, he'd always have a 10 here and there for doing something incredibly radical, and Lowers is the perfect venue for him to go for broke, because this is what it's all about. You've got 8 minutes, the title's on the line. This is what you dream about as a kid at your local break, just envisioning yourself in the title match with the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, I got to wonder what that score would have been had he completed that, because to me that was the full display of what surfing is right now. There was full rail cars, there was tail release, it was in the pocket like sliding out but controlled with power, layback carve to like full wrap, goes for an air reverse too. I mean, it sort of has a little bit for everybody who likes surfing. You know, no matter what your style of surfing is, there's something on that wave for you, and to me that's why it would have been above Gabe's had he cleaned it out and finished the ride.
It's like a Lowers special, like everything you dream of doing on a wave out here.
That's why he was my dark horse pick, because I know he can do that on every wave he catches out here.
Yeah, for the women, it's top 2 seeds in the title match. The decider coming up next. For Filipe, he came in as world number 3, so he dealt with the reigning world champ Italo Ferreira before getting into this best-of-3 series against Gabriel. Gabriel won the first and has a chance to become a 3-time world champ to join Mick Fanning, Andy Irons, and Tom Curran in the record books. And now down to 7 on the clock. Medina's job at this point of a big heat like this, Mick.
Yeah, look, it just feels like it just got heavy then. I felt like once they got off the skis after the break, they were sort of just throwing caution to the wind a little bit. Now it feels like they've both put another massive score on the board. It's back to game time, and that pressure's really starting to build.
And here comes a good set, and I don't know where Gabe is, but Felipe's just off the corner of the right. And so this could be crucial right here, because this is a really good set with a steep wall. Gabriel's going left. Filipe didn't go. It's going to close out on him. But
Medina's first turn on the left, looking nice and solid, winding up off the bottom. Throw tail reverse, full rotation. And now he's just starting to have fun. Sends a kiss to his wife on the beach.
Well, he's shooting his video part now.
There it is. The amount of video part closers as he's thrown down in heats this year, you can't even count them on your hands.
This can be a little bit of a dangerous position for Gabe, though. You know, if he starts going and not capitalizing, you know, if
there's no reason for him to go that left right now.
You know, if for him, he's got 5 minutes left, he should be sitting right next to Filipe and making sure that he doesn't get, like as we said, that 8.5 could have easily been a 9.5 if he landed that last air. So look, don't get ahead of yourself.
Job's not done.
Job's not done until, you know, the final siren goes. So look, if I was in that corner, I'd be like, get on him, sit with him, just be there, make him make decisions.
The famous orange shirt that belongs to Felipe's father, Ricardinho Toledo, a 2-time Brazilian national champ, holding his breath now. This is the last of Medina, Kelly.
Yeah, you can see how bumpy it is, that chop coming through the lineup, and that can offer you those lips to blast off of and just get that height and elevation, because the wind's generally coming from the northwest. But yeah, I mean, stock standard Medina right there. That's not like, you know, it's a heat winner. It's a heat winner for everybody, but you know, but that's where it should be. You know, that's the world champ, and trying to defend it or whatever, win his 3rd. I was going to say, Mick, are you surprised? Look, Medina's been on tour. This is, if we'd had all full years, this would be his 11th year on tour. He's only won 2 world titles. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was sitting on 8 right now or something.
Yeah, look,
I'm almost surprised he's only at 2.
He's been, ever since he got in that title race in 2014, he's been in the top 3. He's always been a threat coming into pipeline. So it's for him not to have won those, it's only come down to the final heat in how many situations. So it's
There's been quite a few.
Yeah.
Jeremy Flores, spoiler, 2 seasons. One in Portugal, one at Pipeline, and then also the Ethan Ewing heats against John that could have gone either way. We're talking about splitting hairs. Then the Italo Medina heat. We're talking. He's been knocking at the door to being a third world title so many different times.
Yeah, and he could have this. He could either have this heat closed out, or he could, had he stuck that like 20-foot air he did, or Felipe, if he stuck the end of that. Didn't he fall on his first ride too? The end?
Did, yeah.
Those two maneuvers right there. He makes those. He's in the lead in my book.
Yeah.
So it's so tight, but he always seems to be on the winning energy, like winning side of exchanges in his heats. It's rare that he's the one catching up. He gets in that lead and holds it.
I think that's the pressure too. Like, coming up against someone like yourself or Andy Irons, that was the same. It was like, how do I beat these guys? And you don't actually believe it half the time. You're like, I've got to do something out of this world to go and beat these guys. And maybe that's what Philippe's thinking now, but we'll see on this wave.
Felipe Toledo needs to win here to send it into a third and deciding match. He's got the speed, a huge speed float. Winding up off the bottom, throw, tail reverse.
Yeah, that's a throwaway.
Crazy how much speed he had, how hard he landed, and with control. Thing is, 2:30 to go, 9:01. Did he do himself any favors there?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to better his 7.83, to be honest. He's got to get moving, but then he's also, too, at this situation, he's got to get away from Gabe somehow. That guy can paddle like no one else. So he's in a pretty tough spot now. Pressure's really building, and Gabe's going to go into Iceman tactic mode.
Yep. We've seen him do it time and time again. One of the smartest players in the game. Medina obviously backs it with superhero talent. Back to Felipe's wave, Kelly.
You can see it was a smaller wave. I think he went, obviously, because it would allow him to get 2 more waves. But also, some of these smaller ones stand up steep. You can see right here, it's steep. It's going to allow him to do the air. And look at that. That's such a hard air to stick because you're going down the line. You're not brushing off speed. You're going down the line and getting sent out. And so you got to be so precise. Not only that, look at that. Look at the precision in the rail work right there and his balance. And I think he wanted to do it one section earlier. But still, that's so cool. It's really great how he lands with such control. And there's no recovery. I think we've seen Dane Reynolds do some of the most insane things you've ever seen, but a lot of times he would recover from them, not because he fell or was laid back, just because he was so far in the nose and he had to scoot back. And somehow Felipe ends up still up on the face of the wave with just enough speed to go engage the fins and feel like the flow is still there.
It's so cool to break down all those subtleties as we start to stare at the time remaining on the clock. It's 1 more minute to decide maybe a third world title for Gabriel Medina. Gabe has priority and is right next to Felipe Toledo. Is it all said and done, Mick?
Almost. Look, watch them paddle around. Gabe will just sit that little bit inside just in case Felipe does make a move. He's there to paddle with him. He doesn't have to go the wave. He just has to balk Felipe a little bit. Oh, he's conceded.
There's 2 waves coming.
We've seen that
2 waves coming.
We've seen that before, and Geordie Smith goes and wins the heat.
Yeah, Jeremy did that at Pipe too, I think, when he won.
As we look at 20 seconds, Gabriel Medina already with a big embrace with Felipe Toledo. He said his dream ever since he qualified was to be a 3-time world champion. Now with priority and just a few seconds on the clock, he's part of the club.
Yeah, that's amazing. I just sort of got a little emotional, to be honest. I know he's wanted this for so long. He's worked so hard. He's had some ups and downs, and he's been the form surfer all year. He deserves this.
Yep, and the right guy won.
And you guys want to welcome him to this prestigious time. Why don't you kick it off, Mick?
Mate, well done, brother. So proud of you. I would give you a massive hug, but I don't think I'm going to get through the swarm of people to get there.
Yeah, what a performance. I was really looking forward to seeing him have to surf to win it this week. I was also, obviously we've been competitors for many years, but and we haven't always been the best of friends. We get along. We're we're cool. We don't hang out a lot. I like Medina, and I didn't want to see him lose this because he had such a great year. And I think everyone, the surf world out there watching him, the fans and everything that really follow the tour and are behind pro surfing, would also have, even if they're not the biggest fan of Gabriel, they would have been a little let down if he didn't win. He had such a good year, and it was his. I'm so happy for him, you know.
What a special moment for a 3-time world champion. Gabriel Medina is with Strider.
Congratulations, Gabriel. You just took out the historical finals here, the Rip Curl WSL finals at Lowers. You had him against the ropes coming into this, and you know what? It ended up the way it should have. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm so happy. I achieved my biggest goal in surfing, and so happy. I'm crying right now because it's a lot of mix of emotion, you know. It's I was sad, happy, excited. That was a long year, you know. I'm so happy.
Well, congratulations, my friend. You're a champion. You deserve every bit of it, and we're all super proud of you. And we got to be big hats off to the Brazilian Storm because you guys have been on fire. And thank you for bringing the intensity and the level of competition that we've never seen before.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just so happy to be part of the whole show, you know. The Brazilian guys are doing really well, and it feels good to push them, and they push me, so change.
Felipe Toledo celebrating a great year, #2 in the world, but it is official. In the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals, Gabriel Medina, now a 3-time world champion.
He's claimed victory.
Big frontside air reverse for Gabriel Medina.
He finds a bigger red this time.
He's asking for a 10, please. Racetrack section, tail high reverse.
Really pivoting off the tail, hammers the pocket.
Huge alley-oop from Gabriel Medina into a frontside air reverse.
Late pull into the bowl. Oh man, are you kidding me? Come on.
He's got speed, got the section, gets the ramp.
Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champion. Let's join the celebration on the Red Bull ski with now a 3-time world champion, Gabriel Medina. This might be one of his favorite rides this season, where he can just let go of all of that emotion. He was really teared up talking to Strider on the water, and he will be mobbed by the Brazilian storm of fans that we have here at Lower Trestles. Taking it all in. Every title means something. Every hard loss adds to that hard work that you put on together. We talked about those close decisions that didn't go his way, and he'd have to regroup, start from scratch, and now he's officially a 3-time world champion, Mick.
Incredible, yeah. I think that last one that got away from him, the Italo one, really hurt. That was something that just, you know, like a full dagger through the heart. This year has been, yeah, he's grown a lot as a human, and I think it's incredible that he's got his wife here. He's got a whole new team around him. So, yeah, that belief has come into him, and look, I'm so proud of him. I've been chatting to him all year, and yeah, he's such a great guy. He's such a family man, and yeah, just, you know, stoked like a little brother for me, you know.
Oh, that's really special. I'll get more from Kelly in a moment, but we've got a big match to come up, the decider between Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb. We'll get some insight from Jesse Miley-Dyer, who's with Peter Mel.
Yeah, well, we've just had another sighting, and we're going to hear from Jesse to kind of give us the lowdown on what we're doing again.
Yeah, so we have seen another shark really close to the lineup, and we're going to have a 15-minute break. Right now we're clearing the lineup with state parks, and we'll be driving back and forth and, you know, doing everything we can to see if it's gone.
And we've crowned one world title. I mean, hopefully we can get it done, crown another one. But at the moment, we're seeing that 15-minute hold. I mean, is there any other protocol we have to worry about?
No. What we'll be doing is just kind of clearing the lineup. We want to make sure that it's gone, especially when you see something once. So that's what we'll be doing right now. And yeah, we're looking forward to crowning that women's world champ.
Well, I'd say the sea life are enjoying the action as well. They want to come check out the action.
Right there with you, Pete. Yeah, there's a lot of activity on the land, on the water. It's just adding it so much drama to such a game-changer type of day. This has never been done in surfing history, where we had 5th and 4th kick off the morning. It seems like a lifetime ago to where we're sitting now in the afternoon. The moment of glory. Kelly, this part of your world title, when it's all sinking in, what does it feel like?
Well, first off, what a worthy world champ. Medina just continues to higher and higher every contest, every year. And you keep thinking he's not going to get better, and he does. And he seems to be, you know, as Mick alluded to, like just a happier, more present guy with everybody. And you know, I've really admired what he did this year, and I could feel when he was there with Strider the emotion, because as Mick was pointing out, the loss to Italo, it was really strange for me because I was right there stage side with those guys, and he was hurting so bad over the loss, and Italo was celebrating so much and crying like Gabe is now. And you know, I was so happy for Italo, but I could feel the pain for Gabriel, and it's a bittersweet feeling to see two people like that. You know, but like me and Mick have been in those things. We've all had those, and the losses make these wins so much sweeter. And I'm sure that added to the emotion he just released and is feeling now, and the pride he's going to have in himself over winning his 3rd title.
Wow, that's beautiful. Now let's talk to the man himself. 3-time world champ is with Kaipo.
Gabe Medina, 3-time world champ. You earned it. I want to know how you're feeling right now.
I feel so happy, you know. It's not every day you accomplish your dream, you know, and feels so good to dream, you know. And every dream seems to be impossible, you know, until it's done. And this is a special day for me, you know. I had this dream on my mind for a long time, and all the glory and honor to the guy up there, you know. Always make me never give up and work hard, you know. There's no other way you can go. It's working hard, having patience, and yeah, just let the surf talk, you know. I'm not good at talking. I just love surfing, and yeah, man, this day is gonna be forever in my life, and I'm gonna tell my kid, you know, that I had to surf a lot to win this title. Yes.
You had to surf a lot to win this title. You didn't know who you were going to be facing today in the format that we have for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. How much of that was a challenge for you mentally in your brain to prepare for that?
Yeah, that was mentally was the hard part, you know, because I mean when you come to a point that you're so in front of the other guys, you know, you're like, oh man, I should have won already, you know. I have 11,000 points in front of everyone else, and but it is what it is, you know. I'm here to surf, and if they wanna make surf more, I'll go and surf more, you know. The hard work I put before this event, I was ready to surf 6 hits, you know. So feels amazing to win this contest, especially with Felipe. Felipe is such a.
Let's bring Felipe in right now.
I was gonna talk about him.
Yeah, I got it. What did Felipe just tell you?
No, just congratulate me that I deserve, you know, in the water, outside the water. It's because, like, I always respect these guys, you know. Like, people think, oh, you guys are so rival. We are in the water, you know, but I respect everyone. Him, Italo, all the Brazilian, everyone on tour, they are good enough to be on the tour, you know, so you gotta respect. And that's what I learned on tour, you know. Respect each other, give it love. The year is so intense, and we go travel with no family, you know, it's mentally and everything is just so hard. So we give each other love and support, you know.
Speaking of love, it seems like you've been very happy this year. You're married. It seems like you have solid foundation. Talk to me about the cornerstone, your support squad.
Oh, she's so precious. I love her so much. She had my back all year long, you know. She made me feel the best guy in the world, and I just want to dedicate this win for her, you know, because she was there, you know. So it feels amazing to work so hard and finally get the payoff, you know, like the trophy. And it means a lot to me because this year was a bit different from the other years. I left my comfort zone, and I'm just proud to be a real man, you know, go through every moment, every part of the world, and me and my wife. It's been a great challenge, and I love it.
Congratulations again, Gabe Medina. We have a world champion here. When we come back, we're going to have the women's championship heats will return to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
It's all coming down to this. Here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, this is the final match of 2021. Carissa Moore taking on Tatiana Weston Webb. It's one apiece in the best out of 3 series, and this is the decider. 35-minute final scored on their top 2, and the winner is the world champion of 2021. We just had Gabriel Medina clinch a 3rd world title, and now he is the most successful goofy footer of all time, passing Tom Carroll and Damian Hartman, who are 2-time world champions. As we focus on this one, Joe Turpel with Mick Fann and Kelly Slater for the call here. Carissa, world number 1, Tati, world number 2. One apiece. Where do we begin? Tati up and out.
Just on a closeout.
You drive so much momentum, Lowers is pumping, and you're ready for a 9, and it just starts off like that. So
Well, I'll tell you
obviously
what,
wanting to get the quick start, Kelly.
The end of that wave was amazing. I just want to say, just on the finish up with that, I'm really inspired by all the things that Gabriel said. He's really like he said, he feels like a man, and he's representing surfing so well. And it's just great to see somebody put in all that work and effort and desire in their life and have success. And I'm really, really happy for him, you know.
Rolling in now with Carissa Moore. Start, snaps it. Well overhead section, big lively rock and roll float. Tail drops first, but she can't control it.
That was, yeah, that was tough.
That was a tough landing as well. And
yeah, going back to you know, watching all the emotion, watching all the you know, when people just break down. No one sees what's behind the scenes. No one sees the training, you getting up and going to the gym, or you getting up those early mornings. And
no one sees mine.
Yeah, he's got this like blacked out gym.
It's
no,
true,
I don't go.
Huh? Well, what about this fall here? Carissa had an opportunity to really get a big lead quick.
Oh, she almost clicked that. You see the tail dropped out a little bit. Didn't let her pivot forward on that front foot and get the weight going down the line. And you know, she had an opportunity to kind of open up right there if she got around that section. The end of both those waves they were on were good, but they were probably a little bit deep to start there, especially Tati. But the end of Tati's, Mick and I looked back and it was a really nice wave. And yeah, if Carissa could have sped around off the lip of that, she would have had a really nice score lined up.
It is interesting, though, what you're speaking to, what Carissa and Tati may have gone through this year that we have no idea about.
Yeah.
You know, you guys can speak to that, those things in world title years that you're holding deep inside of you. And it speaks to those emotional tears that you can't control. It almost probably feels like an out-of-body experience at times.
It almost is, you know, and as you get closer to that final day, that final heat, you know, you're trying to just like trudge through the trenches, and you know the pressure is building up on your shoulders, and then when it finally just lifts off, that's where you just let everything go, and the tears come out, and you're sobbing, and you look, you know, ugly crying.
Well, the human aspect becomes, I think a lot of people probably see you guys and see this world's best. They always look like superheroes, like you're invincible. They see you at the top of your game, but then when those achievements happen, then you let go, and you become the human being.
What
you are.
inspires is that honesty and that real emotion coming out. You know, there was nothing made up about that. I'm inspired. I want to go and like train and set new goals for myself or whatever that is in my life. You know, and
I thought you didn't go to the gym.
That could be mental training.
Never ends.
No, well, I don't, but now I'm saying I want to.
Yeah, now you want to.
No, but just
I'll
hearing,
take you, mate.
just hearing all that, you know, hearing all that come out of him, and it's so inspiring for young kids coming up now, young guys and girls starting to surf, and they're looking at, I want to be a pro, or I'm just turning pro, or competing, and or whatever else they're doing in life. Medina's got millions and millions of fans around the world, and it's so good to see that personal element, not just the competitive robot that we all become in the midst of that year, and you can see everyone just, it's all done. You can breathe. But I'm just inspired by what he said, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great young man. He, you know, I've known him behind the contest jersey for a long time, and yeah, he's always been super kind. He's always, you know, that warm, giving person. It's just when he comes to the contest, he's there to go and do a job.
I always agreed. I've spent some time with him as well in the early years when he was getting press that was saying that he's the villain or that he's not a nice person. It was like, no, you haven't spent time with it. He's learning English, which is so hard to do. And he's able to really say who he is now. A full man, 3-time world champ with now one more heat to go in the season. Carissa Moore with a 3.0 start, falling on the float. Tati took a closeout, which is the .5. Now the goofy footer holds priority.
Yeah, this is interesting too. You know, they've both won one apiece. They know how to win this heat. It's a matter of who deals with the pressure now. I'm so excited for this heat.
Oh. As we see the roll in for Weston Webb. Gets to her feet in the flats, and we'll see how this right lines up for her.
Oh, it's really mushed out on her. Hopefully it builds back up, but I'm looking back behind me. It's going to give her a section or two and then probably close out. So she might be able to just light something up big right here, and it just chased out in front of her.
In this situation, you know, it's the third one. Would you try and get out to an early lead and build from there, or would you sit and wait and just try and...
I think the momentum's on Carissa's side, and I think her game plan last heat was perfect. She got that quick start. No matter what, the other person has to perform if you're out in the lead, right? So like, I've traditionally been one of those sort of come from behind surfers where like the way I compete is like that stress builds up and it focuses me and it gets me more involved. But when I've really done my best work is when I'm way ahead to start and I never look back. And I think that was true for Carissa in her last heat. I think that's really the only time Medina's ever vulnerable is when he gets behind in a heat and he doesn't have second priority and he can't catch 100 waves. When he gets in the lead and then he's catching 10 waves and you're catching 4, who's going to win that heat? You know, like the odds are just not ever in your favor in that situation. So if you're the person in the lead, you always have that little more freedom to not necessarily relax, but you don't have that pressure where you might tense up and think about it.
Well, Carissa Moore is going for a 5th world title to go along with her gold medal that she earned earlier this season. It felt like a turning point watching Carissa Moore achieve gold in Tokyo and how much that meant to her, but how much she's already accomplished in her life. And now to finish off here at Lowers, one of her favorite waves. We'll see how this one works out in the title decider with Carissa versus Tati. Wrapping turn on the glassy open face. Nice flowing finishing move and stays on her feet. Her best so far with 27:20 to go. And
Really
she'll
clean.
take advantage of the Red Bull ski with still a really active lineup. Tatiana Weston Webb on the wave behind her. Some ribs on that wave.
Big mistake by the ski right there. Huge mistake. I don't know what to say about that. He should have waited till that set was done. But fortunately for her, it wasn't a great wave, so it didn't mess something up that was really good. But yeah, that's an interesting situation, Mick.
Yeah, look, I think I don't know if she's waving for the ski.
Well, because she's further out, she should be the one to get out the back first and get priority, right? So I think she's saying like, put me on the ski.
Yeah,
mess my wave up, and I'm further out.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one when you have those situations. You're like, do I let that take over the rest of my heat, or do I just get on the ski,
brush it off,
just brush it off and keep going? Some people get bogged down in the negatives. On the flip side, I felt like that wave for Carissa was a real settler for her. You know, going into this third matchup, the nerves that build up are just you can't get away from them. So I think that wave was a real settler for her. As Kelly said before, trying to get a lead and build from there is where Carissa's strongest.
And this longer rail line does look like she did that. She's riding that sort of, well, it looks like a step up to me. And then just clean surfing. It's too bad for her the wave didn't let her do 2 or 3 more of those, because that was going to be up in that excellent score range. And you can see the ski went right across her line. And I think right there he's just going, oh, what did I do? And I'm sure he felt bad about that, but he's just trying to help out Carissa at the same time. But the wave went foamy, and there wasn't a lot of points in that wave, I think, no matter what.
So Tati, yeah, she has to move on quickly, get back into this final, because she can still move on from that and achieve a world title for herself and her career. When she came on tour, she was Rookie of the Year. She was confident. She kind of intimidated people in the locker room. As we focus on this paddle battle now, priority is with Carissa Moore. And it looks like they're pushing each other extremely deep now.
Yeah, Tati coming on tour sort of shook things up a little bit. She wasn't like, she's just all gung-ho, you know. I think the wave that really stood out for her the most was that left in France, a perfect 10-point ride, where, you know, it was big and some of the girls were scared. She's like, I'm out there. and I'm going to go do this. And she went out there and just pulled into the biggest tube and got a perfect 10. And everyone was like, she's arrived.
It was probably the best, probably rewarding moment for her in her career where she was like, let's go, and this is why. And she got to prove why that everyone belonged in those conditions. And look where the tour is today. Pipeline on the calendar, Tahiti. You're looking at strengths for Tatiana Westman-Webb. One thing she's had to learn this year, especially at Pipeline, everyone's telling you you're the favorite, and then you just can't do it quick enough. And she said how heartbreaking that was, just being scrambled, going, okay, I know I can win, but I just can't do it fast enough. And she actually learned from that to get herself in this position she is in today. Carissa Moore, last score, 7-point ride. Tati now needs a 6-3-4.
Yeah, look, as I said, it was a good settler for Carissa. She's in the lead now. That's where she likes to be. On this wave, I think we're going to see her. I don't want to curse her or anything, but I think you'll see her let it go just that little bit more.
Chris is starting with a nice setup snap. That wall really stretched out on her.
See that edge right there, and it's steepening up, and this is a much better wave than the one she had prior. Yeah, she maybe didn't let loose on that last turn as much as she could have, but she's got 2 solid scores in the count now, and yeah, the heat is now in her hands, so she's going to be sort of dominating that energy of the heat. She can be a little more patient. Mick was saying.
Carissa likes a nice balance feeling behind the scenes, getting Mitch Ross over here. But even in the years before, she was never afraid to call up her heroes like Shane Beshin to come down to lowers and just work on airs. She spent so much time on this wave, and she's got it worked out. Mick, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, that first carve was sort of like a driving carve. This next turn, this is where I was talking about loosening up a bit. She's done that hammer so many times over and over again. In the warm-up to today, I've seen her do it over and over again, and it's such a big scorer.
As we take another angle, Strider's angle of this wave, you got to see the form of Carissa and also that layback finish. It was great to see just a little bit of a settling move there for Carissa. Nice, consistent layback maneuver and then crushing the end section. Strider, from your angle, how'd it look from Carissa Moore's 7-point ride?
She's on fire. She's dropping the hammer. She's just out here having a good time, and you can see it. She's got a mean flow to her. She's got that lip line on lock, and, you know, now we can add shark holds to her mental capacity. As she jumped back out there, and she's just going right back to work. Here she is. Hi, Carissa. She's on fire. It's all smiles. It's just like crazy. She's on fire. And she's a nice ski driver saying every time she gets on the ski, she says thank you. I mean, the sweetest thing ever. Back out here, but vicious in competition.
There is a lot to take in, you know, on one big day. It's something that Carissa's never experienced, you know, format-wise, pressure-wise, even having to overcome losing the first best out of 3 series for the World Championship this year. Carissa is out in front with a pretty healthy lead, 8 and a 7.0. We'll see if Tati can come back right after this. Well, we're not going to break yet.
No way. Why would you? Look at this wave.
This wave, this perfect is rolling.
It could be a really good one. It's got a nice wall. It's a big one. See how bumpy it is? A little bit bumpy, a little bit even awake in that one. She almost lost the rail there, but it's steepening up in here, and it's got a nice taper to it. Nice speed. She can get real vertical right here.
Wow.
Boom, throws the tail out, and she can get herself back in this heat, completing this ride. That was really nice.
She's right back in there now.
Right back in there.
It's game on for the next 20 minutes.
So huge and important for the timing of Tatiana Weston-Webb. That backhand won her U.S. titles here at Lowers when she was a Grom. And so that's a familiar feeling to answer with Carissa Moore. They've been on trips together in the past. They have a great friendship. But Tati said she knows how to get under Carissa's skin. Nice little rhythm on this wave, Mick.
Yeah, she has really good rhythm on her backhand. It's, you know, there's no, you know, downtime. She just sets her rail and drives straight up into it. I love it when the section's square like that for her. She can release the tail, and she's not scared to hit it. That last turn was a banger.
That's her point of difference, that backhand vertical attack. The other thing is, look at how bumpy this wave, and I was going to say the same thing about Carissa's. They both did really well to handle the chop. These first waves of these sets have so much chatter. Even if there wasn't a jet ski out there, just that light bit of 5-8 mile an hour wind onshore, and it just puts an unclean face. So you're waiting for it to kind of slow down so you can go straight up and maybe hit the lip. She did well to get a lot of different turns here, a lot of variety. I'm really interested to see how they're going to score this against Carissa's last wave because she got a lot more work done.
Riss
here we go.
Off the bottom and decides not to commit to that last right. Already with a 15-point total, 7 and 8 back-to-back. And Weston Webb should be free of that combination once that score comes through, only counting a 2-ranger and a 3-ranger at the moment. World title on the line, 19 minutes, and we'll have our season complete here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Ended up being Medina clinching a 3rd. Carissa going for history again, trying to achieve a 5th world title. If Tati wins, it would be the first female surfer from Brazil to win a world championship title. And then that would be a clean sweep for the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, you wonder if that pressure's in her mind or if she's just like, I'm in the moment surfing. And, but you know, I mean, Hawaii and Brazil are both happy if she wins. But, you know, Carissa is the queen of surfing in Hawaii. Won the gold medal this year. To cap off the year with a world title would be an incredible feat for her. And obviously she's got the surfing to deserve it.
Pretty special to see that she's been on this magic run towards that 5th. 18-20 to decide the season. Carissa Moore with an 8 and a 7. Tatiana won't be comboed in just a moment when that last right comes through. As we see all the fans there up close and personal, the world's best. They're out there in the free surfs as well. Carissa and Tati dealt with some traffic in the lead up to this big competition day, and scores are in. It just barely gets the best wave of the heat. Right there, 8.03 over Carissa Moore's 8.0. Right back in the game, Mick.
It's right there. And there's so much time on the board. Pretty much a little over half the heat. You know, resettle, build up the confidence, wait for that next bomb and square it up again and do that again. This heat is so close, you know, but there's such different surfaces. You know, Carissa on a forehand, Tati on a backhand, and they've got so many different looks. We haven't even seen Tati go left yet. You know, is that another little joker card that she can throw in there?
And I think you're almost expecting it at some point. You know, when there is a left on offer, it's such a different thing that she hasn't shown the judges yet. They've seen the backhand all day. Kelly, that time might be now.
Well, I wonder after seeing what obviously Medina did out there on those lefts, and also Felipe had a couple of really nice lefts and turns, and as time winds down too, it's interesting to see if surfers utilize that. At Chopo when we surf, the wave is so short and quick. If you scoot over to the west bowl without priority, you can get 2 waves in a minute and a half. The left is sort of that for here. Pipeline left is sort of that, you know, versus backdoor. Backdoor you get caught inside, it's a longer ride. So if you're going to try and turn it around quickly, if you get into a situation you need to catch 2 waves instead of 1, or you're not confident on the single ride, the left could work. But like you said, her forehand could come into play here, and it'll be super interesting to see if she scoots on that side of the peak.
Now making a move, priority is with the 4-time reigning world champion, Carissa Moore. Set up work to start, just feeling her way down this ride. Plenty of room to move here. There's that big frontside swoop.
Oh, it's just so clean. Her flow for these waves, like the power, then the release when she wants it. You saw it right there, and you see she knows she's just on such a good wave. She's going to get all the way to the end of this thing and hammer it at the end too. But such clean surfing out of Carissa, and we've become accustomed to it. But it almost disguises her power at times because she is so powerful. You know, sometimes she lays in that rail, and when she really pushes, it's just such perfect surfing.
Carissa Moore first had the intent to actually take a year off, and then the entire world took that year off as well, so she didn't need a break. She came back and was able to get right into the swing of things competitively, but it really felt maybe like a strategic move, going, I've got 4 titles, now I can focus on a gold medal. But to do it all in the same season, to have a world title on the line on your mind, but then also all these extra things like appearing in the Olympics for the first time ever. I mean, talk about your energy having to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, that's incredible. You know, the Olympics was huge, but we'll go back to this wave, and you know, that first turn she was trying to just get down the line a little bit here. Here she really rips in. That's the Carissa Moore we know. And then again she tries to give it some. On this next turn she tries to drift the fins a little bit there, just to show a little point of difference, so she's not being so repetitive. And you know, to get around, she almost falls right here, almost gets ankle tap, but got around, and she tries to reset there, but unfortunately fell at the end. But this turn, look at the cup on that wave. She timed that really nicely. She didn't go too high. See one fin come out the back that sort of releases the spray a little bit, but yeah, she has one of the nicest cubs in the world, men or women.
So powerful, so perfect, and it gets better every season. Carissa Moore winning that first world title fresh out of high school, and now one of the all-time greats. 8 and a 7. Tati, though, with an 8.03. Chasing a 6.97 to put pressure on Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I wonder where this one's going to come in. I mean, that was probably Carissa's cleanest ride overall. She was really able to open up and link those like 3 in a row were really nice, and then the closeout kind of hit and then nearly scooted around, as Mick said. But it really is a tale of two styles: forehand, backhand, a cleaner flowing power as opposed to a more vertical, a little more radical in the pocket. Maybe not as kind of pieced together. You know, Tati's been throwing a little more like right in the lip at it, as opposed to Carissa just finding that nice line that the wave kind of offers her up.
Just to make things even that tougher to separate surfers, I think lowers can sometimes give the biggest challenge to the panel when you have airs versus carves, rights versus lefts, and then obviously the great story of two different styles, backhand, forehand, since Tati's really been focused on the rights today.
Yeah, it's really tough. Everyone can throw their own approach at lowers. There's no right or wrong approach to go to it. You know, it offers up something great for everyone. We saw Carissa put her biggest score on the board just now, an 8.6. So, you know, up the ante that little bit more. We're sort of seeing her letting go just that little bit. It'll be interesting to see how she goes in these next 12 minutes to see if she'll just let go of that little bit more and, you know, bring out a highlight reel that we've seen over the years, or will she just be methodical and get the job done?
Well, there's 12:30 left in the year here in 2021. Let's see them bring it as we crown our world champions. Much more action to come in the final 12 minutes of the year here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll be right back. You are watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. History being made today. A format that's never been used before. Changed the entire game, where the final 5 qualified at the end of the regular season to meet up here in a one-day showdown to crown our world champions. Gabriel Medina is a 3-time champ. Will it be Tati or Carissa Moore? Weston Webb having to step off there. That wave had a lot of power and size, no room for turns, so she still needs an 8.58 as she'll waste her priority there, Mick.
Yeah, big mistake there. You know, she had to come out and convert that next wave. Now she's just, Carissa's gone, put her highest score on the board, and now Tati's handed over priority. That's, yeah, that one's going to hurt.
Yeah, it was crucial timing right there, because the flow just went Carissa's way, all the energy of the heat with that last score. So Tati needed to match that and keep up with the pace. You know, it's not out of her reach. We've seen her probably fall on her most committed waves today, where you just go, oh, she just stuck that or just stuck that. You know, same kind of thing with Felipe, just getting so radical and pushing it right in the pocket. So, and I'm a little concerned that her what she's looking for in waves is like a little bit of her demise. She wants those big sets. I think she knows if she gets a good one that's steep, it'll be a point of difference, and she'll be able to do so much. You could get one of those that goes 8 turns down the line and a lot of variety. So we'll see if something happens for her, but it feels like Carissa's making the right decisions and Tati's making a little bit of the wrong decisions right now.
It's interesting looking at Tatiana Weston-Webb in her career being so dangerous and featuring in so many finals. She picked up just her second win of her career earlier this year at Margaret River, where now she's been in 9 finals, but just 2 wins. So a situation like this, she definitely wants to learn to close. Nine minutes on the clock, chasing an 8.58. What happens in those finals? Maybe for Tati, looking at all those runner-up finishes time and time again, she said she was feeling uncomfortable about so many chances to win and having them slip through her fingers. And that's what she told me on the podium at Margaret River, finally getting a win, being so close. Obviously, she's in a pretty similar situation, but even bigger because the title's on the line.
Yeah, well, I guess the one thing is that she's felt the disappointment of losing, and then she's felt the enjoyment of winning. So she can forget about the disappointment. You know, she's felt it before. She can get through it. She can get over it and move forward. Now it's trying to get in your own mind, how do I get that mojo back and get that winning feeling, have that wave come to me and line up the whole way. So it's a lot of self-talk going on right now. We just hope that it is positive self-talk.
8:10 on the clock. She was born in Brazil. Her mom, a Brazilian bodyboarder who competed at pipe. Her father, Doug, I just saw him walking on the beach. He's English, raised in Florida, brought the family to the island of Kauai, and her big brother, Troy Weston-Webb, is an absolute charger and never let Tati miss a big wave session. She always thanks him for it, but she always laughs about the pressure she was always under, but made her feel calm in heavy situations. That's gotta help her out in moments like this.
Yeah, well, you're always chasing the big brother, aren't you? No one's going to beat you up more or be more honest than a big brother.
Which is so great. And I feel just all the competitiveness for Carissa was just matched by her father, Chris, who's also on the beach, trying to see if there'll be another historical day for his family. And
it's a beautiful wave coming right here.
That's right, 7:15. Here we go. Priority with Carissa Moore.
Oh. And see that first wave of the set with those bumps on it. I think Mick brings up a good point from before. It's just getting out of your head, unlocking all that mental blockage. I'm not saying that either of them have it, but it can come up and can creep up, especially if you've suffered some losses in the past. And for anyone, you don't know what can come after you get rid of that. It just blows the roof off it. And let's see how she goes at this one.
Tatiana
really
snap through that white water. Not much on offer again, but I feel like that was fair. You know, under the watch of Carissa, might as well sneak into that wave.
Yeah, you never know. If that thing got away from all that soup, it could have turned out really nice, but she's got to have a look. She's got to make sure that she's pushing Carissa and having Carissa make decisions for her.
So looking at now 6:25 in the year. The longer Carissa sits with priority, the smaller the chances are for Tati to answer back. Carissa looking interested. And that one's going to roll through right underneath her there.
A big set out the back here. We'll see if Carissa can get into position. Not only that, does she want it because is Tati in a spot where she can take advantage of that same wave. It looks like a nice corner. There seems to be a good wedge on it, a clean face. And I expect her to just really open up with some nice carves. And look at this. Oh. Boom. A lot of speed out of that. Now here comes some money turns here. Oh, a little late, and it just ran ahead of her a little bit. But man, that could have been a giant score for her.
Just watching Carissa on a right-hand wall of that kind of perfection, the last thing you're ever thinking is that she's going to get stuck that early on the wave.
She might have overthought it, you know.
It's still going.
Yeah.
Still going down the line here.
This is the hardest part when sometimes you're in the lead and there's such a big outcome from that wave. She probably rode into this, was like, oh, I've just got to convert this and it's mine. But she maybe went a little bit soft. She didn't go 100% like she should have. And that just, see her nose just caught. In those situations, if you go 50%, most of the time you fall. Where if you go 100%, it's like, oh, I'm just going to go through it. So,
or if you're in the, if you're totally in that moment, you're not thinking those things, right? Like you were talking about before, the head's clear, and you don't know what can come. If she didn't maybe have a little distraction of thought right there, that could be a 10. She could have this heat closed out and have the world title right now. But I mean, that was the wave to do it. That's one of the better waves I've seen all day.
And you look at Carissa Moore, one of the best surfers in the world, the reigning world champ. That just speaks to the nerves of a moment like this. She's won 4 titles, but it's never been head-to-head like this to be decided in the water where it's 1 and 2 going for it. Tatiana Weston-Webb needs an 8.58 with 4:21 on the clock.
And no matter what stage you're at in your career, if you're beginning, you're going for your first win, going for your 6th world title, whatever, there's always a level you need to break through for yourself emotionally and mentally.
Yeah.
And
Jessie Mendez
and they're both probably right on the cusp of that today in this heat.
It's pressure. There's no other word, but it's pressure, and it starts building up. Your legs don't work. You can't paddle properly.
You can't think.
No.
You black out.
Or you overthink.
Yeah.
It's like there's so many things that will happen in that last 30 minutes that we don't get to see. They get to feel it. And, we try and break it down and try and give you analysts, but at the end of the day, they're the only people that will know. It could even be fatigue. We don't know.
Yeah,
that's what's so beautiful about the sport of surfing and even other sports, when these athletes are in that rhythm where they're untouchable. And for these two to be where they are right now in this final, they've felt that this at some part of the season this year, to be into this position for a world title. Jessie Mendez holding his breath. He was on tour in the past. He's also a Triple Crown champion. That's Tati's husband, trying to will a set to come through with her holding priority, needing an 8.58 to make history for Brazil.
How's the nerves he's going through right now? I feel like sometimes it's better to be actually in the water and you're doing it.
How bad was it for your mom? Mine too.
Yeah.
My mom, sometimes I'd be losing in the last 3-4 minutes of the heat. She would leave and go around behind the scaffolding. She goes, as soon as I did that, you won. I'm like, you think that won the heat for me? But I know I've talked to your mom a few times about it, how stressed she would get on the beach.
She would cross every finger and toe that she had and then put their hands over their eyes and look through the crossed fingers. She was hilarious.
We found Chris Moore. That is Carissa's father, and he's always had that just smirk on his face. You don't get too much emotion out of him, win or lose. But he's trying to count this clock down. 2:20 to decide a world title.
Here we go. And I want to throw a shout out to Liz Fanning. We miss you.
She'll love it.
We love you.
Rolling in here, we've got Tatiana Weston-Webb. Deep off the bottom.
Wow.
Great connection there. Needs an 8.58 for the lead.
Man.
Clean carve, a bit of a slide. She'll have to go around the next section. Now lighting up the finish. She can't hang on.
Wow.
The section was there for Tati and just misread that finish with 1:40 to go.
What Medina talked about, dreams and how they're there and you don't know if they seem impossible. And then you have that moment and it, was she in her head or was she just like, was she thinking? Who knows? But like right there, that right there could have been a world title for her. We'll see what happens in the next minute and a half. But
I felt like halfway through that turn, she just pulled back just that little bit where she should have just hammered it.
That was that little moment of doubt.
I thought the section before where she was like, I'm going to hit this, and she kind of balked and went around it, and then hit this last section because the 8.5 was there for her and she knew it, but the 10 could have been there for her. And right here, this section right here.
Those first 2 turns were magical.
Awesome. Right there. See, I thought she was going to climb that, and then let's see what you say here, Mick.
See how her knees didn't bend to take the shock under the on the whitewash.
She didn't get under it and push it a little or something. Gosh, it was. But that's how close these things are, right?
Scores in 6:17, not enough. Still needs an 8.58, 40 seconds, and she's still on the back of the Red Bull ski.
I think it's Carissa's, and I think it's a done deal. And I think Tati has nothing to be ashamed of here. She put it all out there, and she was the underdog coming in. Carissa's had the year of years, winning a gold medal. She's, seems undefeatable at times, and it was going to be a huge task for Tati. And I'll say the heat's over at this point, and awesome job for Carissa. There's so many people proud of her right now, and I hope it's just as good for her as it could be.
Carissa Moore will close out the clock with an 8.6 and an 8.0. It went to 3, and now it is officially decided. Wow. Carissa Moore, your 2021 world champion, now a 5-time world champ on one day here at Lower Trestles.
Wow. Beautiful. Credit to both these girls. They both left it out in the water, and it wasn't a walkover for anyone. It was, that's what you want to see. That was amazing. Yeah, I'm just super stoked for Carissa. Super stoked for Taddy. It was awesome.
Well, Carissa's already in the water with Strider. Take it away, Waz.
Well, young lady, you crushed the year just like Gabriel. You took it home in historical finals. Congratulations, you are the world champion.
Thank you, Strider. It was just a crazy, it was a crazy back and forth battle, and it didn't kind of go how I wanted it to in the beginning, and so I was really happy to fight back. And number 5 sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Carissa, you really did mentally get it back together after that first heat. Who was that? Was that all you? Was that your team on the beach? Because you crushed it when you came back out here.
I would not be where I am today without my team, especially my husband. He was in tears. He's like, I believe in you. If anyone can do this, you can do this. And I was about to have a full meltdown and conniption, but just feeling that love and that support. My family's down here. They flew all the way from home, and even my family and friends all over the world. I appreciate it so much.
Well, there you go. Carissa Moore, the Hawaiian world champion. Congratulations here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Back to you guys.
So rad that we've got Carissa Moore in the water, sharing that instant emotion, not just with Strider, but with the entire world. And there's a theme here. We've had multiple world champs crowned today. Gabriel Medina was his 3rd, Carissa Moore with her 5th. Is it the format? Was it the pressure of this year? That real emotion was really felt. We've crowned our champions for the season, and Carissa Moore now has 5.
Great flow.
Just classy surfing.
Carissa Moore is marching through to the semi-finals for the 3rd time this year. A couple of solid turns there from Carissa Moore. This will be her best number to date. As we see, Carissa Moore, she surprised herself.
Yes.
For 9.9 for Carissa.
And look, she's just absolutely having a field day now.
First turn strong, second maybe even better.
Clean little wedge, set up well for Riss. She loves that real steep bowl. Now that slow motion bottom turn means it's tube time. Completely gone. Riss Moore.
Carissa Moore, ladies and gentlemen, sweeping all the way around into this foaming section. Blasts the lip and pulls it off.
Oh, she could shut the door right here.
Carissa Moore is now a 5-time world champion as she takes out the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Well, just as we expected, it is a rager down here at Lower Trestles. What a way to wrap it up. 2 world champions crowned in the water. Carissa Moore does it again. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel and Rosie Hodge. I'm feeling emotions flying around from every angle. Surf fans are going berserk down here. It's everything we asked for and more. What a way to wrap up an incredible season on the championship tour.
I got to breathe. Where do we start, right, Rosie? I mean, I think one of the things for me, just after going through this day, I believe that this format worked, right? I mean, the surf fans, from the moment they were down here, and as a matter of fact, they were here very early, until this very moment, as we crowned 2 world champions, it was exciting. You're engaged, you're nervous, like all of those things when you want to watch live sport. The WSL killed it. It was fun.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, I think looking back on today, the waves came to play, the crowds on the beach, the energy. I mean, walking from set to set, you could just feel how much people were enjoying watching this go down. The athletes must have been loving it. I love that moment with Felipe Toledo and Gabriel Medina once he clinched and Felipe came and gave him a big hug. It's just like, we're all fans of the sport, right?
Something big happened today, too. all positivity from the internet all around. I couldn't believe it. Everywhere I looked, people were so excited, stoked on the outcome. And you could tell by the fans on the beach, it wasn't just a Brazilian storm situation. It wasn't just surf fans going for Connor Coffin from California. You could tell that everyone down here was so excited just to see the world's best surfers. They were cheering for every surfer on every wave. Every big moment was rewarded by our fan base on the beach. So thank you to them.
Right.
And thank you to all of you out there watching. I mean, we know that eyeballs were glued to screens all day long.
I mean, you think about for the surfers that are in the lineup, like, you know, the energy was there. I mean, even like the Sea Life was coming to check it out. That's what sport is about, especially when the athletes can really drive and perform with that kind of level of excitement, you know. And it was so cool. And what a venue, right? I mean, this place was fair. You know, you had both rights and lefts you wanted. You had your choice. Oh man, I can't say enough positive notes about it because it was fun.
You see now, this is the procession of Stoke. Carissa Moore flying the Hawaiian flag. Medina right behind her, flying the Brazilian flag. What a moment for surfing.
Carissa, gold medal.
Yeah.
Right? A world title. I mean, what a year for her, especially when she was like, I'm going to take a break.
But it also, I mean, it also shows, like, with Gabrielle being #1 seed, with Carissa being #1 seed, I think coming into this, it was kind of unanimous that those were the best surfers of the season. They proved themselves here on the day, pumping conditions. They won it in the water. It's just been, it's been special. And I think come the end of the day, the best surfers won.
Well, this is going to be an epic Michelob Ultra Pure Gold post show, and that's going to be coming up right after this quick break. You've been watching the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. On a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision. I gotta do what I gotta do. Wake up, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change.
Welcome, surf fans, to the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold post show here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Chris Cote alongside Keith Bell and Rosie Hodge. Was that a week of surfing condensed into 5 hours? That was incredible.
Went quick, didn't it? It felt like next thing you know, we're in the championship match and we're crowning world champions. You saw the 2 trophies there waiting to get handed out.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people out there that were, thinking about, well, here's the possibilities of upsets, all that stuff. Well, guess what? What we thought was going to happen happened. It was really going to be hard to bet against Gabriel Medina or Carissa Moore, and the proof is right there. The numbers do not lie. They are the 2 most dominant surfers of 2021, and rightfully now both world champions. And they won it in the water. Very cool, and history again being made. First time that we've had this format, along with both men and women, winning world titles in the lineup. What more could you ask for, Rosie?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, especially the women's with seed 1 and 2 going for that world title, and then obviously Felipe overcoming Italo to make it into the final matchup with Gabriel Medina. But definitely, I'd have to say our champions, they fought so hard this season, and to see them win a world title, each of them, Carissa, Gabriel Medina, just so impressed, so much respect for both of our athletes.
Really, just one kind of surprise on each side of the bracket. Really, we had Italo. The unfortunate loss there, to Felipe, but Felipe was on fuego, right? Yeah. He was on fire. And then Steph Gilmore on the women's side, unfortunately, she kind of had a shocker. There's just all you can say about, that pressure did crack. It's so hard to have to perform at such a high level. I mean, she just was pushing so hard that all of a sudden her board was flying out from under her feet.
Yeah, and I will say Tatiana Western Webb, I mean, to take it for 3 heats against Carissa Moore, that was just so impressive for me to win that first match, and it was so close come that
one
third
heat
bout.
away.
Well, big moments all day long, and you're about to see another one. We've got Kaipo Guerrero with our women's world champion, Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore, how's it feel? 5 times world champion, congratulations.
It's a bit emotional. I'm like, it was a long year. It was a long day. I wasn't how I imagined it would start, and I kind of had to fight my way back, and so I think it made that feel even sweeter to win that way.
Yeah, talk about like the best 2 out of 3, and in that match, that's a lot of pressure coming at you.
Oh my gosh, I was about to have a little bit of a meltdown after the first heat, and losing that one. I was like, gosh, I wanted this to be over sooner rather than later, and just having to regroup and stuff and just kind of let it all go and surf from my heart. I tried my best, and happy it worked out.
And talk about, having that emotional meltdown. It seems like you're a squad surrounding you, just a bubble of love, if you will, and support. Can you talk to me about your squad?
Oh my gosh, well, my squad runs pretty deep, and I'm gonna forget a couple names, but my little core crew is my dad, my wonderful husband Luke, and my coach Mitch Ross, Brandon Gilmet, Terry, my trainer Aaron flew out for this, my sports psych back home Daniel, my mom, my in-laws, a couple of my friends and my cousin came down, so I feel a lot of love down here.
Talk about a special 2021, a gold medal and a 5th world title. It's been a heck of a year for you.
Man, I don't think I could have asked for anything more or written it any better, and I'm really grateful to God, the universe, and everyone behind me.
Well, I know there's some islands in the middle of the Pacific, Hawaii, that's very proud of you. Congratulations, you're undisputed world champ, Carissa Moore.
I like the sound of that. Undisputed world champ. Here's a look at your bracket. How did it all go down? It started with Steph Gilmore, Joan Defay, Sally Fitzgibbons took Joanne Defay out of the bracket, then went up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, and it all ended up with Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb going the distance, using all 3 of those title matches to get that win. And what a way to do it. And you saw the emotions there. Even when you win 5 world championships, it still feels good. It still gives you all of those emotional feelings that Carissa Moore did. I mean, she had to fight through it. That was not an easy road. And what a day for Carissa Moore. What a season for Carissa Moore.
What a season. I mean, she's been on such a beautiful run, but also consecutive world titles. She's won 4. This is her 5th. She's never won them back-to-back. So now she can say she's won 2 consecutive world titles. She's won Olympic gold. And, you know, who knows? Can she be the woman that gets the 8th world title and breaks Lane Beachley's run?
She could very well. She touched on her team, right? And she's been really smart on, because every world title is a little different, right? And you learn things through all of those, you know, ups and downs. And I mean, when you win a world title, you're pretty much always going to be up. But there's those times where she did lose the world title, and she's now been able to get to this place where she's figured out exactly what she wants to do, and the team she puts behind her to get those wins. And right now the formula is so solid, right? It's going to be very hard for anyone to catch her and beat her going into even 2022.
And I want to back tag what I said, sorry, Chris, because I feel like I haven't given Carissa a moment to enjoy this 5th one. So I want to let her soak in. Let's think about world titles. Let's put that behind us and let's let her just enjoy this moment.
Before she goes for the record books.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
no, we need 8.
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy this moment, Riss.
This is a cool stat. She is the first Hawaiian woman to go back-to-back since Margot Oberg in 1980 and 1981. So in great company. And speaking of great company, now let's take a look at the men's bracket. This was epic. We knew it was going to be incredible from beginning to end. It started with Connor Coffin and Morgan Siblick. Connor Coffin got the win there, went up against a fiery Felipe Toledo. Felipe took out Italo to get himself into the title match against Gabriel Medina, where Gabriel Medina did Gabriel Medina things, getting another world title. Won it in the water. An incredible run for Medina. You know, he only had to serve a couple heats, but he really, you know, you think of that term undisputed. Well, right there, the proof is in the pudding for Gabriel
You know what,
Medina.
though, what was so cool about it is that when you saw how Felipe's performance was in those first 2 matches, you're like, ooh, what's going to happen here, right? It felt that way. You're like, oh, my, because it was really good surfing, and it was different, right, than we've seen from Felipe. So I was excited to see that. But Gabriel, the machine. That's what they like to call him, the machine, and there's that for a reason, because he's so hard to beat.
Oh, he's unbelievable. Got his 3rd. I wonder what John's sitting at home in Hawaii with his 2 world titles.
John, I know
now
you're
thinking with Gabe with 3. I'm just saying it might fire him up for next season.
Hey, we love a good rivalry. Well, now
Stoke the
it's
fire,
time
Rosie.
to celebrate. We're going to go over to our victory party where our MC Joe Turpel is going to crown our world champions.
Thank you so much, Chris Cote. Thanks for everyone being down here once again here at Lower Trestles. You guys are amazing. We couldn't do it without you. I've seen so many happy faces, a lot that I've seen here every year when there's competition at Lowers. But this one doesn't compare. The first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals with a brand new format to crown an undisputed world champion. And the waves were pumping. We can't thank the locals enough for giving us their lineup for an incredible day for pro surfing history. And what a road it's been to get here to where we are today. Starting off with history at Pipeline for the women to finish there with Tyler Wright getting a huge win. And then WSL to get a charter flight to get all the competitors into Australia, into a 14-day quarantine to have 4 events completed. And then to head to the Surf Ranch and back to Bar de la Cruz to lead to where we are today. That's an achievement in itself. I want to have a round of applause for all of our regions around the world, all the governments that supported pro surfing this year. So many great sponsors to thank. We got to kick things off by thanking our title sponsor, Rip Curl, really helping us out in this historic event. Our global partners, Red Bull, Oakley, Hydro Flask, Expedia, and our event partners, Jeep, Shiseido, Michelob Ultra, DraftKings, IKEA, Waterloo, Flying Embers, Super 73, and Sambazon. Big round of applause for all the support. Thank you guys so much. It's always great to be in the great city of San Clemente, California with a wave like this, and we are hosted so well. Thank you, San Clemente, and all the locals here, including the mayor, Kathy Ward, Mayor Pro Tem Gene James, and San Clemente City Council members Chris Duncan, Laura Ferguson, Steve Knobloch, also the California State Parks, Lori Coble and Mark Allen, State Park Superintendent Scott Kibbe. This is a jewel of the world, and we're so happy and lucky to be able to perform here. Thank you so much. The WSL would also like to formally recognize that Trestles is the modern name of the ancient Ahashiman village site, known as the Panhe. The Ahashiman people have lived in a place that we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still stewarding the land, which is amazing. Alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline, we thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Big round of applause. At this time, I am so honored to welcome a very special human up to the stage. Adelia Sandoval is an Ahashiman elder and spiritual overseer, and we're so stoked to have her here today. I would like to invite you, Adelia, to say some words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe. Oh my gosh. On behalf of the Ahashiman people, the Waneño Band of Mission Indians, I want to thank you for creating this beautiful event and taking the opportunity to be in our homeland. Fantastic, beautiful place, right? All of you who live here? Our ancestors have walked this land, and he said 10,000, but and some people are saying 16,000. I like that bigger number. But I know that they're here today. Their memory is with us today because they're aware of your love for the ocean. Our grandmother ocean, we call her grandmother. Another thing we say is Yahweh Wishmon, because she is beautiful. And I watched her, and you all watched her, and she was ruling the show today, and yesterday, and all the time, right? So we know about this. But I want to thank the WSL for coming to our homeland and honoring us. We had an incredible week with everyone. I also want to thank, there are a couple of organizations, the San Onofre Parks and also the Coalition to Protect Panhe, because we have been fighting for a long time to make sure that this can happen here, to protect this land so that you can come and serve. All behind the scenes, but we want to thank you for being with us today, for playing, for honoring, and the last thing I'm going to say is turn around, everyone, and honor our grandmother ocean. Please turn around and say thank you. All right, all right.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Adelia Sandoval, blessing us once again here at Lower Trestles. I have a couple of famous human beings standing up here with me today. Jesse Miley-Dyer, head of tours and competitions, the SVP, carrying us on her shoulders and doing so many great things for the sport. We can't thank you enough, Jesse. Also right next to her, Eric Logan. I like to call it the ELO era. Ever since he took the reign, doing some incredible things for professional surfing. I'd like to welcome ELO right now to say some words to everybody around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe. We'll keep this very brief, but I just want to say to all of our fans that are here and all of our fans globally who witnessed history today, how does it feel to be a part of something historic? Yes. For the first time ever, we crowned 2 world champions in the water. Equality for men and women in the ocean is a mandate and something we believe so strongly in the World Surf League. And today, every one of you was a part of it. I want to say thank you for being here and thank you for watching. Record numbers online watching this historic day around the planet. So thank you for being a part of that. I'd also like to take a moment and thank our entire surfer community of our professional surfers and all of their managers for the sacrifices they had to make all year. Schedule changes, everything we had to do to pull off this year that led us to this moment. everyone's sacrifice. So I want to say to all of our surfers, to all of our managers, to all the sponsors who were patient with us and patient with the changes through COVID, thank you. That got us to this moment today. And I would be remiss if I didn't single out one individual that was critical to this, and it's this woman to my right here, Jessie Miley Dyer. Jessie stepped into the role as one of the very first head of international men and women competition, heads of competition as a female, and has done the most amazing job navigating this world tour. Without you, we would not be here, Jessie, and I want to say thank you in front of the entire world. Thank you. And with that, Joe, I do believe we have some hardware. Joe Trebell, thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Elo. Unbelievable. Are you guys ready? I might have some assistance here. Not yet, not yet. Save that for a second. All right. Let's go. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Your 2021 World Champions, Gabriel Medina and Carissa Moore. Yeah, Riz, get in there. How sweet is this? How sweet is this? You do that again?
Sorry?
That was a deep sigh. The emotion that you felt right away. You said mixed emotions when you clinched in the water. You've done this before, but never in this way, never in this style, as you become a man in front of all of us and sharing your journey, teaching us to smile and teaching us to win. What a moment for your career. What does all of it mean to you today?
Yeah. Obrigado a todos vocês. Vocês são foda. Obrigado mesmo pelo carinho, suporte. Eu amo surfar, né, com público. Esse ano foi um ano difícil, né, um ano de Covid. A gente não pôde ter público e finalmente a gente conseguiu. Então, fico muito feliz de sentir esse calor, esse carinho de perto. Obrigado a todos. Valeu. Eu tenho que ir pro inglês de novo, senão ferrou. This year was an incredible year. First of all, like, all the honor and glory goes to God, you know. Yeah, I couldn't do without Him, and it's always challenging, you know, to be up there. And I'm always in that spot and fighting with these guys. I'm so proud to be, just to be part of this, you know, because every surfer deserves to be where they are, you know, like, and they make it so hard. And I had to work really hard to win this title. Yeah, I wanna congratulate all the guys, and especially this guy, Felipe Toledo. Yeah, for me, he's the best out here. I knew it was going to be a hard battle against him, and I have a big respect for him, and I know his title will come one day, and I'll be there to hug him.
Different format change, and you were so dominant, the best year you've ever had on tour. Now, in the rear view, as you look back, now that it was decided this day, in the water on one day, in front of all these fans, seeing you hold the trophy now, are you happy that it came down to this day at Lower Trestles?
Yeah, I'm so happy right now. This is the best feeling you can ever feel like, and this is my biggest goal, you know, to be three-time world champion, just like Ayrton Senna, Mick Fanning, Tom Curran. And so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, all the hard work and always believe until the end. Heats that I thought I was losing it, and then getting the score in the last second, you know. Yeah, that was really fun. And I want to thank a special person that she got my back this year, and I'm so proud of her. And I love you, Linda. Yasmin. I love you so much. Thanks for having my back. And yeah, I'm over the moon. I think we deserve this trophy. And yeah, thanks. Thanks for making me comfortable, even when it was storming, you know. And yeah, I love you so much. Thank you.
Here for Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champion. Next to names like Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, Tom Curran. As the celebrations continue, we'll give Carissa a little moment to catch her breath. Riss, what a special year this has been. You're a consistent star at the air scene around the world. Your Olympic gold medal. And now this, a 5-time world champion. How good does that sound?
It sounds really nice. I'm really stoked. It's been an unbelievable year, and I've never been in the water and won a world title, so that was extra special.
How much pressure was on you in a best out of 3 series when you were in a must-win situation to go 2 back-to-back to clinch?
It was very nerve-wracking. It wasn't how I imagined it was going to go today. I came in and from that first heat, and I was like in the locker room like, I'm having a meltdown, I'm having a meltdown. And you know, luckily I have such an amazing support crew, you know, with my family, my friends, especially my amazing husband. He like looked at me and he's like, if anyone can do this, you can do this, okay? So I was like, all right. But yeah, I just like, I wouldn't be here today without all the love. So thanks, guys.
Carissa, was there any moments of struggle or doubt, knowing there is a new format, something you've never done before in the lead up to an event like this?
Oh, absolutely. I think uncharted territory is scary and nerve-wracking, and there's so much stress and pressure that comes along with it. And going up against the other 4 girls, Stephanie, Sally, Joanne, and Tati. Those girls I have the utmost respect for. They're talented, hardworking, resilient, and I just want to congratulate all 4 of them, but especially Tati. That was an incredible battle.
Carissa, enjoy the moment. You're a 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist, and you've won the first ever Rip Curl WSL finals. Enjoy it all. This is your special day being the undisputed world champion.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the WSL. This was an incredibly challenging year, so thank you so much for giving us a platform to still chase our dreams. And just want to thank all my sponsors, family, friends, and my coach Mitch Ross. Thanks for coming here and dealing with quarantine and having my back. Love ya.
I think it's time for those Michelob Ultra Pure Golds. Get them.
Oh, and Kingy. Where is he? Kingy?
Andy King, we're looking for it.
I love you. Thank you so much. You're the man. Thanks, Kingy. You're the man. Thanks for your help. Yes.
Put those trophies up to the sky. We're going to keep celebrating with our world champions, and we'll send it back to the post show with Chris Cote.
Thank you, Joe Turpel. Congratulations to our 2 world champions. Never gets old. And I tell you, the job is done for these 2 today, but you know what they're going to do tomorrow. They're going to get right back on the horse, start training for 2022. For champions like this, we know how much work goes into this, not just for them, but for their pit crews. So it's great to hear them,
Chris,
saying thank you and giving accolades to the whole team, the whole squad.
Do you have
Everybody
a tissue?
just wins.
I need a tissue.
We're seriously getting emotional.
Yeah, I need a tissue.
You're going to be
That's
okay.
emotion, yeah.
These are tears of joy, and
Right,
I can
it is.
appreciate that. We'll
It
let
is.
those flow.
You know, you think about how hard, you know, these two world champions have worked, but I mean, actually all of the top surfers that are competing here, and not only just the top 5. I mean, it was a challenging year, right? And, you know, with COVID and all this, to be able to pull this off, like, pretty darn cool. And, you know, that's part of the tissue. It's just, wow, man, a lot of work went into it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, even Gabriel in that one piece saying, you know, he's out of his comfort zone because this year has been the wild card. Everyone, you know, charter flights to Australia. I mean,
canceled events.
Everyone having to pivot and make the most of it. And I think it really did bring our surf community closer together, especially our athletes and the whole organization, the WSL, pulling all of this off. I mean, we stand here today for this historic day, and we deserve the pumping waves. Those champions deserve to hoist those trophies. And, you know, it's
must be doing something right.
Yeah, it's fodder for surf fans.
And here's the moment that these two have been waiting for. You know, they're feeling the relief. And
they're finding the formula.
Yeah,
right?
You know.
I mean, they were by far, they had the biggest leads coming in here. They're the #1 seed. That's why you had to beat them twice. But the formula was figured out by both Gabe. And now I feel like, wow, gosh, how do you match that?
Yeah, he's a runaway train. He's seriously a runaway freight train.
Both of them.
Well, dynasties are never easy in any sport. I mean, there's only you can only list a few on your hands, and I would say add Carissa Moore to that list right there
100%.
with Stephanie Gilmore and the best of the best. You know, those records are meant to be broken. Lane Beachley right now, you know, she's celebrating because Carissa Moore is a champion's champion. I don't know if there's one surfer or one human on the planet that doesn't love what Carissa Moore does and how she carries herself in and out of the water. So incredible work by both of our surfers. Congratulations. Now let's take a look at what it took for Carissa today. Remember, this is a whole year culminated into one day of surfing, just a few heats. It took Carissa to get the title, but by no way was this an easy run for her. You know how emotional she was. It took 3 heats to win the title, seal the deal. She bounced back from early loss. What a run.
Well, and that's the thing where she loses that first heat, right? And then all of a sudden goes in the locker room and starts to feel like, is this not destiny? This is not supposed to work out for me. Like, that doubt that creeps in is so hard to be able to get to. And that's where the team came in. And she mentioned it. The team came in and gave her the words and the love to get her over that hump and to be able to get through and win 2 in a row to win it at the end.
And I love the vulnerability from Riss, just mentioning, you know, she had that meltdown, she had that moment, she had to do a 180, and also the respect she gave to Tatiana, because Tatiana showed up today in a huge way.
Yeah.
And it was so cool. That's what made these matchups so intense and so amazing to watch unfold, because every competitor just had this added hunger that they brought to competition today.
Yeah, and I love that after today, we have a complete reset, and we can already start to look forward to what happens next. But here is your official 2021 rankings. The women with Carissa Moore right on top. And Tatiana Weston-Webb, Sally Fish, Joanne DeFay, and Stephanie Gilmore rounding out that top 5. Beneath them, watch out. Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright, Isabella Nichols, Courtney Conlaw rounding out the top 9. That right there is the most powerful list of women surfers I've ever seen on the championship tour. That list right there is legendary.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of veterans, and then you got Isabella Nichols, which is a youngster, so you're thinking like cracking into that top 9, so difficult.
And the top 9 now. I mean, there's a whole, it's a change up from, you know, we used to seeing the top 10, and you see Malia's name a couple 100 points shy. She had to win in Barra de la Cruz in Mexico. She made the final, came second. And yeah, it's just the talent level on the women's side of the championship tour is just mind-blowing.
Well, let's go from the Women's Championship Tour over to the men's and our road to the title for Gabriel Medina. I don't think anybody doubted this guy for even a second. There was maybe a moment or two where people were thinking, oh, wait a second, Felipe could. And then Gabriel Medina does Gabriel Medina things. I'll say that time and time again. That's what he does.
Yeah, and this first heat for me, it could have been flip-flop too, right? I mean, it really was very close. The second heat, not so much, but that first heat was just, I mean, Felipe was on fire. I mean, so was Gabriel, obviously.
That, to me, was the momentum shift. That one giant frontside air, that's really where you almost saw the forces going against Felipe Toledo as Gabriel just started to turn things up.
Yeah, it was so fun. I mean, that first heat, like you said, Pete, Felipe, he got the left before that left of Gabriel's, and you're like, wow, that's a huge number. And then Gabriel, as he does, he's a heartbreaker. This guy, so many times, has just ripped the carpet from under people's feet. But he always seems to be 3 steps ahead of his competitor. He always just seems to be just on the money every single time.
You know, touching on what Rich Porta was saying about Gabriel Medina as we see that beautiful, I mean, backflip. We saw it in a free surf warm-up, but you knew he's going to bring it to competition, and of course he did, which is so cool. But you touched on, you know, the emotion that it takes. You know, you had to win 2 out of 3, and he had basically won the title, but he still had to come here and win it, and that's very, very difficult to do.
It's the sign of a true champion. That's why, you know, I love the word undisputed, because there's no argument against this. There's no proving anyone wrong. Gabriel did it in the regular season. He did it at our Super Bowl here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and he's on top of the world by a whopping 13,000 points. I mean, that is a huge point total right there. Felipe Toledo in second, Italo third, the big 3. They'll be the 3-headed monster for a long time coming, no doubt. But big ups, Connor Coffin and Morgan Siblick, both of those surfers having career years in 2021.
A career event for Connor Coffin, holy moly. I mean, the guy looked like he was going to go all the way.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
From that first wave this morning of Connor Coffin, you're like, okay, wow. This guy, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
He's going to do it.
Well, I saw Connor on the road back here, and, you know, you could tell a little up and down emotionally. And he goes, oh, you know, I tried my hardest. I gave it my all. I'm like, dude, you're the 4th best surfer in the world.
Yeah.
You have a lot to celebrate.
Full stop.
And you have earned a good break from all this pressure. So, you know, credit where credit's due. All of our surfers today put on an incredible show. And you could tell everybody put everything they had. They left it in the lineup. And it was an amazing show all around. One surfer who got the ride of the day, talking about the Super 73 ride of the day. Well, we had about 5 waves to pick from, and they were all from the same guy. Gabriel Medina gets the Super 73 ride of the day. And there was probably 6 we could have chosen from for Gabriel. But here's the one that Super 73 liked the most, your ride of the day. And it's a biggie. This will get you fired up right here. Medina, we knew what he's capable of. Everybody talked about it. We saw him practicing this. We saw him nailing it in practice. And then he goes ahead and nails it again in the heat. This guy is so clutch.
It's not often in surfing when you're like, okay, this is what I want to do. Like, what you want to do and what you do in surfing are 2 different things, because you have to find that section, and it's just so hard to replicate something that you've been doing in practice with the pressure. But it's cool to see him do that, and that's what he does.
He's an entertainer. Yeah, thank goodness we got Gabriel Medina in our sport.
And I like that he kind of went back in time, pulled a trick out of the 2010-ish era. Timmy Curran was doing those, Flynn Novak, and it was kind of a forgotten trick. And then boom, Gabriel Medina is just looking through the his file of tricks, and he goes, I'm just going to pull for today. And of course, Gabriel Medina, our world champion, and did it in a huge way. But we've got so much more coming to you. We're going to take a quick break. Your top 5 moments are coming up next. You're watching the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Post Show. We'll be right back.
And now in motion out the back, Italo, bottom drops out, somehow survives.
Breaking out of these walls, busting out of this prison. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. Mess with my face, black in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. This is the toast of the underdogs. Now we doing it our way. And I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, black in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Welcome back to the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold post-show. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel and Rosie Hodge. And we're very excited for what we're about to watch. As we all know, 2021 was a challenging year, lots of ups and downs. We're going to focus in on the ups, some highlights from an epic year on the WSL Championship Tour. So before moving forward, let's take a look back. Here are some of our favorite moments from the 2021 season.
It's finally happening. Everyone's stoked to be back in the surfing community and doing what we love.
Everyone's warmed up, tuned up, and the performances are going to be on.
To start here, it's almost like having your dessert before dinner. You know, you start at one of the best waves on the planet, and I think that's really going to be setting the wheels in motion for what's going to be probably the best tour we've seen in decades.
Us finishing this event at Pipe is a pretty pivotal moment for women surfing.
It's the fact that we're out there. That's what really matters.
He wants backdoor, pulls in, the spit comes out, and so does John.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
And-
Welcome to Newcastle, Australia. Looking for the full road again, his signature move on the backhand.
And here goes Carissa Moore. Takes to the sky.
It's one of the best single maneuvers we've seen in women's competition.
It feels so good to be standing #1 at the end of this contest.
It's time for the Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic.
Not taking any chances. He's going to hang on.
One of the best starts we've seen on tour.
Caroline Marks finishes on top. Her third championship tour victory. Welcome to the Boost Mobile Margaret River Pro.
The perfect number, ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point ride.
He hasn't had that winning feeling in a little while.
Plenty of spray as she hangs onto that one.
Welcome to Rottnest Island. Fitzgibbons, now you're #2 in the world.
Gabriel Medina, what an amazing performance through this Australian leg of the tour.
Welcome back to the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro.
It is the Toledo Show. It's coming down to one wave. And he goes down, and that is it. Felipe Toledo is the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro champion. Joanne DeFay knows she's got to bring it. She's ready to leave here with a win. Snaps it quickly, and she does it. Joanne DeFay, the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro champion, picking up her first win of the season.
I hope I can just stay in the top 5 and make things shake a little bit.
Welcome, everybody, to this beautiful part of the world, Oaxaca, Mexico, here at Barra de la Cruz.
It's nice to be here for sure. The water's too warm. Nothing beats Mexico with tacos and, warm weather.
And the rookie from WA has just won his first championship tour event. Jack Robinson, the champ for the Corona Open Mexico. Stephanie Gilmore getting her 32nd win of her career as she takes out the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quicksilver.
Welcome to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. He's got speed, got the section, gets the ramp.
Gabriel Medina is your undisputed WSL World Champion. A 5-time World Champion here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Carissa Moore.
Well, surf fans, don't be bummed for too long that surfing is over for today, because guess what? Right around the corner, the Challenger Series kicks right off at the U.S. Open of Surfing, starting September 20th and 26th. We just get right back into it. The qualifying series, as it was once known, is now basically broken down into tiers. The Challenger Series is where we will get our next crop of top surfers on the championship tour.
It's such a cool way that they've kind of sorted through it now this season. I think it really gives everyone an opportunity to, you know, reach for a goal. I mean, you know where you're sitting on the championship tour, you know where what you have to do for requalification, as well as the regional events. They've just given it a bit more structure.
Well, when you shrink the field on the championship tour, right, those surfers are going to have to go to the Challenger Series. So it kind of calendar-wise makes sense. And then what it does with the QS being the third tier, right? They're regionally based, right? So you can actually qualify for the Challenger Series. So you don't have to travel. You can stay within the states. So North America, you say, for example, you can go to the East Coast and the West Coast. You gain points that way. And then you get onto the international qualifying series, the Challenger Series. And that's where you're going to make your goal to that Elite Championship Tour.
And trust us when we say the Challenger Series is absolutely stacked with talent. Let's take a look. And here is your upcoming event schedule for the WSL 2021 Challenger Series. September 20th through 26th, we go back to the iconic Huntington Beach Pier for the U.S. Open of Surfing. 10,000 points on the line. I'm sure some of the surfers you saw competing today will be in the Challenger Series, as well as some of your favorites who may or may have not been cut off the 2021 tour. All the big names will be there, so get yourselves fired up for the U.S. Open of Surfing, which will be back in a big way.
You're there.
Oh, we'll be there. You guys gonna be there?
I hope I'm there. I'll come watch as a fan on the pier.
I would not miss it for the world. And you're not going to want to miss this. So many moments went down today. There was literally hundreds of incredible moments to choose from. We had to narrow it down to 5. So we're about to show you our top 5 moments of the day here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And we're going to start with a big one, a sentimental favorite, a guy whose name was on everybody's list of a surfer who could potentially upset the balance and bust this bracket. It was Connor Coffin with a big start today.
He was incredible. I mean, it felt as though in that first match that we were going to see him go all the way, I would say. And then you think about match number 2, the first 2 seconds of match 2, he put up an 8.5, which we thought, oh man. But Felipe was able to fight back in that one, but great kudos to him.
And number 4, Gabriel Medina, bam! A huge, lofty frontside air. That was an air that turned this heat, the highest air of this event, and probably the most controlled as well. He looked so flawless on that one.
And the first one that he was able to do in that match, in that final matchup. And you know who had front row for that? Was his competitor, Felipe, who had just caught the previous ride.
And unfortunately for Felipe, he had the best seat in the house right underneath that air. So from that heroic moment, let's go to another one. Tatiana Weston-Webb going up against Sally Fitzgibbons. This was a huge heat. Seems like ages ago, but definitely one of the heats that had this entire crowd on the beach on their feet cheering.
Well, and it needed to be this big of a score in order for her to turn the heat, which she did in incredible form with all that pressure, Rosie.
Yeah, and it just was the mental fortitude that Tatiana had to overcome Sally, to live up to these big moments and to really solidify her spot as world number 2. Very impressed with Tati's performance.
Yeah, another huge moment belongs to this guy, number 2 in the world, Felipe Toledo. It was all about the firepower that Felipe brought down here to Lower Trestles today. He's been doing it all year long. His best chance at getting a title, he was right there, did not go out without a fight. A great performance from Toledo.
Yeah, he did. And this surfboard that was under his feet just accelerated his surfing to a new level. I loved it. It was fun to watch. It was new lines from Felipe. And I thought he was going to be able to get it done. But Gabriel just too strong.
and an amazing moment in sport. Anytime you get to crown a champion is going to be cool. But when we get to crown two, one man, one woman, equality, winning it in the water, I mean, a surf fan's dream, a surfer's dream. Look at the glistening gold off that wave. What an incredible afternoon.
This is the right end chapter to this 2020-2021 book right now, because it just feels so right to have, you know, our #1 seeds that have done so well throughout the season be crowned the world champions on this day.
Medina and Moore are two 2021 world champions. And they both did it with style, speed, power, and flow. I can say that one more time on the day. And why not? That's what they did to win this event.
I would agree, and I loved it. It was a big cap on a crazy season in the waves. I think we can't say enough about Lower Trestles coming and getting us this beautiful swell that just traveled thousands of miles and focused directly on this cobblestone reef. It was awesome.
Well, we hope that you have all been inspired as what you've just seen. Wherever you are in the world, take your inspiration that you got today and go surfing. Go have some fun. Congratulations to our champions. Thanks so much to the cast and crew that make this event possible. Thank you to the WSL. We'll see you at the U.S. Open of Surfing on September 20th. But for now, we say goodbye. Here is an end-of-day highlights package to get you fired up. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in Huntington Beach.
Rip Curl WSL Finals, and we're crowning our champions today.
It's gonna be good. Look at that wave. Are you kidding me? Looks like we might be on. 1, 2, 3. We could have it easily. No need to make it difficult for you and me.
What a massive win for Joanne DeFay. The Californian, some big arcing turns. Crushes a finishing move, and Connor hangs on. Sidlick does that featured carve where he can push even harder off the lip. Two big turns. Connor has put on a show this morning.
We're going to see the Californian move on against the three-headed monster, starting with Felipe.
So close.
Felipe Toledo gets the win over Connor Coffin. Sally Fitzgibbons with the win. She moves on to match 3 with Tatiana Weston Webb. The energy levels, the excitement, you can feel it rising. We've got our title match for the women. It's going to be Tatiana Weston Webb versus Carissa Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, this next match is one for the ages. Italo Ferreira going up against Felipe Toledo.
What a good wave for Felipe so far. And here comes the money part of this wave. Boom, big drift. Does he stick it? He does.
Felipe Toledo and upsets the reigning world champion at Lower Trestles, and he will meet Gabriel Medina in the title match.
Title match, heat 1 of 3. Carissa Moore versus Tatiana Weston Webb. Goofy versus regular, Hawaii versus Brazil. Tatiana Weston Webb taking the win in title match 1. So much drive and fire through these backside turns. Strong finish. Look out, Gabriel Medina's on the wave behind. Felipe's gonna get a front row seat to the Medina show. He's got speed, got the section, gets the ramp.
Are you kidding me?
What?
No problem.
Is going?
So heat 1 of this title match will go to Gabriel Medina.
And now this will officially be going into a third and deciding world title match between Tatiana Weston Webb and Carissa Moore. It is official in the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gabriel Medina, now a 3-time world champion. At the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals, Carissa Moore is your world champion. Now a 5-time world champ on one day here at Lower Trestles. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.